Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. It all started in a fantasy world. The girl sincerely welcomed the chosen heroes. This unexpected event occurred at the end of the day, when the homeroom teacher left for a long time. The girl appeared in front of the students and their phones stopped working. She had big white wings. They shouldn't have been so wary. Due to the resurrection of the demon lord, they are called by her, the goddess, to save fantasy, which is in grave danger. The students were very scared because they were called to another world. Someone just kept silent from shock. Soon they will all be moved to the Temple of Fantasy, where they will meet the saint who received her prophecy, will give them full emotional and material support to adapt to the world. Ohanu asked the goddess if there were levels or skill status windows, maybe monsters like in games. Of course they were there. Zhang Miyong asked her if it was a fantasy world. Then there was a medieval setting, princes and knights, and they were there. Choi Kong-min asked if the most outstanding person among them would become a hero. There was no such thing. It turns out that regardless of their abilities, they are all heroes, but not all are endowed with equal strength. Only after receiving the recognition and blessing of the gods can they be reborn as real heroes. He thanked her for her answer. She noticed that he seemed to be a very confident hero, looking forward to their great achievements. The guys were angry, apparently. Even goddesses like beautiful faces. Eubora, the class president, also asked a question, since this world is in crisis and desperately needs their help. But they were called out so suddenly. She is afraid that their families and teachers are worried about being able to contact them. It would be problematic if they defeated the great demon lord. The gods who bestowed blessings on them would grant them whatever they wanted. The heroes were busy asking a lot of questions, and the goddess was diligent in answering each one. Although, of course, as this went on, the answers became less detailed. One guy wanted to ask not a question but a request. He asked to be sent back to Earth. She had previously explained to them that if they overthrew the great demon lord, their wish would come true. But he was not interested in becoming a hero and wanted to return back to Earth. She could definitely do it, but she asked him the question. A world where countless lives are on the verge of collapse. Why do they turn a blind eye to misfortune and express a desire to continue their normal lives? Kang Hansoo didn't understand how someone who made his family worry could save the world. This name was given to him by loving parents after much thought. Anyone who is not interested in becoming a hero, just like this guy, she asked to confess. The goddess will not put pressure on them. No one raised a hand when she said that the youth didn't fit in this place for great heroes. Should leave now. A teleport opened in front of him. The students asked him to say hello to their parents. He said that he would only tell them that they were terrible sons and daughters, and the teleport jumped, adding that they would see each other on Earth. He found himself in the forest. It seems that he was thrown far from the school. There was a monster behind him. The guy didn't understand it at first, but when he saw several monsters and a corpse, he started to run. It wasn't the ground. He cursed the goddess. The students were transported to the city of Saints, Prologina. They were met by the same saint in the fantasy world. She was a beauty, and everyone noticed it. The prince was standing next to her. She is a saint of the great temple, who received a prophecy from the goddess looking forward to their meeting. And this man is Alsus the Swordmaster, prince of the Swordmaster's kingdom, and instructor of heroes in swordsmanship, as well as the prince of the northern kingdom. Korean pun intended. Last name sounds like a profession. The girls were crazy about him. Princess Atina was late. She had overslept because she had drunk a lot yesterday. Her honesty was both a strength and a weakness for her. She shouldn't have talked about what she had drunk yesterday, the saint said. She tripped on her own foot. The floor of the temple is slippery. It must have happened because she never slipped on her way here. The princess of the Archmage Kingdom, the magic instructor, was very cute. The saint introduced her to the disciples, and she will support them, the heroes, along with the prince. Status windows appeared. The guy was happy. It was as if he went on a field trip with young children. They can see a lot of similar things. Increase your skills and level. He completely understood the blessing was also clear. First, he checked the hero listed in the blessing section. The language of hero-friendly races will be automatically translated, and the experience gained from hunting and achievements will be significantly increased. Automatic translation will be useful, but experience, how much it increases, without limitation. It would be a cheating effect. Many competitors received the same blessing. The disciple asked the saint how they could receive God's blessing. To get it, they must win the blessing of God. Each of them has their own preferences, but a certain God looks at the heroes with a perverted smile. Many notifications appeared on the students. Screen, the saint smiled. Each god has their own standards, but everyone is looking for the one who will overthrow the great demon lord. The gods watch over the heroes, but you need to remember that the attention is not eternal. She will pray that each of them can receive God's blessing. Someone had asked what would happen if they didn't get it, but how should she worry about such trash, so no one said anything. In a fantasy world full of hopes and dreams, their adventure has begun. Kang Hansoo was still running away from the monsters. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have been a little pumped up. The guy stopped at a tree and a spear flew near his head. It doesn't take a genius to understand that such creatures don't exist on Earth. The person who called herself a goddess had deceived him, and she had no intention of sending them back. If this was a real fantasy world, maybe there was some magic involved. A screen with his data appeared in front of the guy. He was listed in the curse category, probably by that goddess. He couldn't believe that such a punishment in a world where the level can only be increased using the game system. Besides, his experience gained from hunting and achievements will be significantly reduced. The automatic race transfer was hostile to him. So did that mean he might be able to communicate with them? He tried to talk to the monsters, and they were surprised, but it didn't work. It was useless to try to make contact with them. The guy started apologizing to his mom and dad for leaving before them. It was all because of this damned goddess, and at that moment an arrow flew straight into his leg. They weren't monsters, but the elves that were chasing after the guy switched to them. It looks like a battle broke out between the fantasy barbarians. He should use this to escape. But he couldn't do it because of his injured leg. He could only pray to God. But it was all the fault of the goddess. He would rather die than pray to a god like her. Was there really no choice but to die? From behind the tree where he was sitting, someone peeked out. It was a certain god who I looked at his wound. The young man burst into tears and asked to be saved, his body responding faster than his mind to the unfamiliar voice. The god asked why he was alone. The reason being that it was because of the damned goddess who had abducted a civilized human from Earth. But he can't say that. If this unknown voice belongs to a god, it might be a friend of the goddess. So he shouted out, just to save him. The god was confused. The guy asked if there are still gods who can help him. A certain god is puzzled. He mumbles that there are no other gods. He likes their absence. He asked him if he was an outsider, which is slang for people who are outside of social groups. But God didn't understand what the term meant. But if the guy tells it like it is, if he gets the strange curse again, maybe there's some way to turn it around in his favor. He said that an outsider is a lone wolf running around in the wilderness. A certain god liked his words. He confirmed that he was an outsider. The hero grinned in fright. He asked to save him anyway. God asked if he was an outsider. He didn't understand why God thought so. He ended up like this only because his classmates were terrible sons and daughters to their parents. He is clearly an insider, the complete opposite of an outsider. He told God that he was an outsider, which is why his friends were called to the temple, and he was here to survive and take revenge. The guy must give up his pride and personality. A certain god was considering whether to help him, poor boy. He has conflicting feelings, remembering the bitter past. The boy said that it is normal for an outsider to help another outsider, but probably this does not apply to him because he is a god. The guy in a hurry blurted out similar nonsense, whether he would be considered an outsider if he had friends who could help. A certain god decided to help the guy. He loaded the power in his hand and used it to remove the arrow that pierced his leg. The pain that was about to kill him suddenly disappeared. It was really a god. He looked at the healed outsider with a handful. In the section with the blessing, he has the inscription outsider. All statuses except death for him will be reset. But something terrible will happen if the lone wolf leaves the wilderness. Lone wolf. The guy didn't understand what this meant. If he stopped being an outsider and became an insider, he would receive divine retribution. God emphasizes that she will only help outsiders. In fact, the guy has no complaints. First of all, he would not be able to talk to monsters, even if he understood the words thanks to the hero's curse. So in any case, he is willy-nilly destined to be an outsider. The guy ran through the forest. Monsters caught up with him. All statuses except death for him were reset. He felt how not only the injury disappears, but also fatigue. Even if he continues to run at full speed, he will not get tired, while the monsters are so tired that they cannot even keep up with him. One of the monsters threw a rock at him. He thought that he would finally stumble and they would get their lunch. The guy continued to run further. The evil spirits were shocked. The god was worried about his ward, but the hero was still running. It was amazing he was telling the truth in such a situation. Not only does fatigue and injuries disappear, but also the mind remains calm. If he is caught, should he just bite his tongue? Can he do it with his approach to things? God said that he wouldn't die just from this, and the boy thanked him for such terrible advice. All statuses except death were reset. meaning until he was killed in one hit, even critical wounds would disappear. He ran up to the cliff and didn't know what to do. The god replies that if he jumps from such a height, he will not be able to survive. There was a whole crowd of monsters behind him. While he was dealing with this strangely stingy god, he got into such a situation and it was time to make a decision. He turned to the hungry monsters. They have nothing to eat in this forest. So the one who catches him first, he will give the most delicious body parts to him. They all attacked the boy. They were obsessed with his meat. And the obsession of these guys only served him right. They fell off the cliff. After the fall and a strong impact, he opened his eyes. It felt like he was smashed into a cake. All statuses for him except death were reset. Probably it just seems to him. A certain god admired his lone survival skills, and suddenly one of the monsters raised a knife on him. It was the Blue Lagoon Butcher, level 3. He can see the status windows of other users. Apparently the monster survived after falling from such a height due to its high level, since it did not have a blessing. In fantasy RPG worlds, levels are often increased depending on the player's experience, which means that opponents who are stronger and have a higher level will definitely give much more experience. The hero picked up a stone and killed a monster with it. The saint talked about levels and blessing. These are two things that can allow everyone to become stronger. They either need to level up by getting experience from killing creatures that have status windows, or get a blessing. Everyone was getting tired of the girl's words. Choi Kang-min was asking Almighty God to give him his blessing. He is the talented being they have been looking for so long. Receiving the blessing didn't mean that it would end there. The gods would always be watching over them. Yubora asked if this meant that the gods would watch over them all the time, and they did. That is, they will look after them even during the shower or natural urges. Everyone was very confused and scared. The saint said that heroes are not human and asked not to judge the gods based on rough human standards. One male god tells them not to pay attention. Another says that they are not interested in vulgar entertainment. And a third wind god insists that for them, it is no different from air. The gods are class presidents, so at least they'll give their blessing to those they're more interested in. A certain vicious god praises the girl who said this with a thumbs up. The wind god highly appreciates her clear judgment. Opening her scoreboard, she saw that she had received a blessing from these gods and was very happy. No one understood what this skill had to do with subduing the demon lord, not that the students cared. At this moment, there was some smell from that girl. It was a charm skill. Her body would always learn the charming smell, and the chances of winning the hearts of the opposite sex increased significantly. The saint asked her to stop using her charm blessing, but Jang Mi-yong didn't know how to stop it. Some innocent goddess doesn't like impure actions. It was already too late. The curse status appeared in her window. She didn't understand where it came from. Maybe it was the devil's handiwork. But a blessing. This is not the only thing that the gods can grant here. They can also impose a curse on heroes that they don't like. Of course, none of the disciples had heard about this because the saint was just about to tell them about it. The girl has received her punishment. All the damage and criticism that she receives will increase significantly. She will receive a terrible punishment every time she tries to commit a dishonest act. Her heart was breaking, which caused her great pain. The innocent goddess continued to watch her, and the male god was looking for someone else. Once students receive a curse or blessing, it will not disappear until they die. The higher their curse or blessing rank becomes, the stronger its effect, and once the rank increases, it can never decrease again. The princess asked the girl not to give up. The curse can be compensated with blessings. The pain will also decrease as soon as her body and mind become stronger, thanks to increasing the level. At this time, the guy in the forest killed a lot of monsters above his level, but his level did not increase. Perhaps raising the level in principle is difficult. Then he asked God if lone wolves were given any useful information. The latter asked him to call him an outsider and replied that this could not be told. Indeed, it was a useless god. Exclude the blessing. But he'll keep it to himself because it gives him a big advantage right now. God tells him that just running around is boring. The guy also thinks so. Although he has been running around in the forest for several hours and does not feel hungry, thirsty, or tired, God suggests that he do something else. If the hero found a human, even if the cliff was full of monsters feeding on humans, a certain god hoped that the powerless outsider would die peacefully, but the guy would have hit this chatterbox if he was next to him. The other monsters could still smell the man. The guy took out a knife. It was a delicious smell for them. The guy would like to get out of the forest as soon as possible and find a human village, but I can't figure out which way to go. Besides, the forest is full of man-eating monsters. And now it's stronger. It's a trophy from the Blue Moon Butcher. It looks like it's only used for stabbing. but its blade is sharpened enough to call out the former owner of the dagger, Butcher. A certain god prays for the soul of an outsider. He said that he is not going to die, since he is in a fantasy world. It does not mean that he should only engage in fantasy activities such as fencing or magic. God watched him with bored eyes. The guy tied the stone with a rope. He was going to show the man-eating fantasy monster the centrifugal force. It wasn't so easy. If he swung more than one or two with his stamina, he would be dragged along by inertia and lose his balance. However, whenever the blessing starts working, his legs stop shaking and his breathing stabilizes. He swings a rock. He thinks he's starting to understand how to use the outsider's blessing. Right now, he doesn't need to pay attention to minor injuries and fatigue. In other words, if he just avoids death, the blessing will take care of everything else. He stepped in to attack the monsters. All he has to do is fight hard and avoid death. Rather, they decided to stall for time by using long-range attacks and wait for him to get tired. And he's smarter than he looks. One of the monsters decided to defeat him with a cheap trick, but he responds in kind. The guy was able to remove all the monsters. A certain god raised his score. He told the half-dead monster not to move if he didn't want any more pain, and let him tell him where the living people were, which might be a pointless question, since the monster could easily lie. But that's fine. He can just catch the other hyenas and make sure the information is correct. The next question was what kind they were. The monster was deluded. If he didn't want the boy to smash his head, he should just answer the question. They were from the knoll species. The boy said he wouldn't hurt him too much if he answered honestly, but he never said that he spared him and hit him over the head with a rock. A certain god informs him that this creature is a knoll, although the boy himself found out. In games, he saw them much prettier. Knoll is a half-human, half-monster character that often appears in fantasy games and TRPG stories. They usually look like hyenas. Perhaps it was the difference of 2Ds or 3Ds that made the knoll more attractive for commercial purposes, or the sense of realism that came from trying to kill it. God says the young gnolls are very cute. The boy thanked him for the useless information. But then, why is he still at the same level after killing so many of them? Meanwhile, in the temple, the prince was announcing that a full-scale training session would start tomorrow. He would teach swordsmanship and the princess magic. The heroes were free to choose which of the two skills they wanted to learn, and they could also attend both classes at the same time if it didn't suddenly become too difficult for them. They may also choose not to study at all if they think they don't need lessons from the greatest swordsmen and magicians. It's their choice. Oh, Hanu asked if he could leave the temple during their free time. His question was approved. A certain immature god showed great interest. In his room, he reflected that this kind of thing like training is only meant for extras who don't have cheat key skills, and the main characters have rules of thumb. The guys can train as much as they want and keep swarming while he is the main character of this fantastic world. Will go to explore the ruins and mazes with his cute and lovely friends. The next morning, the prince said that the guys who want to explore the knight's paths follow him. If it doesn't match their abilities, they can change their choice at any time, so don't worry too much. The student asked about the magic lesson. It looks like the princess drank too much again last night. She is hardworking, so she will be here soon anyway. Everyone who wants to learn magic should wait a bit. The students were talking about the first night. Some of them said they couldn't get used to the freaking chamber pots, and some of them were uncomfortable with the lack of shampoo or conditioner. Oh, Hanwoo was testing his system. He had a new blessing. He is the most special protagonist in the whole world. Only he can see and feel this special blessing. The guy was very happy. He finally got his own. Choi Kang-min doesn't know anything and thinks that he is still the best. Let him try his best. If useless brats like him worked hard enough, perhaps they could rise to the position of an A-rank rival, the main character. The guy came to the city square of Prologue, the city of the Great Temple. His fantasy story must begin here, right now. He got into the mercenary guild and came to register as a mercenary, the standard route for any main character in the fantasy genre. Mandatory conditions for those who do not want to get involved in other crap. But this wasn't a place for newbies like him. Was he impatient to die? He should stop talking nonsense and go home right now, the girl told him. She had seen quite a few such impulsive guys who died quickly after becoming mercenaries. Here is the effect of his blessing, the main character's buff. This is a beautiful mercenary woman with a curious disposition, definitely a princess in disguise or a noble of high position. Such a fate of the main character. This is undoubtedly the effect of a special blessing. He didn't want to go back and told the girl that if she was worried, she could keep him company, not judge a book by its cover. And that's what it looks like to him. After all, she had also experienced this many times, she agreed. He caught her. The guy was thinking about his blessing. He was really special in this world. He couldn't say much about himself right now, but he was the chosen one. It was difficult for him to talk calmly with such a beauty on earth. But here he is, a hero who will save this world. A certain immature main god was dying of laughter. The girl was interested in what the so-called abilities and favorites are. The guy replied that they will learn the power of the main character's buff. In the forest, the guy still asked where he could find people. The monsters answered that the village was far to the west. They were unexpectedly honest with the guy. He thanked them for useful information, and he could also notice when they were lying because the monsters are so primitive. The human village is located to the west. He doesn't know the exact distance, but he confirmed this information by asking a bunch of gnolls, so there can be no mistake. The fight with the monsters turned into something like a hunt. As he beat most of their relatives in one night, the boy turned from a victim to an experienced hunter. Perhaps this is some hidden talent. It was probably true. He had received a lot of heavy wounds while learning how to hunt, but he would never have learned to fight so quickly without his blessing. And it's nice that it allows him to keep his composure, because he didn't go crazy even after getting so many heavy wounds. How long will it take him to reach the village? He must meet with the natives of this fantastic world. God grumbled and expressed his displeasure. Did he want the guy to die? God said that he didn't care about what was happening. He was so cold-blooded, even though he was the one who gave him the blessing. At this moment, another monster attacked the guy from behind. He took out his dagger, but he was hit by some people whose language he did not understand, but was just looking for a village. He couldn't understand them, but there was nothing he could do about it. They were the first people he had met here, so he put away his dagger, knelt down and said that he gave up. Of course, nothing has changed. He still cannot talk to them. But people communicate not only with words, body language showing reluctance to conflict and battle, a calm voice that does not alarm the interlocutor. They may not have a difficult conversation to understand in this way, but at least it can be reported. When the woman pointed the gun at him, he shouted at her to stop. He was an outworlder who didn't bite. He was a nice outworlder. They all went somewhere together, new people started talking, and he understood their names, although he still didn't recognize the other text. He was able to communicate his name with gestures, but other than him, he can't understand a single thing that they say. After all, it was the foreign language grade that lowered his GPA. It's a huge relief that he was able to meet friendly people. At least they don't fire at the EZL when they first meet him, unlike the elves. Plus, he doesn't have to worry too much about running into monsters. The guy doesn't see their status windows, but he's sure that fully equipped mercenaries will be stronger than a first-level one. A certain god emphasized that the young man is acting like an outsider, and also complains that he did not talk to him indifferently. Speaking informally, when people get closer to someone, is normal. God says to stop acting like they are close. Although he has met people and can only talk to God, but through the use of body language, he was able to learn their names. This big, hairy old man's name is Gary. The guy believes that he is the leader of this group. The man is carrying an outrageously large sword on his back, didn't show the slightest hint of fatigue. Whether he should also get such a weapon to fight big monsters. It's a fantasy pattern anyway. Seeing the man's muscles, the guy didn't know how strong he was. The god snorted back at him. Of course he was nothing compared to God. His blessing, after all. They were just humans. This young guy who took the young man by the shoulder was called Cole. He often laughs. Maybe he is smaller than the man, but he has a very strong body. He has a long ball on each side of his belt. Maybe the guy uses double swords. This is the standard of fantasy. The girl from their team attacking at long distances. She uses a huge steel crossbow, judging by its size. It is not used for fighting with people. She pointed to the guy in the sky. There was smoke. If it is not from a forest fire, then it must be a chimney and something in the house. He finally found a place where people live. God noticed that he was acting like an outsider, but the guy didn't think much of it. God enjoyed watching the brazen outsider. The guy just pretended with people that they got along. He still needs to get out of this forest. Suddenly, monsters ran out of the forest. People were ready to attack, but the guy was afraid. They got into a fighting stance. The hero first saw so many monsters in one place after the incident on the cliff. Maybe it was an ambush. The guys came to attack. The men fought in close combat, and the girl attacked from long distances. From around the corner, another monster jumped out at her. Everyone was afraid for her. She was not ready to repel him. Then our hero defended the girl, repelling the attack. God felt uncomfortable. The guy asked him to understand that a human being is a social being. He really needs their help. At this time, he repelled the attack of another monster, but God did not care. Monsters were accumulating around the first-level hero, killing all the evil spirits. They were finally safe. If not for the guy would have been in big trouble. The three of them stood in front of him, and the girl pointed a crossbow at him. He thought that she was joking because he covered her from the knoll. Well, the girl was humming a song, and shot the guy right in the chest. He fell, fantasy, the young man thought. At the same time, the bandits were saying that they had done a good job, because everything had not gone according to plan because of the dwarves. But they still thought that it was thanks to their surprise attack that they were able to understand how dangerous our main protagonist was. He was shaking so much that they thought she was a weakling. And he also spoiled the whole mood with his chatter in an incomprehensible language. Well, he fights much better than they thought. The bearded man said that they could be in danger. They acted according to the original plan. But it was still a little annoying because there's nothing you can do. Our main character is definitely unlikely to be sold into slavery. While he was lying in the key box, they decided to take away the dagger that he was carrying, even though it was an ordinary one. What I don't understand is that if they can't sell you slavery, they'll get at least some pennies. And anyway, who knows if it turns out to be expensive? The bearded man said that they didn't believe him again, but he had caught a glimpse that the dagger's decoration belonged to the elven royal family, which could mean that it was most likely an elven treasure in front of them. He said that even if it was a high-quality fake, it would still make a lot of money. One of the people stood over our main character. He noticed that our main protagonist does not let go of his dagger from his hands, even when he has passed out. The girl asked to be careful, because it is possible that our main character is still alive. At first, the same blonde guy wanted to cut down our character with his sword, but at the same moment, as soon as he wanted to do this, he noticed the status window. We understand that there are only two conditions under which you can see someone else's status. Either the opponent actually shares, or it can be viewed with special patronage. But the main condition is that the opponent must be alive. It was at this moment that our hero simply took and pierced his opponent. All the bandits knew that they had spent too much effort in the previous battle, but it was at this moment, while not thinking about it, that our main character attacked them again. Another arrow flew past him, which he immediately took out with his hand. He started to approach the woman who shot him. She begged for his life, but our hero was adamant that he would do what he thought. As soon as the opponent was finished, then he put on their costume. It would be incredibly uncomfortable, although this was understandable, because this is a costume for women. As soon as he did, we started to see some god burst out laughing, and someone said that he respected Ace's hobby. Their protagonist started saying that it wasn't a hobby because among those who attacked him, only one woman was similar to him in build, and the rest of the equipment was terribly bulky and heavy. He even wanted to use her crossbow afterwards, which he would save for later. However, even with all this, he realized that he still couldn't figure out the reason why everyone was attacking him. After all, the status flashed for just a second at the end. Although the girl in front of him was not a hero, but she also has the patronage. Surprisingly, in this world, it is very common to get the patronage of a god. It was at this point that some god said it was none of his business, and also asked where he was going now. Our main protagonist realized that it was necessary to go to the village as planned, but the gang paid him in full for the damage. So even if the village does not understand him, then with this money he will definitely get out of it. God began to warn him that it is worth thinking about how he will only get out of it. That I tried to get rid of the title of Asa, but failed. By this time, many students had gathered in one room, and the girl wanted to explain to them what magic is. She started talking about how at first magic didn't exist at all, but many students started interrupting her, saying first that it originates from conquests. Someone said that magic is chemistry. Someone wants to show exactly the best nuclear magic in the fantasy world. But still their headman asked everyone to calm down, for which of course they laughed at her. Because how can you become a great magician just by memorizing the history of magic? Everyone started saying that magic is a talent. You need to have a predisposition to it. But the teacher said that she also did not like the useless theory, because of course it is best if there is talent. Since the talent of magic is very important, it was necessary to explain the origins of magic. Everyone was interested in this information, so the teacher continued saying that magic is the teaching in which talent is most important, as well as innate heritage and knowledge acquired at school determine talent, which is what she asked not to forget. She called herself Athena, an archmage, and as a direct descendant of Xion Archmage, the founder's 12th disciple and third husband, she has both innate heritage and knowledge. She is the one who will train them. If you leave her as a student, they will be able to acquire high potential. The class leader got up and apologized for interrupting her explanation, but she had a question. She asked what to do for those who do not have family ties, as well as educational ones. Can't such a person become a magician? But their teacher said that this is not so important, because they will still start under the guidance of their mentor. Everything will be possible. This is what she will tell you later. At first, she said that a student-mentor connection will be established between them. She recognizes her as the first student of Athena, the Archmage. At the same time, she asked Yubaru to swear to magic, so as soon as she swore, her mentor said that from now on she was worthy of magic. Yubora couldn't believe it, but magic appeared in her status window. The mentor also forgot to say that those who become disciples before others will inherit more talent. Yubora looked at his status window once more and noticed that their disciple-mentor relationship was barely established, and the patronage was already quite high-ranked. Was this the talent that mentor was talking about? Everyone realized that you can't become a mage unless it's from a parent or mentor who has magic, so now Yubora still doesn't understand why talent is so important. So if everything is clear now, then they should move on to the first question. She explained that the founder became the god of magic, and also left patronage, so that descendants and students can easily master magic. That's what calm and safe can be used with the help of patronage. She can use white magic, which is common magic, as well as some black magic, which requires a mandatory talent. In her right hand was the magic that she used with patronage, but in her left was the dark magic that was used without patronage. As soon as she started using it, a servant girl came up to her, telling her that the king himself had strictly forbidden the use of dark magic. Of course, the maid was not happy, so she offered to tell the truth to the queen. As soon as it came to the queen, the mentor began to ask that this definitely did not happen. The prefect asked for forgiveness because she probably shouldn't have asked her mentor to show her dark magic, but she said that at least they understood how dangerous dark magic is. Everyone asked her what it was all about. Was it some kind of evil force? But the princess immediately began to say that dark magic is not something bad at all. It's just that unlike the magical patronage sent by the founder, dark magic is like the magic power of nature itself. After all, to start a fire, you need dry wood. Just now, her left hand only played the role of this wood. While this conversation was calm and slow, our protagonist had already entered one village. He noticed that there were armed people everywhere, but he realized that he should find a place to stay for the night, which is why he noticed an extract with a resting elf. As soon as he took a relaxing hot bath, he realized that money is the best thing there is. Even if they don't understand each other, they can still become friends with everyone. Some god made it clear that he was feeling uncomfortable, but our hero also said that he was also uncomfortable while he was washing, but still asked what the gender of the god who was watching him was. God was even more confused, so our protagonist decided that he thought that a man was following him just to protect his dignity. He made it clear that he feels something bad, but of course he will not say anything to our hero. It was at this moment that he didn't notice that someone was gathering near the door. Of course he didn't understand a word, but we can understand that someone wanted to deal with him. The hero skill allowed you to automatically translate the language that was hostile or understandable to him, and also significantly reduce the experience points that would be obtained during hunting and achievements. This might indicate that the person standing outside the door wasn't a human at all, but a hostile race. Isn't this some gnoll or demon? Of course, some god was still watching them closely, so our protagonist decided to ask them to enter his door, while hiding his dagger behind him. He was wondering what kind of monster would appear at all. It didn't matter, he knew, whether the race was friendly or hostile. He understood that elves, humans, and gnolls all posed the same threat to him. Whether it was that he could have a constructive dialogue with him one way or another. As soon as he came in, our hero asked him why he came, but the man who came in told him not to be afraid, because he is the headman of this village. He was informed that some person who does not speak their language has arrived, so he decided to check. Our main protagonist noticed that someone who looked like an ordinary person was standing in front of him. Did he really use a disguise? But he was too young for the headman. But of course, at that moment, the same man called the name of our hero, which made it clear that he also sees the window status. It's not very pleasant when personal data is in the palm of your hand. The man said that it would be better for Tom to hide his status window. Although it is the owners of patronage surveillance like him, it will not work. The man noticed that our main character didn't really know anything, and he already decided that some elf had entered their village, but it turned out to be just some redneck. Of course, our main character was interested. Is that old man really disappointed? Well, the man replied that it was too obvious, because this village and the elves are connected by an evil horn, who decided to return home because of the greed of the elves. The gnolls even reached human lands. Many people lost their families, and the village became a stronghold for those who gathered together, which is why there were so many mercenaries. Now only a few people remember the power of that hatred. As soon as this speech was finished, one of the gods gave a very tortured look, but the man continued, saying that most of the people were youngsters who came from the city to gain experience, and he even wanted to ask one question before leaving. He said that it had been quite some time, so why hadn't the drug added to his dinner worked yet? As soon as this was said, our main character abruptly took out his dagger and pointed it at the person who was standing in front of him. Here the man replied that they are bad, but the dagger of our character just took and stopped his dagger, while not even wanting it. The man began to talk about how the vile elves have a high resistance to drugs. This magic was invented just for this case. He asked to give up, because the invisible rope cannot be dispelled by some kind of immunity to the substance. The man said that this is not his fault. You just need to consider that he was unlucky. Of course, some god reproached our main programmer for warning him in advance, but of course there was nothing to be done, because those people were angry with the gnolls, because it looked like the gnolls destroyed their families and took away their homeland. But he knows that the gnolls are also victims. Like them, the real culprits are those who started the conflict by taking their lands from the gnolls. The men kept saying that the vile elves were to blame for everything. Bortov was the real enemy. He even asked to look at his status. It was a retribution to someone who claimed the truth for himself. As soon as our hero looked at his status window, he noticed that there was a curse called elf hanging on that person. Instead, if he became an enemy of the elves, their lives and youth would be shortened, and all the Uronic insults received from the elves would be greatly increased. Our main character asked, after all, is this curse the work of the goddess? But the man replied that it was the hatred of all the elves he had killed. It was like an honorable scar for him. Of course, our main character began to tell him that he was not one of the elves that he despised so much. He understood that it seems that not only an unscrupulous goddess can cast a curse, everyone has their own conditions for receiving it. He said that it is not necessary to say so after a man has kidnapped innocent. It was at this point that the man pointed his dagger at him, saying that I wasn't going to tell him so much. But looking at his dagger, I changed my mind. Where did he get it anyway? Our hero realized that the same dagger, the blue moon meat cutter, he got from the gnoll. But now he is not so stupid as to lay out everything, because first he must survive. She, as the main protagonist, began to talk about how he killed an elf, who unexpectedly shot him with a bow, and then took the dagger. They and the elder definitely consider the elves to be enemies. The headman began to talk about how with such abilities as our main character had, it was definitely impossible to kill an elf of royal blood, which put in our hero's dead end. Now old age definitely did not want to kill him, but there was no need to spare him, because he saw his status, and he is a magician who does not have magical patronage. Our boss didn't say that he was an Asa, and there's definitely no one around to explain the rules of this world to him. He put his hand right up to his face, and he liked the word, even though he wouldn't be able to do it again, even as a lone wolf. As soon as this sentence was said, some god began to pray for the repose of Asa. The prefect lit many of them, and let loose one of the chains from which the elf had fallen. He stepped on these with his foot and said that he was a dark magician, and that he should stand as a victim, which will increase his lifespan, even if he was struck down by the curse of the elves. But he can resist it as much as he wants, increasing his lifespan with the help of a sacrifice. As a thank you for killing a royal elf, he will sacrifice it painlessly in a special way. Well, is this really what our main character should say thank you for? Is he really supposed to be grateful? Of course, at least one nasty god had thrown him away like a worn-out shoe, but it wasn't so bad because so far he was capable of talking. At the same time he turned to old age, he said that they were not going to beg for mercy. He wanted to say something completely different. The headman realized that he couldn't ignore the dying man's last will, but he also noticed that the elves were making a noise, and it was at this moment that he started beating them with his canvas. As soon as ILIB subsided, the headman again turned to our main character. And in turn, he understood that the headman's behavior was out of bounds. Did he really do it on purpose so that he could see if he really wanted to admit that he was right in his actions? Our main protagonist started saying that it must be difficult to follow paths that no one recognizes. The headman was glad, for did the man who called himself Asa, the lone wolf who roamed the wasteland, understand him? Was he an Asa too? Our hero thought about it, which most likely also happened, but some god confidently declared that this was not so. But did our main character manage to evoke a sense of kinship in the headman? The headman began to say that he liked our main character, but as an Asa, he should continue to stay alone. It was a very strange logic because first he was going to kill him in the name of persuasion, and now in order to remain a loner. Some god was laughing a lot at this moment, and our hero was annoyed by all this. The headman started shouting that it was a really happy day, because he finally met someone who could appreciate it in a grandiose plan. He even asked our protagonist to follow him closely. The first thing he did was go up to a boy, telling him that he had been feeling pretty bad lately. The elf muttered something to him in his own language, but the elder said that everything does not happen, because his female must survive to entertain him, he immediately released the chain down and said that it was time to start. He began to cast a spell, with which he took the life force of this elf. He told the elf to confirm the transfer of his life forces, because if he did, he would send his female right after him, because he probably already understood the price for refusing it. Of course, the elf understood the hint that at the same moment he agreed, the contract was concluded. A certain glow appeared. Did the headman really look younger thanks to the years taken away from the elf? Well, as soon as our main character looked at him, he realized that he hadn't changed a bit. The headman, who was walking away from the desiccated corpse of an elf, said that the magic soared up, and the fact that he did not look any younger makes it clear to everyone that he is not a human. He does not sacrifice elves in order to increase the life expectancy. Whether our main character can even imagine how many lives of elves and travelers he took during his stay in the village, the curse of the elves is not even worth paying attention to. The headman started talking about how he not only subdued the curse, but also managed to defeat it. It was worthy of praise, although he chose the wrong way, because being a human, as soon as he received the curse, he immediately aged and fell ill. Then at one point a wandering magician stopped in the village and offered him one experiment. We can understand that this is not just a prefect, but a gnoll. The headman started shouting that it was just great, because the union of 2 times imbued with hatred for the elf were united in one wise person, who was just incredibly hardy. He said that this would be enough, because his dark magic has no equal. He hunts the elves with their own forces. Isn't this the best revenge? Our main character wanted to say that he is not an L, but the headman already said that you should not fill your head with trifles. He touched his shoulder and said that he opened the world of Asa to him and he was finally able to realize his essence. He is a true Asa, a lone gnoll, plowing the wasteland. He will be able to forget our protagonist. And as a thank you, he will spend his life carefully. Our hero asked, after all, does this really mean that the headman will kill him? But the headman was even glad of this, because he is an Asa. It was this moment that taught our main protagonist that true outsiders are truly dangerous, and it was definitely a fateful moment. At the same time, we are again transported to Princess Athena, the Archmage, who is called a genius in the magical kingdom of Archmages. She had a passion for hard-working people. But the title of princess took up her time. But thanks to her amazing talent, she did not need to make an effort. Is that the only reason? At the same time, the headman began to talk about what the princess herself said, that for magic to materialize, you just need to imagine. But if there is any other effective formula, the princess just lit up, because in the form of how Eubora continues to try, even after explaining that magic is determined by legacies and educational connections. It was for this reason that the prefect became her first disciple. The princess said that this was a great question, because in order to strengthen your strength, you just need to imitate the magic of your mentor or your parents. But just talking about other ways, at this moment, she also showed a small bunny made of ice, thanks to a part of the ability inherited from the ancestors with the help of the royal family's patronage. Diana could control outstanding fire magic, but just the opposite was true. This ice magic belonged to the princess. She even invited everyone to try it. Well, of course, nothing came of the students, and the princess realized that most likely it was because she was a bad teacher, because when she became more skilled, her first student would also be able to easily repeat everything. Eubora bowed to her and thanked her for her help. But at the same time, another student asked what to do to people who do not have patronage, because many people wanted to get it. All this is unfair. It was at this moment that the princess said that it is necessary to decide which of the heroes will become her second student. Many people started to put forward their candidacy, so the heroes united and collectively begged the princess. But she destroyed all this with one phrase and also pushed their foreheads with each other. She said, "Report back as soon as you are decided." The headman asked, "Didn't the princess do all this on purpose?" But the princess pretended that she didn't understand anything, so suggested that they start the next lesson. She decided to go back to the moment when she showed them the ice rabbit. Individual magic can be mastered through multiple trials, errors, and endless training, just like dark magic. But the princess was a little silent because dark magic is different from light magic. It is impossible to master it alone by trying, because dark magic always requires sacrifices during use. We are again transported to the very headman who continues to tell our protagonist that his life will be passed on to him. Our main character asked, after all, does dark magic require consent from its victims? The headman replied that if the body was physically bound, then it still did not belong to anyone. So at the same time, he asked to stop talking and transfer all the vital energy to him. Our main character raised that I myself will not do anything. Then the truth will die. You need at least something was to come up. He at the same time asked to wait and said that he had a request. He said that before he met death with dignity, he would like to see Misa one last time. He thought about how the mission was like me playing with a huge crossbow. But why would he want to meet him? Our main protagonist said that he was her lover, which caused an incredible anger to all the headman, because everything that happens with the village is in his palm. And isn't Misa dating Call? Our hero realized that it was time to act. He said that Call is her ex. Even so, the headman continued to say that he still didn't believe it, so our hero told him to smell it and immediately understand everything. The headman, as soon as I sniffed it, I realized that it was undoubtedly Misa's smell. It wouldn't have come from his whole body if they weren't lovers, but at the same time the headman said that he couldn't fulfill his request, because if Misa disappeared, then Jerry and Call would start something, then suspect. All this information incredibly hurt our hero, because the headman even thought about eliminating Misa as an apology for their meeting. This made it clear that he was creepy and amazing. So the headman asked if our protagonist had any other requests. Then he immediately asked to be released until he could meet Misa. Of course, the headman thought about it, but still offered a deal. He said that if our main character survives, then so be it. He will meet with his beloved. The deal was done. Our hero began to lose all his strength. It was so painful that you could have died. But at this point, our hero said that there would be difficulties after the deal because Misa left first, which means that the deal will not take place. At the same time, our main character attacked the headman, hitting him right in the face. Our main protagonist was not very happy with the words of the headman, and he promised to send him to the next world without pain, but in fact thought that he would go crazy. It was so painful that even a childhood friend would turn into an enemy. But the headman was more surprised by the other. How was our main character alive at all? Sure enough, the paralyzing magic had finally dissipated, and Ace's patronage had even reduced his lifespan, which made the headman very upset, because there was a boy who had almost lost his life standing in front of him. Of course, our hero asked not to forget about the promise, because he said that he would let him go if he survived. It was time to fulfill the promises, so that at the same time he looked at those elves who were sitting in the corner. He cut the chains of one of the elves and said that now he had a witness, and she was too weak to walk, so there was nothing he could do. So he just took her on his shoulders and carried her to the door, so fast that the headman would have to keep his promise. The elders won't be able to touch him until he meets Misa, but it's just impossible to meet someone who's already dead. The headman began to get very angry because the promise simply does not make sense. At the same time, he used a strange magic that bound the legs of our protagonist. The headman said that he would have to give up the idea of killing him painlessly. Well, of course, our hero was confident in his abilities. He said that the old man would not succeed, because it was at this moment that he began to bleed from his mouth. His strength gradually began to leave him. He could not understand what was happening to him, because since he was subjected to dark magic, our hero seems to have opened his eyes to new sensations. The headman was saying that if no one has been able to tell you before, is there really some vampire with an unlimited lifespan standing in front of him, who is actually standing in front of him? Of course, she is the main protagonist, understood that his god asked him not to act like a mystery. So he said that he was the apostle of Asa, which was very embarrassing for that very god. The main character even thought that if he was on the side of a level 13 elder, he would get an incredible amount of points. But at the same time, he decided that it was time to focus on escaping. But of course, something went wrong. The headman's body was controlled by the very wolf that was in his stomach. He attacked on our protagonist, wounding him in the stomach. The realm said that this power is called null swordsmanship. He made it for hunting elves, but because of our hero, we had to use it right now. But as soon as the headman looked at our protagonist, it is noticeable that the fatal wound that he inflicted on him simply disappeared. Because did the headman just take and use up all his strength? He wanted to run, but he couldn't even open the door, because he was stopped by that elf girl. It was at this moment that he was killed thanks to the dagger of our main character. At first, he wounded him only in one head, then started aiming at the wolf part. He wished him well, and God knew that this was extremely not sad. It is at this point that we can notice that all the elves have already been released. He first released, and then called the villagers. Even the self-protection squad came running and settled the situation. It was possible to say that the matter was resolved, but at one point the elves said something, so our hero was chased again. Once again, he cursed this shitty fantasy world. At this moment, a childish quarrel broke out over the student's place, but with the appearance of a crowd of mages ready to become mentors, The situation was quickly resolved. Mentor of the hero, it was countless magicians who wanted to get this title, and the princess said that for magic, you need to embody images in your head. Concentration was very important. Many students asked, where in general would it be possible to apply mathematics? Of course, the princess understood that it was kind of a science that merchants mostly learned, but she said that 2 subjects would make them stronger than 1 magic, although this will reduce efficiency. The student began to talk about what he had asked and the mathematical knowledge that was needed for magic, calculations that would simplify everything. Well, no. After all, they used addition or subtraction to create a flame, because they were only able to use it, thanks to a mentor who masterfully creates flames. The student could not understand that this was possible, so he thought that he could easily become a great magician thanks to his knowledge. But another mentor began to say that the princess explained something incorrectly. Mathematically, knowledge is actually used in magic, because if the princess gave the example of a flame, then he will continue explanation. Since the princess only learned theory, she may not know that they have implemented mathematical knowledge to improve the effectiveness of magic. A certain person began to let some sphere go up, and the thought continued. They said that since they need to avoid unnecessary waste of spiritual power in war, in order to use plans at a distance, the degree of angle is important for them. And not only that, because you need to choose the right direction and win strength. At the same time, he turned to one of the students and said that this was probably what he was asking. The second mentor said that he wanted to help a little, because practical field magic would be a lesson for the princess, which of course upset her. Many, under the guidance of outstanding mentors, learned magic with incredible speed. Some cosmic body continued to look at the young scientists with a smile, and some hot-tempered demonic spirit spied underwear. At this moment, all the gods were watching it. Sure enough, the elves who were released were all discussing how they were imprisoned, their wounds still being patched up. In front of us was Espresso, the personal servant of the elf princess. Medicines can only ease the pain. Only a miracle saint can heal their body. But there is only one noble saint in the world, and she will not send a miracle to an ordinary elf who is not even part of the royal family. A certain elf girl came out of the door and told the assistant not to be upset, because they will definitely understand this person, because the one who committed this is the headman Crimson. But they still do not know if the villagers are his accomplices. She was determined that when it comes to the homeland, it is before it was at this moment that a pink-haired girl knocked on her door. She said that the mercenaries had missed him, but Espresso said that she didn't care, because what did the Princess Dagger do in his hands? Do they really want to be deceived again? She shouted, about that people are animals that just can't be trusted. As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Cerebret, who was on her last legs, walked into the room. Cerebret is an elf from the royal family who uses the name in the ancient language meaning sacred son. Although she belongs to the sideline, but because of the limitless supply of life, she became a toy that the headman especially treasured, and it was because of this that she was locked up in the dungeon for the longest time. Everyone wanted to calm her down, because as soon as it was over, they would report everything to their country. But Cerebret said that nothing should end, because the person who saved her could have escaped alone, but still freed her. Espresso said that Toot was just looking for her eternal life, but at the same time, Cerebret asked if anyone knew that their children used a dark magic contract. Kang Hansoo, on the other hand, took advantage of a breach of contract. If the terms of the dark magic contract were violated, then they would have to pay a price equal to what they received. The headman simply didn't take Hansoo's lifespan seriously, which caused him to destroy himself. Cerebret remembered Espresso while it was still just sweltering around the royal palace. But now this image is in the past. This is what that girl felt. She said that she would go in search of that person. She'd been told not to do that to her fortune, but Silver only asked me to call her Elder when they met again, a stupid nickname for an old man who lost his temper quickly. We can see that this conversation was observed by God, who left the room peacefully, and then went in search of our protagonist, who was lying somewhere in the bushes. Of course, we are again transported to some strange room. Many knights are asked to pass heroes who want to become swordsmen forward. They got to the castle, but for some reason the tea party started there. After all, shouldn't they just be swinging wooden swords in the training hall? Why are they even in the banquet hall? Once they were all seated at the table, the young prince first talked about how they should drink a cup of tea for those who decided to become a swordsman. Many people realized that the barbaric training in their fantasies was not the art of swordsmanship at all. He could even give an example to make it easier for them to understand. He immediately called the commander and asked him for sparring. She said that she would first show swordsmanship in their performance, and also asked the commander to seal the art of swordsmanship. At the same moment, both of them clashed in a fight. The students thought that this was fencing, so at one point the prince's sword was knocked out of his hands. So now they will show the real art of fencing, which everyone will have to learn. He warned the commander that now you need to fight with full strength. Everyone got ready, their swords began to glow, but at the same time, as soon as their swords clashed, the commander's sword just took and just broke. He admitted defeat. No one could believe what had happened at all, so the prince explained that the power that would disarm the enemy with a single blow was called the art of swordsmanship. If he just imitates him, it's not like the Demon King's disciples. Even the armored cavalry won't be able to win. The students noticed that the prince relied on efficiency, so the prince said that since they understood, they would now be taught the real art of swordsmanship. He asked all of them to drink the tea that was in front of them, and did not notice that it tasted strange. So the principal admitted that in order to master the art of swordsmanship, then you need the protection of a warrior. This elixir will quickly and safely help you understand it. They will all have to get used to its taste. As soon as everyone finished this cup, the principal asked everyone to eat cookies, as well as pour more for those who had already finished. Many gods watched this, but our hero at this time continued to make his way through the forest. There weren't any knolls to soften his fall this time, but luckily there was a forest under the cliff. Back in the village, he was picked up by mercenaries, and if he hadn't bribed the guard to keep your mouth shut, you'd have been captured by now, too. The gnolls immediately noticed that there was meat sitting on the tree. They started shouting about it. It all seemed incredibly touching for our body. Because the ironic thing was that the gnolls instilled more confidence in him than humans or elves. So at the same time, he wanted to test their strength. By jumping down on their heads and dealing with them, he defeated them incredibly quickly. He realized that his body must have become much more agile. What was the reason, after all? Did he really level up? He noticed that they were one of his characteristics, except share does not grow, he asked God. But she just laughed. She gave him some advice, which was that the higher the score, the better. He knew that at first this god was sharing useful information with him, and now nothing can be obtained from him. So at the same time, he approached the gnoll and said that it was better to answer his question, because now he is madly angry with the damn elves. As soon as that word was spoken, the gnoll's spirits rose. The answer he was looking for, gnoll swordsmanship, quickening hands. How do they even use it? Of course, he knew that he was too weak, but even if he reached the second level, it would still be too difficult to take revenge. Even imitating the swordsmanship that only gnolls can use is already very good. At the very least, it will become stronger than it is now. Of course, he could not find any detailed information from this dog, because all that was repeated here was the word meat, no matter what our hero asked, no matter what elves he talked about. But there was too little information, because one way or another you need to explore the gnoll ecosystem for unhindered revenge. Although magic needs talent, if they have the time and money, anyone can learn swordsmanship. In addition, the art of swordsmanship, the prince did not have time to finish, as the hero Choi Kang-min asked for another cup. Well, he should stop drinking as the effectiveness decreases. He thinks that he should get stronger, faster, stronger, because he is different from everyone else. The prince says that he will get better if he cleans his mouth with honey tea. Consistency is very important. 1 cup a day to 2, it's okay if he is greedy. He listened to the prince and said that he would try it. However, a blessing is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. Just like a child can't turn into an adult overnight. There are individual differences, but if they maintain their determination, I can reach my goal in less than a year. The guy didn't understand why it took so long, why even after a year. He has received a blessing, a fighting spirit. The longer he fights, the stronger and more powerful he becomes. The effect will be reset as soon as he is defeated, or his will to fight is broken. A certain god of war with a handful says it's unimaginable. Another god of martial arts snorts. The prince congratulated the boy on receiving the blessing of the god of war, and he has high hopes for him. First of all, it will teach students to hide their status window. Meanwhile, in the forest, it had been a few days since the youth had started following a certain gnoll to observe the power of meat. He was eating some boar, but then he attacked the guy. This creature tried to hunt him every time when he had a chance, although he was never even close to success. The guy kicked him with his foot. The creature flew away. Oddly enough, he was too weak. One of these monsters said that a gnoll that does its job well takes the elf's hair. He wanted to check this information with the creature. Once I caught 2 elves, how did it happen that he is so weak? The monster replied that it is unfair, but he does not see anything, only knows that the meat of the first level, weak meat, the guy hit him. Maybe he knows it instinctively. In addition to the characteristics of the gnoll, he studies various pieces of information. He knew the location of the village from which the elves who ambushed him came, and even confirmed that the past that the leader spoke about was not an illusion, but a reality. The monster ate the rabbit. It was an elven bad meat, and he could clearly see the changes in the creature's body whenever it ate something. The strength in its stomach started to grow. It was much easier compared to the old one who used black magic to steal life force, even though the efficiency was much lower. Now the monster was full. It felt good, but it needed more meat, and it decided to pounce on the guy again. He thanked him, because thanks to him, he was able to find out why it was called the power of meat. Unmistakably, he repelled the monster's attack. But I didn't understand why the guy is so strong, but they were together for a short time. It was very useful for the young man thanks to him fang broken arrow. The creature asked if he was a gnoll, and the boy said he was a human. A certain power appeared in his hand, something like a chemical reaction that occurs due to the strong emotion and greed of monsters, the desire to maintain a sense of satiety. Moreover, he does not think that anyone will be able to use it. A certain god is puzzled by the outsider's changes. He says it's the power of meat. If the guy didn't have an outsider's blessing, wouldn't he have died the moment he used the power from depleted life energy? It seems like monsters always fill him with meat. The outsider's blessing resets before he runs out of strength, and does so every time he runs out, so there is an endless cycle. God tells him that he is behaving very childishly. The guy on the run defeats several monsters. Initially, he had to use his smartphone under the covers, despite the fact that he became stronger, no less unhappy. Yet here he is, with this dreadful dagger, wandering through a forest full of man-eating monsters. God showed him the way. He thanked him. Should the guy go through to punish these fantastic barbarians with the power of fantasy? He's going to sneak in unnoticed, but the security is better than he expected. It's good that he memorized the map of the village beforehand. God is calling him to go now and insists on it. Why would he suddenly try to be useful to God? He really doesn't understand what's on his mind. But his instincts say the same thing. This was his chance to get there. He caught his dagger on the wall and jumped over it. There was no one on guard. Lucky. God tells him to be grateful. He, of course, thanked, and went on, waiting for the guard. He killed the guard with his dagger, a little bitterly, but does not feel the difference between killing a person and a monster. These people might have people who would pay for their deaths, but he also has a family. Because of them guys, he almost died and might not see them again. Won't let them stand in his way anymore. The god was looking at him defiantly. He had dealt with a couple more guards. If so many people had died, didn't anyone notice? It was too quiet at that time. His infiltration of the court was fascinating, but he only saw mercenaries. When he went out on the elves and humans need a bathroom. Where are the elves then? The god looked at the guy from high up and mocked his slow realization. The guy asked not to be mean to him. In the distance, he saw elves and two people with bags on their heads. It was an interesting turn of events, sneaking into the girl's room. The men covered her mouth with their hands and put a bag on her head. One of them she bit while he was gagging her. They led the girl out of the room with her hands tied, as it was time to go. The girl realized that this was the basement of old age. Karamzin believed that they were ignorant, but they turned a blind eye because they wanted to protect their new way of life. The girl assumed that this voice of that healer was their retribution for allowing their dear friend to fight alone. One guy heard it in the cafeteria. Maybe these elves are against humans. If you let them live, they will take their family and homes back. The man told the others to stay inside, as there was something going on in the village and the mercenaries shouldn't come out either. A girl with blue eyes said it was time to start, named Karamzin, their fallen comrade. They had killed everyone they had abducted. Now there was only one left. It was a girl tied up and sitting on a chair. They didn't know what to do. Wasn't their goal to kill her in the same way as their others? The guy caught her trying to leave the village, but she's pretty high up in the hierarchy. They don't know how to pay her back. The girl understands how they feel, but killing their savior in order to protect their secret infuriates her. The guy told her that if the elder kept it a secret, they would let her go. Did he believe that the threat-based agreement would be fulfilled? The other girl didn't understand why she would go so far, even if she didn't lie. She would be able to escape. She said that elves don't lie to save their lives. Well, then they have no choice. They will do it. It's as painless as possible. The guy pointed a sword at her. The girl was ready to accept death, but something went wrong. Our hero killed those who tried to kill her. They seem to have met again, but first he wonders if he should take care of the rest of the attackers, since he planned to kill them all, whether they were elves or villagers. He took out most of them. It was easier than he expected. And it was a good idea to start with a tough guy. There was a girl tied up on the chair. He didn't understand what she was saying. Her name was Celebliss, level 12. and the blessings of Tamar A, life C, pure legacy B. The guy hadn't seen this before. Maybe she was showing it on purpose. He only had one blessing, but she had three, as well as high ranks. The girl has been trained as an animal tamer. The abilities of the animals she has tamed are slightly improved, and the probability of getting careful animals increases significantly. This blessing is necessary for training, but even it is useless without the animals themselves. In any case, if only one reason to open his status window. Perhaps he feels nothing because of the blessing of an outsider. God feels very uncomfortable and emphasizes that the guy is an outsider. He remembers that if he does not remain an outsider, he will receive punishment. The girl turned out to be a very lucky elf, despite the fact that he wanted to kill everyone, because she experienced the same thing as him. In order to survive, he would not kill her. The young man told his name to the locals of this world, although it was in vain. If he killed all the elves that are here, he will be like those people. The girl got up from the chair and fell right into the hands of the guy. This annoys him. She said his name. He was very surprised. They came out of this house. So many people had already died. Why was it so quiet then? The guy asks God what the reason might be, but he doesn't say anything because he's not in the mood to talk. He needs to get rid of Elfika so that the god doesn't get angry, but he can't trust anyone in this village, and the forest is full of gnolls. He grabbed the girl and began to get out of the village. The girl pointed up to him. A huge phoenix bird flew above them. Even if he is fine thanks to his teacher's blessing, this fragile elf might burn. The girl asked her to let him go if she wanted him to leave her and run away, as she considers herself a burden. The girl approached this bird. Thanks to the blessing of the tamer, they became partners. The girl turned to the guy, came up and kissed him. The guy was amazed, and God was shocked by the unexpected situation. The girl just smiled in response. The bird began to circle around them, picked up the girl, and disappeared into the sky. God stressed that the outsider's crime is obvious, and he passes sentence on him. The guy asks him to stop because he is also upset because of this. This is his first time. He cannot believe that she paid for his generosity with sexual harassment. Not only a curse appeared in his table, but other blessings, also a high-ranking employee. God looked at all this with suspicion and felt uncomfortable. In life everything happens, the guy answered him. God continued to feel more uncomfortable. His elf blessing says that whoever has been identified as an elf's friend will have their lifespan and youth increased, and all effects and favorable comments received from the elf will be greatly enhanced. Lifespan and youth are similar to an outsider's blessing, but if he uses them together, the lifespan that he can expend with the strength of meat will increase. God grumbled that the guy is too joyful. The reason for his joy is due to the fact that his paths with this elf diverged. This made a certain god very happy. Should they try to go much further this time? The guy sneaked up behind one of the monsters and killed him, asking him to look at their house. Meanwhile, it's been 3 days since they arrived at the school. Starting from this day, after meditating, they will level up on the hunt. They don't have to worry too much. For their first hunt, the Night Order will gather monsters here. For mages, blessings are absolutely essential, and when their bloodline rank and levels rise through hunting, their abilities will also increase. The guys are happy to hunt in the fantasy style, and the girls have heard that the skin improves when the level increases, and the figure too. The boy saw the slug and was very scared. The prince shouted for everyone to stop, as it is a useful creature that does not harm people. Slugs eat absolutely everything from dirt to garbage, not missing insects and corpses. Thanks to this, the number of infectious diseases in the area is reduced. They should never attack the slime. Even if they are heroes, they will be judged. Normally, second-level goblins would be perfect for them, but today, their target is a 4th-level gnoll. The guys were scared, because they are only the 1st level. Wouldn't it be dangerous? But don't worry, the saint is on their side. Even if they die, they will be resurrected. With the people they had gathered here today, they would be able to deal with even level 6 orcs as long as their luck didn't run out, and it didn't come to death. Gnolls ran out of the forest and began to attack the students. The boys ran forward to attack the bend, immediately wounded one of them right in the eye, broke the other's arm and wounded the others. Then we decided to join the battle, but not to. Something did not work out. When almost everyone was injured, the prince joined the battle and killed all the monsters. The saint appeared and praised the prince. He really worked hard to teach the children. There must be a reason why God chose them as heroes and sent them to this earth. One male god asks if there really was a reason. Another god sends a question mark. 3. The innocent goddess is puzzled, and the vicious god shrugs. The saint resurrected the wounded students. The great heroes must fight to the last breath. After each death, she is forced to resurrect them. Choi Kang-min thanked a friend for buying time to deal a devastating blow to one of the monsters. A god praised him for his quick wit. Another god criticized someone for being cheap. The guy had reached the second level. Thanks to the new blessing, the hunt wasn't that difficult. Acceleration gave it an incredibly high speed at a critical moment, but long-term use resulted in a long recovery time. Leadership allowed him to gain an increase in abilities by controlling the group. The more reckless the orders, the stronger the effect became. His classmates were very useful. The girl who had the gift of charm enchanted two guys who were able to fight the monster while protecting their goddess. Thanks to them, she was able to reach the second level. The other girls were unhappy with her blessing. A certain innocent goddess was staring at her intently. The girl was afraid of another punishment and tried to prove that it was not illegal treatment, but a certain bold god of beauty easily smiled, looking at her. She received another blessing, the color of beauty. Beauty is both relative and subjective, but she is an exception. The guys were willing to protect her since it was the men's job. The others didn't understand what was going on. They promised to help Kang Min later. They were friends. Then he approached this girl and said that he wanted to hunt together, and she agreed to help. A certain god walks around popcorn. Another god of beauty looks on in a sexy pose. Another god of war is excited to talk about universal death, and another certain god of water looks with pity at a loner. The girl is attacked by a monster. She is left all alone. One of the gods pushes popcorn forward, and the god of war refuses to look as if he is not in the mood. The girl does not despair and is confident that she can. She charged the attack in her hand and repelled the monster's attack, defeating it. Then she was able to reach the second level. She may not be the best, but this is just the beginning. The gods have calmed down and are rooting for her. She has received a new weapon blessing, and her body will be a powerful weapon in all situations. All the weapons she possesses will be restored just like her body. Another monster tried to get close to her, but she was able to repel it with a light movement of her hand. The weapon was like a feather for her. Thanks to the blessing, the girl was able to kill several monsters and reached level 3. The gods watch with interest. The wind god cheers them on with a cool breeze, and a certain patient god takes his place. The guy in the forest was dealing with several dozen monsters on his own, God asking if he was curious to know how many he had killed. The young man was not very interested. He already remembers that he killed at least several thousand. He checked his status window again and again while fighting. Another curse has appeared in him, but there is a more serious problem. Now he is sure that he will not be able to level up. A certain god was restless, but it's okay. The hero knew that the curse of this evil goddess would hinder his development. Did not expect that so much. His level did not grow at all. The god looked at a distant galaxy and said that there were quite a lot of stars there. The guy was surprised because he thought that he would start to bully him again. But a certain god struggled to look away. His bloodshed curse said that the friendly races would be a little afraid of him and find him terrifying. The chances of them being opposed by his violent action would increase significantly. It really forced him to become an outsider. God was very happy about that. The guy saw a gold bracelet on the monster's wrist. He tried not to paint too much because he is sure that all this is either from humans or from elves. And since he cannot understand the level, his only way to become stronger is money. While he was collecting everything on it, another pack of monsters ran out. He was surprised that there were still gnolls here. They seem to have come here with a plan. He thinks that having a numerical advantage isn't enough. It also looks like they've eaten a ton of meat. The guy is very happy that such good teachers came to personally find his monsters, increase the cost of attacking him. Thanks to them, he found out how to use the power of meat effectively. No matter how many people they call, it will always be insufficient. He used bloodshed. The hero was able to collect a ton of gold, although language is still a problem. If he can't sell all these items for their true price, they are no better than stones. He needed an interpreter. Whether there was a smart monster that could transform into a human, whether dwarves could be trusted at all, and how badly they lied. A man with horns came out of the forest. He drew attention to the first level of heroes, and asked where the one who took care of all these monsters went. The guy clung to this man. He finally caught one. He looked like a pretty smart and handsome gnoll in human form. The guy asked what the man's name was. He doesn't know what kind of person he is, but he thinks they might become friends. It was a demon, not a gnoll, and he thought that demons were very powerful humanoids. The kidnapper said that the goal of the heroes is to lead the demons, defeat the great demon lord. If even the gods are forced to ask for the help of otherworlders, then the demons must be powerful. But this guy doesn't look like that. The demon shouted at him that to touch a nerve at a meeting and demand to become friends. Not really. The belief that all demons are strong is just a prejudice. The guy apologized to him. He asked the demon not to cry because he makes him look like a bad guy. The demon replied that it was just that he was abnormally strong for the first level. Because of his blessing, he is. The demon didn't believe him. How could he lie openly with more curses than blessings? The hero asked how he could see it. The demon had the blessing of observation. He also has another one that allows you to look at the status windows of others, and then asked how long the guy will hold him by the scruff of the neck. He denied it and said it was just a show of friendship, but it sounded like he would wring the demon's neck if it didn't become his friend. Diamond was quite smart and different from the monsters. He was a black magician, and if the hero can't learn black magic, then he's a complete dumbass. Now he was training, left his homeland because of his marriage. Don't compare him to humans. Long before the guy was born, he was already at the right age for marriage. God insisted that he should learn more about this demon's life. The young man began to ask him once why the idiot has not yet married, whether it will be sad for him to die an unmarried virgin. The demon explained that the stronger the demon, the more partners he can have, and he, being a weakling, ran away, because he did not want to become the 243 husband of an old demoness. The young man sympathized with him. Then he asked how he even walks, because the demon used a large amount of paralyzing poison. Such a volume will stop even an elf with strong natural resistance. Why is a person of the first level so immune? The hero was very angry with the demon for using it, because he reminded him of such an invigorating occasion. The guy tried to charge the attack, but for some reason, the monster destroyed the binding attack very easily when he asked that he was connected to the headman. He was well aware of how many prefects he had met in his life, and he talked about a prefect with a gnoll's head on his chest. The demon said that he was a man on the verge of death, and his story was a fairy tale that could make anyone cry, so he saved him from the elf's curse. The guy realized that the magician who helped this rotten monster was him, and was very angry. Meanwhile, at school, unfortunately, the rest of the heroes stopped training and returned to the temple, the saint said. Now the funds will be invested in other heroes. With an average of 3 levels per day alone, this is an unprecedented rate of increase. As expected from the hope of humanity, they are all truly amazing, although only the blessing of the hero was surprising. A rider came rushing to the prince. He had a report. They were able to surround a gnoll that was in the process of being eaten. This gnoll was level 5. The saint and the prince thought about it, because the 3 heroes were also most likely at the 5th level. Their growth is definitely very fast. Since this is a rare opportunity, they think it will be a great experience for them. Sneaking up with the students to a monster that didn't notice them, he told them that he might look stupid. But this gnoll is not so simple. It can fall on someone who is much stronger, so you need to be careful. The princess said that a well-fed monster can even use black magic. You need to be vigilant when it has eyes they light up red. The monster turned on them. The princess apologized, because they were discovered because of her. The students were afraid, and the prince and princess stayed behind. The guy supported everyone, and said that there is no need to be afraid, if only to gain time. He should be slower than the previous ones, since there are more of them. First, they should avoid his attacks, the guy explained while the monster attacked him. He maimed many. The girl tried to use her blessing of weapons, but it did not help. The monster threw her back. The monster approached the half-dead Bora and the girl with the blessing of charm. They called for help. The girl had no choice but to use her ability. At first it seemed to work, but the monster still attacked her. Then the prince saved them. Turning around, he saw a full battle of students. These heroes fought hard against a strong opponent. May the blessing of the gods come to them. Meanwhile, in the forest, the boy was swinging the demon around like a branch. If he didn't want to die, then he had to listen carefully. Thanks to his services to that headman, he almost died. There was a choice. Either he would kill the demon, or the demon would decide to help him. It was already too much in the city closest to them. There was a terrifying saint. He can't die without getting married. He asked what the guy thought about the second closest city. He would gladly take him there. The guy agreed. He also doesn't want to go to the city where the goddess Alaki lives. There are knights guarding the entrance for 2 days, so they will have to go around. His identity will just be checked, but this is dangerous for the demon. In this case, nothing can be done, because he would suffer because of the language barrier. There was no god to have fun. Oh Hanu followed the girl through the forest, perhaps the most useless of all the country bumpkins she had ever seen. If he learned about the world from a picture book, how can he not know about the toilet? But the toilet is not mentioned in the novels and comics. That's what he wanted to say. But in those 2 days, she had paid for the inn and the armor, even for his weapons. For some time now, the girl is very restless. The way he stares at her from behind, it's just a misunderstanding. He likes to walk behind. Such a beautiful girl helps and looks after a stranger must be the effect of Buff GG's blessing. The girl thought that he wasn't listening to her and turned directly to him. He didn't know how surprised she was when he tried to attack the slime, why he was so lacking in common sense. In any case, the territory of the orcs begins from here in a normal situation. He would be running errands for the village, but he does not want this, so there is no choice. Orcs are much more dangerous than gnolls, so he must be careful and not leave this forest. The girl made sure that he remembered everything, and they went on. The number of gods watching him has increased, so others are growing at the rate of hothouse flowers, and he is trying to be active and will take all the blessings for himself. It would be better if he calmed down and stood guard, the girl said. This is gnoll territory, not a place for a slime-level mercenary. This is the rank given out by a novice mercenary, the lowest among mercenaries, but he has a new blessing. It gives extra experience. There's a risk involved, but it's not a problem for a main character like him. He's not sure if this is the place they got the request for. He doesn't see any monsters. Maybe he's right. It looks like something happened to the forest. Extraordinary events always happen where the main character goes. The girl thought that they would quickly complete the task and bring the 5 right ears of the gnolls, but in this case, you should go deeper into the forest. First, you need to return to the guild, see if there is any new information, but the young man asked to trust him. She asked him to be careful, but immediately he was attacked by a monster. The girl stepped into the attack to protect the guy. Too hard. Judging by the steel armor, it's a monster with a name. She asked him to draw his sword. It was a very strong gnoll with a name. The guy thought it was less intimidating. They stood with their backs to each other, and the girl said that somehow she would attract his attention, and he should try to escape. The guy asked if she wanted him to leave all this experience behind, but now was not the time for jokes. The guy was hit by someone, and he lost consciousness. The wind god was rolling on the floor laughing, and the other one was laughing at the top of his lungs. When the hero came to, the girl had already taken care of everything, but was left without a hand. The guy was afraid, because it most likely happened because of him. The girl asked not to worry. It was her mistake. How can he now call himself the main character after that? The boy said that he just can't believe it. He thought that there must be a way to heal his girlfriend with the help of patronage. The girl asked him to calm down, but the boy just couldn't do it. Of course, the effect of the vaunted patronage only relieves of responsibility. Some wind god fell from the clouds while laughing. Some careless wine god asked to share his impressions, which was incredibly annoying for that guy. He started shouting about how it wasn't fun. Many people were terribly angry. They decided to teach the guy a lesson. They put a curse on him. This curse was that even if there is no material barrier, you will not be able to see. And also the chance to reveal your secrets and weaknesses increased. It turned out to be the same curse that Jang Myung received. As soon as the girl came up to him and asked if he was okay, the boy realized that he could not see her status window, because of this curse, his dream of traveling with the beauties of this world simply sank into oblivion. But it was at this moment that the girl said that the forest can be unpredictable, that they need to get back to the city, because if the gnolls attack them again, they will be in danger. The girl mentioned a city, so at the same time the guy realized that if there is a city, then there is a saint. The saints from the fantasy world are able to return the hand, so at the same time said that he will take responsibility and return it to its place, because he is a legendary hero. At this point we can see our Kang Hansoo again, who was still walking with some demon, and he asked about his name. The demon was a little upset that they had spent so much time together, but only now did the demon deign to ask his name, and he introduced himself as Cogmos. It sounded like it was a pseudonym, but Cogmos replied that it was a common name. He was actually the 23rd son of 348's wife and the 14th Demon King. He started saying that people put too much meaning in having the status of a royal family, but in the demon world, the one who has the power rules. That's why there are many aristocrats among them, so they don't care about status anymore. Kang Hansoo started laughing, saying that it was probably just a loser demon who wasn't anything at all. This information made Cogmos upset, so at the same time, he asked what was his real nickname. The demons thought a lot and said that his nickname Mos was given to him by his longtime girlfriend, who became the 425th wife of the 7th Demon King. Cogmos could not even congratulate her on the birth of her first child. Of course, it was all quite a sad story, but with the abduction to the fantasy world, everything is much more unhappy. It was at this moment that some god yawned so much that people almost broke, who was too bored. Our main protagonist realized that it was uncomfortable to be accompanied by an elf or a human, but when a demon was around, the difference was obvious. It was at this moment that the demons said that they had arrived. After all, they would not be able to get out of the forest for a while, which was definitely good news for our main protagonist. But Moss said that there was no need to rush, because once they left the forest, who would start with the territory of the Swordmaster's Night Kingdom, as well as the Orc domain. Our protagonist's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to meet the orcs. But Moss said that the orcs were on a completely different level than the gnolls Kang Hansoo had encountered, and that was when they showed up. Of course, the orcs began to look a little less human. Everyone started to turn around, also look at the hill. The demon said that it was all because of our main character, because he has sparkling eyes, just like a gnoll. Did he think that those eyes didn't attract attention at all? But the only thing that our main character and protagonist said was that he just forgot about them. So at the same time, he took them away. The demon was incredibly angry, because who knew how to hide them, but still did not do it. The only thing Kang Hansoo did was smile and say that he just liked those eyes, and that they also allowed him to see in the dark. He looked at the orcs and noticed that they were walking very relaxed, and there were about 10 of them. Maz said that it was because of Kang Hansoo that everyone was so relaxed, because the orcs were dealing and looting, so he knew the value of the property. If you look at our main character, he looks like a shabby low-grade mercenary who was tired after the battle, but at the same time exuded the smell of wealth. All the orcs have long despised him. As soon as the demon said this, our main protagonist already jumped down to the crusts. He looked at them. Also noticed that they called him a pig. Many people began to argue about the fact that this is a person who understands the speech of orcs. Of course, the orcs had a better vocabulary than the gnolls, but they still didn't reach the level of dialogue. So there was no choice. The orcs had to be much stronger than the gnolls. It can be seen that you are even used to weapons and attacks from all sides, so at the same time, Kang Hansoo took out his dagger and called all the orcs green pigs, because at that moment, they are about to give up everything they have. Our main protagonist didn't know if he would win or not, but he would definitely get out of it somehow, with the help of his patronage. Of course, we understand that there was no other outcome to be expected, because it seems that our hero dealt with everything. It was much easier than he thought. Then he turned to his companion, saying that he could help him, but as soon as he looked at him, he noticed that he was just burning up. At the same time, the demon asked to look up. A huge creature was flying above them, riding on which, according to the demon, the saint was flying. Most likely it was a new weapon of humanity because it found such a distance and accurately attacked the demon. Most likely this creature flew away to the side of the kingdom of elves, because if the saint herself intervened, then the matter must be serious. Thanks to this, the demon escaped. But they were very unlucky to meet the saint together. Why did they even need to go to the kingdom? But while the demon was saying this, our hero noticed that his legs were burned. But the demon said that for them, such a wound is nothing. But the wounds inflicted by the saint are difficult to heal in a short time. So he asked to carry him on himself, to which our main character at first did not respond very positively. But still, as we could understand, he took it on his back. Not only was he abducted to this world, but he was also on the verge of death so many times, he never even carried his parents on his back, but he is dragging some demonic youth. Some god was telling our main protagonist that we could just leave the demon to eat the organ. But our protagonist's mood was too shitty. The demon also said that he doesn't really want it, because if many people find out that he accepted the help of a low-grade little man, then he definitely won't get married. Of course, our protagonist said that if he later escaped, then we would need to spread a couple of rumors that actually convinced the demon that this was definitely not a human being. Of course, our hero did not miss the chance to say that we usually cannot call him because he almost became a hero. This shocked the demon, but our protagonist only asked to see his status. Demono in turn said that this is exactly why he asks, because the hero's curse that hangs on him is mostly received by demons. When you lose in a void, you get a curse from him, so it's hard to raise the level, and you shouldn't even think about the place. A demon who has received the hero's curse is like a corpse. This made our main character think that next time they will check it out, because it doesn't happen that everything went and will go according to one of the scenarios. Is it really too irrational for the fantasy world? Dima was just shocked, because how could such a pitiful person be able to obtain such power with only the elf's protection? Or does the ace's protection have an effect that he doesn't know about? Of course, the demon began to ask with even greater force about our hero, because he wandered around the world, extracting various information. But this is the first time he sees the protection of the ace at all. Of course, there is a similar curse that comes to mind. Of course, Kang Hansoo was annoyed by the fact that many people could see his status, and the effect of the ace reset all states except death. Did he somehow actually misunderstand the meaning? The demon also began to say that this is probably why his fatal wounds disappear without a trace, and also he will not feel tired at all. Judging by this, the patronage can be called exactly fraudulent. Even the main character also raised that he doesn't really know who Asa is, but his patronage is more like a curse. No matter how many experience points he gets, he still continues to return to his original state, which is why he simply cannot develop. And yet he has become incredibly strong. Kang Hansoo thought about it because it's actually like this. As soon as he turned around, he noticed that the deity only let out a sad sigh and also indulged in memories. At this point, we are again transported to the castle, where many students simply do not find a place for themselves, because they do not succeed. But the principal continues to say that they will succeed, because as soon as they raise the level a little, they will easily defeat it. In fact, he knew that all students were level 4 on average, and their growth rate was quite high. So far, everything was going quite smoothly. But the problem was that they were running out of gnolls to hunt. The commander came up behind the prince, also saying that they couldn't find any traces of the mercenary squad that destroyed the gnoll habitat. The prince immediately became interested after all. You also managed to find out? So the commander replied that given the number of gnolls, we can assume that this is the work of a famous squad. Experts are sure that it was a night squad. He gave a piece of paper to his prince and said that the sword marks left on the gnolls matched perfectly. Of course, Prince Wu thought that everything was rather strange, because so that the heroes could safely hunt monsters, they limited the entrances to the forest. But some unknown and nightly squad entered its territory, and besides, they cleaned out the gnoll habitat in a day. Was this a criminal who was just acting alone? The prince smiled a little, but then realized that it couldn't possibly be true. So at the same time, he said to hurry up with the preparations for the orc hunt. The commander initially started talking about the need for an investigation, but the prince told Li that everything should be entrusted to the Information Guild, because they had slightly changed plans. There are no extra hands to do this, but just at that moment, a certain disciple in the building came to them and asked only one. He wanted to see the saint. Everyone saw Ohana, but they couldn't believe that he had come because it was like he was leaving to train alone. Ohanu, keep the girl. She said that she had heard that the saint had returned to the temple, so she wanted to see her, and the principal asked him to observe the rules of decency. So at the same time, the boy said that the life of the girl on his back was now in danger. The princess recognized this girl at the same time, so she introduced herself as an ordinary mercenary, who now has to give up everything and return to her homeland. At first, the princess did not understand what was being said, so at the same moment the girl showed that she now has no hand. Ohanu was already thinking that the princess would summon the saint at the same moment, and the prince told her that the hero, Ohanu, had returned. Of course, the hero started to climb to the saint, but he was stopped by a knight. The saintess looked at him and saw that he was only level 1, and also already a curse. Of course, all this made Ohan feel embarrassed, but he said that he was looking for a first-class ally who had the patronage of the aristocracy of quite a high rank, most likely even the daughter of a duke. But should you even consider such a first-class one? At the same time, Ohanu started shouting that of course this is true, because that girl protected him at the cost of her own life. She deserved to be called that. But at the same time, the saint told him to take a look around. He should see priests and knights whose level has passed 30. They will gladly sacrifice their lives for other people. But what is so first class about that girl, really? Ohanu started to say that she was a noble soul, but the saint rejected his answer again. So the boy decided that all he had to say was that the girl had potential. The saint noticed that this was actually true, because in a couple of years a will turn into a beautiful, well-mannered lady. But Ohanu said that he didn't mean that. He meant abilities. The saint couldn't understand because she also means here at all, because in his environment there are already more than enough capable people. And then 5 days that he wandered with the first level, his friends rose to the 6th. She said that these are actually abilities that he can't even dream of. Ohanwu turned to his classmates at the same time. He thought that they were looking at him with disdain. It was just humiliating. But he still asked his dear colleague, Arya, to heal his arm, but she refused. She said that before you ask, you must first prove your value. This is its value, so why should she pay it? She sat down on his knee and said that he was taking the saint's miracle too lightly, so she wanted to show him the results of her miracle. She asked one of the priests to read a message in which he said that the country sends gratitude to the saint for the healing of Elder Cerebret, that 15 spiritual balls that keep the breath of the forest, as well as 200 bows made of an ancient tree that absorbed the moonlight. Everyone also received 600 unicorns, 15 phoenix feathers, and about 40 items, which was called proof of value. But can that boy really prove anything more? Oh Hanu started talking about how it was an investment, because it would definitely become stronger. So the saint asked him to continue talking only when he gained strength. Oh Hanu, while still lying on his lap, heard that many people were talking about him in a very bad way. He wanted to say something, but the gods started making comments that lying was bad. One god in general was disappointed with his hesitant behavior. So at the same time, the headman raised her hand and apologized to the saint for her rudeness. But is it possible to accept Lady Swordswoman as her companion? It seemed to her that others were shunning her, but she was too valuable material to ignore, because she was still thinking about what was best to do. The saint said that if this was what Eubora, who was highly regarded, wanted, then it was time to start acting, because the saint just didn't have a great conversationalist. The saint approached the same girl and asked her to extend her hand, and it was at this moment that the same girl became Eubora's sword and shield. As soon as the magic was used, the hand appeared in an instant, but the saint understood that they would spend too much time on pointless arguments. They needed to speed up on schedule. Oh Hanwoo continued to lie on the floor and knock on it, cursing everything that was happening around him. But just at that moment, the princess came up to him and said that it was okay to calm down, even though he didn't manage to get a confession. But he still didn't do anything wrong. She said that it was he who brought Arya, her childhood friend, to the temple. These words made Ohan worry, so at the same time, the princess told him to accept her gratitude. Now he would become her second disciple. It was at this moment, just as the magic seeped into Ohan's body. The princess had already left, and that boy's cheeks were red. He didn't even think that the princess would like him. He thought that this was a great start. But as long as someone was initiated into magic, then of course Hansoo continued to hunt ogres. They weren't giving them passage again today. These guys didn't call out to their companions the way the gnolls did, but there was no place to hide from them on the plain, and all the baggage he'd gotten from the orcs when he'd killed them was too obvious. But the demon wasn't. It's fun. He looked like he wanted to be untied, so at the same time, Hansoo untied him and also noticed that he had hidden not only his horns, but also his wings with magic, because they were going to the city. Of course, our Hansoo started bothering the demon, which he didn't like very much. He was a little worried about the demon, but then he realized that the demon was much smarter than the gnolls he had interacted with earlier. However, even though Moss said that where they were going would be the second city nearby, he even thought that they would get there pretty quickly, but still, they were still far away. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a certain carriage coming towards him with the tip of his ear. He knew that it was the orcs surrounding some noble. Of course, they wanted to rob them. Our heroes saw all this, but they didn't decide not to do anything about it, because they are just watching. Because if anything, they can help take revenge. It couldn't be helped, because Hansoo couldn't completely trust the people of this world yet. Many knights began to defend the carriage, and girls came out, who took up a sword, and also began to use magic. The girl was so strong that the ogres should have been defeated, but the demon didn't see anything wrong with that. But he was still a little sorry that he couldn't help with the mixture, even a little upset that his innocent clansmen had survived. Of course, those women seem to be from the upper class of this world. If you get close to them, you can live a better life. He stepped forward a little and started shouting about the fact that there was a beautiful female next to him. Of course, thanks to the hero's curse, the people of this world will not understand what he is shouting, but the local pigs will definitely hear him. After all, if you really attack, then all at once, and when you are in serious danger, it looks much more dramatic. It was at this moment that everyone who was near the carriage noticed that the orcs who had already started dividing the females were approaching them. The demon still thought that our main protagonist was very strange, because now he used his curse to call out to the orcs. But our hero did not see anything like this, because now you need to go more and more to help the lady. Plans tend to change. Some gods suggested leaving people to die, but still he decided to help, because he always wanted to get benefits. Many people were scared, but at this moment, as soon as the ogres were slightly distracted, they noticed that Hansoo was standing next to them, who continued to laugh at them. It was at this moment that he said that the self-sacrifice of an Asa passing by was taking place. Many orcs did not like that some skinny pig lost his mind. They wanted to kill him, but he in turn very quickly evaded. He understood that all orcs react the same. They all wanted to kill him. But at that moment, he just took one of the orcs and threw him for his piglet in the water. Air. All the girls were scared, and our protagonist kept looking at his fingers and realizing that it was an interesting way, but rather disgusting. While he was thinking about it, the orcs started their attack on him again. Now all their attacks were in full view. While he was distracted, another class was coming at him. Already the red dot demon was shouting at him that he shouldn't be so careless against the red orc. But right at that moment, he just took it out with a single punch. Hansoo didn't even understand what he needed to be careful about, but the demon said that it didn't matter. Many people noticed that our protagonist's body turned red. Does this ability resemble the ability of gnolls? Of course, by this point, he has already begun to understand a little the speech of people who addressed him. They say that they are glad that they were saved, although not completely. But he understands more and more words, because the study on the road has borne fruit. Some gods certainly felt uncomfortable when he behaved like Asa. Someone even offered to kill everyone fairly. But our main character asked to wait a little. The orcs wanted to go into battle again, but the hand of their kinsman flew at them. Hansoo said that let those orcs who can turn red raise their hand, because if they can't, then don't do it. As soon as all the orcs were defeated, our protagonist was approached by a demon who asked to look in the direction of the carriage, where very frightened people were standing. Of course, our Hansoo realized that he had used too much of the gnoll's power, so he decided to deal with those people later. And it was at this point that the demon decided to introduce himself as Magician Kogmos, and also introduced our Hansoo. He said that many people can guess by his real name, but our hero did not know their official language. Many people even noticed that he received the hero curse. But if you take a look, you can find the patronage of an elf. So even a person who marries an elf only has a rank much lower than that of Hansoo. Did his first kidnap by that elf play such a big role? And it was all because of a misunderstanding of the cursed goddess? The girl started to say something, but of course nothing was clear, but Moss only translated it. He said that the girl was apologizing for suspecting her savior. Hansoo was thrilled to have taken care of the translator, and finally managed to gain the trust of the people of the New World. Of course, God did not like all this. He stated that the traitors to the apostle deserved an extra death, that he really did not like this development. But of course our main character did not care. He asked God to calm down, in the form of in return he would tell his secret, so that at the same moment when the time came in the evening, when everyone was already near the pass, some god kept humming a song to himself, and also said that being a eunuch was not a crime. Of course our main character said that all this happened because of his patronage, but the main thing is that it raised his mood. Asa, it is precisely because of this fraudulent patronage that there is one main advantage. It is also a crushing minus when it comes to resetting all states. It had been a long time since he just sat around a campfire. Just as he was thinking about it, a girl came up to him and called out his name. It looked like it was Julia, a lady from an aristocratic family who had a well-known fantasy school set up in her settings. Of course, it was inconvenient, because the translator had already fallen on the side. He would not even be able to understand her. Why she even sits down a kilometer away, really, so that he leaves. But again, the girl took out a dagger of some sort, and started to fill it with mana, so our Hansoo knew that she was asking to see it all. As soon as he started to fill up his mana dagger, the girl clung to him, and started shouting sharply, and then just ran away. Of course, it was impossible for him to understand a woman's soul, but God had already declared that it was mandatory to be a eunuch. The whole situation was incredibly absurd. At this point, we can again see the very building where the same boy was not allowed. He was not allowed. Even though he said that he was a hero. He was told that he was a failed hero, and that he had left the temple altogether. He was told that he has 3 choices. The first is to get compensation to surrender. So in this case, he will no longer be able to proclaim himself a hero. If discovered, it will be the death penalty. The second is to return to training. But he will not be able to get support until they show their results. And the third is to trust in the temple. They will definitely take care of everything from marrying an aristocrat to getting old. But until death, he will not be able to leave the temple. Of course, the boy thought that he would choose the first option, because he could not live locked up, and that at the same time he was given a contract to sign. Of course, it will be burdensome for the church if the heroes who left the temples leave a stain on the reputation of other heroes. This is a kind of security world. So at the same time he was given the mentioned compensation, as well as a new identity card to replace the hero's ID. He said out loud that it was all different from the novel, which made the priest uncomfortable, so at the same time he asked not to worry. He understood that the fantasy novels of the kingdom, or the temple that abandoned the main character, were two-faced evils. But what kind of care was this that was given to him? After all, could he really spend the money as he wished? He came out of the church incredibly happy, because a relationship with a noble girl certainly sounds tempting, but if he chooses a wedding, then the harem is definitely not shining for him, and he is waiting for another path, the path of a true hero. So he went to the slave market at the same time. Even some god decided to follow him. At this point, while the saint was standing near the altar, the temple workers approached her and said that the hero Ohanu had renounced his duty as a hero. The saint only realized that someone else would be eliminated in the future. Even if you don't, it will still be hard, because in the future, someone else will definitely be eliminated. There are only 2 saints in the Fantasia continent, but if the real battle unfolded, then she would have to pull it off all by herself. While she was thinking about this, she turned to her assistant at the same time and said that it was noticeable that the number of gnolls had noticeably decreased while she was in the Elven Kingdom. Her assistant replied that it was said that some unidentified night order had completely destroyed the gnolls in the forest. The saint couldn't believe it, because how could a single night order be able to affect the entire situation so much? So her assistant replied that it was supposed to be a small group of well-trained warriors who had mastered the art of swordsmanship, but they said that it was impossible not to underestimate the number of dwarves, because there is even a tribe in the forest that sleeps and sees how to drive them away. Could it be that such a small group was able to defeat such a large number? Could it really be the Demon King? As soon as the assistant said this, she immediately raised her hand to her face. She realized that she had said a little wrong, and the saint hinted that it was dangerous to jump to conclusions. But if not me, but even if there is a threat comparable to the invasion of the Demon King, then we need to check whether the Demon Kings are involved. Of course, their place was at the edge of the western lands. The great Demon King and most of the Demon Kings are at the edge of the east, and some of the kings and demons have reached the center of the continent and are doing their business there. But they are not the ones who will act behind the scenes. If only they could have done this investigation in peace, then everything would have been fine. But just at that moment, one of the priests came up to her. He said that there was a message from the school. While the school was on vacation, I will remove it and would like to invite the heroes. Of course, the saint was shocked, because does the school know about the summoning of heroes? Where did the information leak come from? But at the same time, the priest said that a disciple saw the status window of the hero about Han of the Mercenary Guild. The saint realized that it was a mistake to give him a free hand. She even thought that he would quickly get exhausted and come back. But it's good that the hero's existence has become known, the hope of humanity, but they are still too weak. Nevertheless, there is a chance to meet a student or teacher who will become a worthy companion for the hero. So first of all, I asked them to tell them that they would definitely consider the offer. Well, as soon as she thought about it again, one of the knights broke into their room. They said that they found a bag supposedly with the hero's personal belongings, which really upset the saint. We are again transported to our main protagonist, who could not understand why those girls hired these mercenaries in the first place, who can't do anything at all. The demon continued to translate everything that was said to him, and they asked him how to become strong in general, while having only the first level. What kind of training method does he have? But all this seemed incredibly strange for our hero. He said that all people are too straightforward, but still asked not to pass it on to those mercenaries. The demon said not to be shy because the body of a mercenary is his property. In this matter, they are extremely unscrupulous. Because of this, they can behave a little brazenly. But the demon still said that his words should be understood in the right way, because it does not always work, just something. Then all the mercenaries are imposed, and then there are disputes that often end in death. Hansoo couldn't understand. But why would he even need to become a mercenary in the first place? But the demon replied that after completing an assignment, you get experience points, which is why he realized that the bonus experience points that hinder his growth only applies to hunting and achievements, but this did not apply to experience points obtained in other ways. It was at this point that he just walked up to the demon. He asked, "After all, you also generally need to become a mercenary," because it seems that he found a way to become stronger. It was at this point that our main protagonist had already arrived in the city. He was so happy, but the demon noticed that it was impossible to tell from his face, because the city actually stank. He gathered too many different people at the city gates, of course. They didn't have the opportunity to wash for a few days on the way. And besides, you can't talk about others. After he bathed in the blood of orcs, it was from him that the strongest smell came. Of course, they had some sort of argument about what a demon could do with words, but it was at this moment that they decided that once they arrived in the city, then all the mercenaries disappeared. Did Hansoo already manage to succeed in them? The demon asked him not to be upset, because there are still certain places where mercenaries go. For example, a guild, an inn, or a stable. But while the demon continued to list all the places to go, he noticed that our main protagonist continued to choose all sorts of fruits, although they do not even feel hungry. The demon thought that they should listen first, because what do the girls who are waiting for them want? They approached them, and Moss realized that they want to repay for saving their lives, and also offered to rent one in first. Some god continued to pretend that he didn't like it, but still our protagonist will remain a eunuch. The demon also said that if you don't want to be kicked out as soon as you step through the door, you should first clean up before moving in. Of course, our main character sniffed himself and realized that he really needed to wash up. As soon as he entered the room, he noticed that some slimes were moving around his room, eating the dust that stuck to his clothes like a washing machine. He really liked them, but the demon said that trained slimes are quite expensive, so you don't even need to think about stealing them. Hansoo asked how expensive they were, to which Maz replied that they were about the same size as the smiley face. Of course, everything was expensive, but they were still very nice. Maz said that you can't play dumb, because a gentleman always comes to the meeting place in advance and waits for the girl to arrive herself. That's why the demon prepared a suit for Hansoo. Our main character didn't like all this, so he decided to tease the demon a bit about not understanding why he wasn't married yet. Hansoo was already waiting for his turn, but Maz was still chatting pleasantly with the rest of the tavern's patrons. Of course, everything made Hansoo worry, but there was nothing he could do, so, at one point, he still waited for those girls who finally came down to see him. They continued to talk in a strange language, but Maz continued to flatter them. This all annoyed him, so he just asked for something delicious to bring. It was at this point that Maz suggested this idea to the girls, which they really liked. The demon immediately listened to everything they said and was very upset, because the girls said that they want to go where our Hansoo wants to go. Of course, our protagonist said that first you need to eat, which disappointed the demon even more. But our hero thought that the people and inhabitants of fantasy are very good, which made God very angry. Once again, we see the same disciple who had given up on his worries, standing in front of the slave market. He even looked quite impressive. Many of them looked incredibly sad, lifeless, and people looked at them as if they were merchandise. But the boy decided that this was not the time to stare, and many of the gods even started betting on it all. As he got inside, he noticed familiar faces. He said that they were thinking the same way, since they didn't like the training and decided to leave, taking the money at the same time. The boy did not say anything, because not everyone needs to talk about what he left on the first day. However, another guy said that they are in the same boat because he can even share useful information. He pointed out to him the guy who is responsible for everything. He even said that if the boy says that he is a hero, he will show a high-class slave that is not available for sale. At that moment, the boy thought that there was something strange in his words, but there was nothing he could do. He decided it was time to approach that old man. The boy knew he couldn't trust anyone. The same guys thought that the boy was really alarming them, and even said that if he wanted to show off the slave, then Nucha would come to the inn at the east gate. As soon as the guy approached the old man first wanted to say that he was very busy. But it was at this moment that the guy inadvertently made it clear that he was a hero by showing his status. The old man noticed that this was a hero, so he immediately changed his face. He began to ask, after all, what kind of slave does the guy want? Really strong to accompany. But the guy said he needed a strong female warrior. The old man at first thought that there were no such people, but then at the same time took him to one of the doors. He said he didn't take many of them there, but today he would make an exception, because they were at the same moment on the street, a place where slaves are prepared before being put up for sale. At the same time, the old man had already brought the guy to one very large woman. He said that this warrior was engaged in robberies on a grand scale, but because of the betrayal of her subordinates, she had fallen to the level of a slave. All of this put the guy in an awkward position, even though she has incredible strength. Her name was Marasi, and her level reached 17. The cursed slave took away all rights and transferred them to the one who swore an oath to God. The guy first apologized, but the old man already thought that he agreed, saying that he was not going to profit from Mr. Hero. But the guy said that he wants a strong girl, but at the same time, very fragile. The old man realized that if a guy wanted a companion who didn't have a strong body, then did he really want a mage? But he only asked the old man for the right to choose his own slave. The old man allowed it, so in just a few seconds, the guy showed up with 3 beauties. They were all quite strong, but they were all fragile at the same time. The first was called Rusa, Sarah, and also Kana. The old man broke the contract with them and said that he was no longer their master. He told the guy to give them clear orders, because sometimes such slaves kill their masters and run away. The guy poured out a few gold coins and realized that all he needed was to give all the girls love. He said that now it's time to choose their weapons. He rubbed his hands together as his dream of a harem finally started to become a reality. Many of the gods started to smile as they enjoyed watching this guy. But our hero, although he got to the place and even to the guild, but he still stalled on one small thing. He could not write anything. He did not even have a signature. He looked at the person in front of him, but he knew that he couldn't even ask him because he didn't understand speech. Moss had told him not to be embarrassed, since many mercenaries couldn't even write their own name. So at the same time, he handed him a piece of paper, telling him to rewrite it. On this piece of paper was written Kang Hansoo. Sure, it was easy to say, but it was still hard to rewrite. After 10 minutes, Wu Hansoo did it, but Mo knew that he had misspelled his name. Our hero noticed that his status was updated. Moss said it was all thanks to those mercenaries who had vouched for his abilities at the risk of their ranks. Hansoo asked him to say thank you, but Mo said he had to do it himself. He would even buy him a children's picture book. At the same time, the girls handed him a piece of paper, which Moss said was called First Assignment, Defeating the Orcs. It was a very simple task. It was necessary to reduce their numbers to curb their fertility, and his reward depends on how many orcs he destroys. Our main character turned out that this is a part-time dream job, and they also have charming girls who can attract orcs. Some god has asked if our main protagonist is going to use him to do it, but this time it will definitely be a complete extermination. Julia, as well as her friend, continued to fight against the ogres. They thought that they might lose, because Julia was captured by one of the ogres. But at one point, the Countess asked her not to raise her head and continue to lie on the floor, because she was now going to use a spell. Julia did so, and in a second the ogre was down. They thought that they shouldn't overdo it since they had already exterminated too many ogres. While they were saying this, the same ogre that they had just tried to overthrow rose up and was about to attack them, but at the same time it was hit by a blow from our Hansoo. The Countess never in her life could not think that in her whole life she would be able to meet such a strong person as our hero, because even though she has seen so many people, such as kings, counts, princes, she had never met a man who could exterminate orcs so easily. It was our main character who had curses like elf, hero. It was easy to mistake him for a demon, but in reality he still seemed like an ordinary person. Despite all this, Hansoo has elf protection, which is like a guaranteed identity card. Many ogres were afraid of him. They ran away from him in terror, but our protagonist was unwavering. The Countess looked at him and decided that once again, they needed to gather all their strength and go into battle again. However, after a short time, it still wasn't enough. She still had to shout at him to stop. Moss realized that now, at this very moment, to pass this message to his unlucky friend. She sat down directly on the ground and couldn't understand. After all, where did an ordinary person's stamina come from in the first place? Our protagonist's stamina was enough to exterminate all the orcs in the vicinity where they were, but even a drop of sweat does not run off from him. He also calmly continues to stand on his feet. As she stared at him, Julia called out to her to see if she was tired, because if Leisha suggested it, then she was really tired. Leisha didn't tell her the whole truth, that she was really tired, so she asked Julia if she was tired, because she could see that Julia's legs were shaking. They laughed together, but came to the general opinion that our main character is really incredible, and despite this, he says that all this is what he can show thanks to patronage. Julia also pointed out that she was referring to his talent, because the mage Leisha can't see it. But Hansoo's swordsmanship was simply great. No other words can come to mind, because he uses dangerous and unstable swordsmanship all day long, where just one small mistake can cost everything. Leisha couldn't believe it, but Julia couldn't believe it, because she'd been called a genius since she was a child. They even noticed that our hero was already going to a rest stop, but of course not in order to rest, because he began to learn their language with more force. He took a textbook for the youngest, and everyone clearly heard how he was trying to read. While Hansoo was busy learning their language, they continued to talk and brag that someone, or rather Julia, had reached level 15. But Leisha knew that there was a difference between them. We in turn understand that the higher the ranking, the easier it is to raise the level, and the higher the level, the easier it is to get good grades. But if you still go down in the ranking, you can lose all the privileges. So it was at this point that Julia confessed that she was targeting rank B this time. Leisha was really taken aback by all this information, but Julia said that they would have had a rough time together, but now our protagonist is with them. Even though he was deep in the hunt, he was too concerned about their safety. Leisha realized that she could play a joke on her friend right now, saying that she probably liked our hero, that she had studied him so deeply. Julia pretended that she didn't like it, so all she said was that it was her duty to keep an eye on her opponent's actions. As soon as King Hansoo was closed, he once again announced that it was time to set out again. He began not only to speak their language, but also to try to show everything with his hands. Lisha understood that she, as a magician and scientist, could not figure out what was going on in the head of our main character, but she was very curious and interesting. But still, first of all, she wanted to teach him to speak. We are again transported to the very building of the church where the very briefcase that was discovered only recently was brought to the saint. This bag was called their problem. The priests said it was true, but the things didn't exactly belong to their world, and there was an amazing art of printing. But where was the bag found? Sure enough, in the Knoll Forest where the heroes were training, she was found by one of the knights present. The saint asked how many people, including all of them, knew about the bag's existence. The attendants replied that they knew only 2 people, or rather the commander and the knight himself. The saint was a little disappointed, because what was the probability that the commander had already reported this to the princess? But the knight replied that it was none, for he had come to her immediately on his orders. The saint, of course, knew about the personal belongings of all the heroes who were in the temple, and the same was true of the belongings of the heroes who left the temple. The saint was a little wary, but she still told the knight that he had done a great job, so she said that she would make sure that he entered the service of the temple for life. The knight was moved, but couldn't understand. So the saint said that everyone should forget about the existence of that bag, or would he prefer a dignified death? The knight took the hint, so at the same time, the knight said that he would serve faithfully. As soon as the priest left with the knight, the saint spoke to a woman who was standing behind her. She told her that the tag that was in the briefcase could be very useful for them, so she made the assistant learn the writing that was there. She understood that the existence of that bag was an obvious mistake of God, because it couldn't be that the perfect God was wrong. Should she just turn a blind eye to it at all? However, at the same time, a certain person came up to her and said that he had a report. She said there was a mass murder in the forest hunting village. The elder asked to remain silent about this, but from the information, it was known that the bodies of the elves sacrificed and the instigators of the incident were found. She said that in the opinion of the people, it was the revenge of the wronged soul of a stranger. Many people said that some dead stranger just came back as a ghost. The saint knew that this was a misnomer, since they were probably called adventurers. She even wondered what kind of appearance he had. She realized that it was definitely not a burnt soul, because if it was more reasonable to assume, then you can understand that he took revenge during his lifetime. So she asked to find out what this stranger looks like in general. We are again transported to our main character, who as usual does not sleep, but simply sits around the fire. He saw that everyone was fast asleep, so he decided to study again from the same book for children. Some god is looking at cute pictures. Hansoo noticed that God liked picture books. God confirmed everything with his appearance, so our hero asked, "Do the gods sleep at all? Do they need sleep at all?" Of course, God didn't know what to say. Our hero hinted that they would only be able to figure out how to avoid the gods if they knew where they were. So the god standing next to them pointed his finger in the direction of the field, making it clear that it was better not to go in that direction. But could it really be the territory of the temple Kogmo was talking about in that direction? After all, there is also a saint who serves the evil goddess. Hansoo knew he had to hurry. They had to run as fast as possible in the opposite direction, and he couldn't even approach that temple until it was strong enough. At this moment, while he was thinking about it, God began to get cranky and asked him to find another picture book, because he was already tired of the old one. Our hero was very tired of this, so he asked him not to whine more than necessary, and then completely remove the book, because they were suddenly surrounded by people. He noticed that Asa was not happy, so it was necessary to punish those who interfered with him. Hansoo started to wake Kogmo up and tell him to get up quietly, because they were surrounded by people. Kogmo noticed it himself, but he couldn't believe that our main protagonist could detect it from such a distance. Hansoo didn't see anything wrong with it, because the gnolls could do it too, and then Hansoo went to the girls, trying to tell them something in his own language. But by the time he realized that they didn't understand anything, then she was actually surrounded. Most likely, the leader of this group came out to them and said something in his own language. Our hero didn't understand a word of it, so when he said that, the man standing in front of them just asked them to give up all the loot they got from the orcs. Moss also said that the girls will live, but they and our main protagonist will definitely be dead. Hansoo was incredibly angry, and the girls weren't ready either. Kogmo thought that they couldn't handle it, but at the same time, he looked at Hansoo, and realized that there was no way to calm him down. He wanted to send everyone to heaven as soon as possible. Our hero looked at the whole situation and realized that there were actually more enemies than he thought, and it would be difficult to fight while protecting the girls. So the only thing he did was use his favorite technique. He started shouting to the orcs, saying that there were females next to them. Of course, his enemies didn't understand anything, but they started their attack. Hansoo, he was glad of this outcome, because he could easily repel every arrow that flew at him, and then completely strike at his enemies. Many were frightened by the strength of our hero, but behind them appeared those who could not be expected at all. There were orcs who also began to destroy the enemies. The girls were frightened by this situation, but our hero thought only that now, the event of doubled experience will definitely begin. He realized that he could no longer stand by, so at the same time, he went into battle as well. Bloodlust appeared on his face as he used a skill called Massacre. Under the effect of this skill, all friendly races were afraid of it, but the resistance to violent actions increased. Many guise bandits shouted for salvation. Our hero even noticed that their leader was really strong, because he did not recline from one blow of our protagonist. Their leader continued to advance while our main character was surrounded from all sides. They thought that they had finally caught Hansoo because they were able to hit him, but our main protagonist just smiled and said that he liked his old cloak. Just as everyone was horrified by the sight, the bandit captain was stabbed with a single punch. Hansoo turned around and noticed that Lisha was doing great, and Julia was doing great, and everyone was busy. But God interrupted him and asked him to finish faster, because he wanted to read books. It's already morning, and most likely our heroes have already finished their chores, so we can see that Hansoo has already gone to the Adventurers Guild, where he brought a whole bag of orc heels. He even said that if it wasn't for the ladies in his group, he would have been able to catch more. To this remark, Kogmo replied that our hero is a psycho, because even most could not stand it anymore. As soon as he finished at the counter, he handed the girl a piece of paper, saying that it was a certificate of completion of the assignment. Masa immediately started translating everything, saying that the girls were thrilled because each of them had risen almost 2 levels just by hunting with him, and the demon himself was a little happy, because now he was already around level 20. Our main protagonist also wanted to see what level he was on. However, as soon as I entered the status window, I noticed that it was still level 1. He was very upset, so at the same time he turned to God. God simply began to look at different points, making it clear that he did not want to respond to this message, so our hero simply could not find a place for himself at that moment. We only understand that at the very beginning the world was filled with nothing but emptiness, but at one point the stars began to appear in the chaos, and after a long time the first life was born. This story is connected with some God. Many sentient beings began to find it. They began to believe in God. Ultimately, this turned out to be God. The living beings wanted the help of God. So God, giving everyone help, felt useful and saw the meaning of his existence. However, after a while, too many gods began to appear, each of them helping the living beings in their own way, as if competing with each other. After receiving the favor of the gods, living beings began to evolve in different directions. However, many of them couldn't recognize each other's existence, and they fervently threw themselves into battle, meeting a senseless death. As time passed, there was a man in a cave who was dying. God approached him and asked if he wanted to live, to which the boy replied that he did. After a brief pause, the boy simply turned into a baby. The god came to a nearby village and hinted to the old people that they should go into the cave. That's where they found the little boy. God was incredibly pleased with his result, so after a while it was time to visit the boy in question. She thought that everything would be fine, that the boy would be happy to see her, but despite the fact that she saved his life, the boy began to scream that God had cursed him, because now he had lost his beloved woman. God tried to apologize, saying that he didn't know, but the boy kept blaming God for everything. He started screaming so much that God had no choice but to just run away. God couldn't figure out what she'd made a mistake in the first place. What do other gods do anyway? God understood that they were constantly supporting people, so God decided to do the same. He began to constantly bless people, but each of them now cursed God for this. God couldn't understand the reason, so a few hundred more years passed, and the world changed again to match the countless years that had passed. Among the living, the number of people who used God as a tool increased, so the gods introduced new rules. They introduced such concepts as hero, demon king, level, patronage, curse. The gods are used to the new order with the exception of a single god. At one point, this god flew over the forest and noticed a strange situation. One person was very injured. He didn't want to die, So the god decided to ask if Kane, who has level 38, wants to live. God warned him that he would lose absolutely everything, so Kane agreed. God was also pleased, so he smiled happily and sent a blessing, thinking that in this world, exactly this person needs someone. Kane thought that things would get better now, so he wanted to summon a saint, but it was at that moment that he noticed his status window, where he noticed that his level had dropped to 1 unit. God began to remind him that he had warned him about this, so the man understood, and said that at least it was good that he was alive. But of course, at one point, the team also refused it. He said that this is the worst curse. God was watching him, but Kane replied that he didn't hold it against him, but he didn't feel anything. It was true that he saved him, so you can't hate God for that, but he still gave one warning. He asked not to give anyone such a blessing anymore because it's a curse that takes something more valuable than life. He understood the patronage that brought him back to the first level. This was exactly what came as a shock to God, because up to this point he had been desperately denying it. But in the end, God had to admit that the world no longer needed him. So more time passed, and God found the dying young man again. Of course, this was just a simple curiosity, because the hero had the hero's curse and had to die without someone else's help. But God protected him, and even changing the name of the protection, he knew that he would definitely be hated when the truth came out. Now we are again transported to the present as God feared, but man has learned the secret of protection. God saw Hansoo slap his head and reproach himself for forgetting that his patronage drops his level to 1 even if he tries to level up. He said that you should have thought about it before doing it. God thought that our main character is very strange, and also asked why he is not angry. But he just ignored God and turned to Moss, who asked him to stop and go get a new picture book. God began to pray, which really alarmed our protagonist because really for his repose. But at the same time, God said that it was just the opposite, that it was a secret. Here we are again, the same unlucky student lying on the ground, but what he saw was that his house, which he recently bought, was taken by that gang of friends from his old world. He thought that wasn't the case with the main characters. One day earlier, we can see that his entire squad desperately continued to fight the monsters. He kept telling his team that they were doing a great job. He understood that on average, Knowles were level 4, so Sarah, Kanna, and Russo were level 5 or 6. Now they can definitely safely resist the Knowles. But still, he spent almost all his savings on equipment. They will definitely still be able to earn a living. But just as he thought about it, one of his companions noticed that one of the wolves was still alive. Ohanu used his fire magic on him. He looked down at his hands and realized that the power of the princess magic patronage flame was already so great that it was only common for main characters like him. However, by this point, the same people who were one of them appeared. Park Han-young, who said that he was going to help, but Ohan was going to help himself. Ohanu made it clear that those guys weren't welcome, but of course, Park said he didn't want to go anywhere. Ohanwoo realized that the people who were standing in front of him were real trash. After all, in their homeworld, they were the most inveterate hooligans who walked around the school in their gang. But here, Ohanu is definitely the savior and main character of the fantasy world. No one else will dare to stand in his way, so he immediately suggested that Park attack. Even so, this was exactly what Puck had expected. Many gods were watching this spectacle with special interest. Some wine god was looking for popcorn in general, but just at this moment, the bully was already heading towards all of Ohan's companions. He asked to cover him while he cast the spell, but at the same time noticed that all his girls in the team were defeated. He couldn't believe it, because did everyone fall ill after just one blow? However, Park said that now it should be clear that Ohan is not in a very comfortable position. Ohanu thought that his opponent was using some trick, but Park only said that his slave was several times stronger than Ohanu's slaves. That was just the point, so he asked Ohanu to hand over all his slaves to him. Ohanwoo was shocked by the suggestion. While there was a showdown, in the morning our main protagonist was already sitting in the library and continued to search for interesting books with God. He was thinking that since he couldn't level up, he would at least try to find a strong weapon. Moss had told him that he had read too many fairy tales, and that the weapon he was looking for was already out of fashion. After all, hadn't the aristocrats told him that such a thing didn't exist at all? Although it was most likely even possible to find such a thing in the treasury. It was after saying this that Hansoo suggested that they go to an unexplored ruin, to which Maz only laughed, because he knew that the state sends knights to guard the entrance to such ruins. Our hero was interested in how strong were those knights. But when I just said that, their level will certainly be better than that of our main character. As he went outside, he thought that the first level would be really hard, because he thought that knights are usually cans that know nothing but honor and bravado. Is there really no way to defeat them? However, God only wished him luck, which made Hansoo a little sad. While he was thinking about all this, he was approached by an orc who wanted to knock all the property out of our main character. Our protagonist first warned him, which surprised the orc very much, but still did not stop him. The orc still went at him. As soon as the orc swung, Hansoo attacked him, beating up the orc and saying that he couldn't find the ruins. The orc thought for a while and realized that he didn't want to die. He said that there are ruins. Our hero at first thought that this was all a lie, but the orc said that there really are such huge ruins of orcs. The orc was very scared because his face was ruined, but as soon as he looked at our protagonist, he noticed that his face changed. He became incredibly kind and gave the orc a helping hand. Each region has its own distinct dialect. So, on the Western continent, fantasy is used in the official language of epithets. For example, a knight will be compared to a dragon, and a coward will be called a slime. The expressions hint at resemblance to monsters, so in this case, the orc can be placed somewhere in the middle. Orc is used as a definition of quite good. Our hero constantly called him friend during the journey, which really annoyed the orc, but he couldn't even do anything because where would the orc find such a wonderful person who understands his speech? Of course, the orc was not happy, because friends do not use violence, but then it was too late to decide something. However, the orc warned that even though he would lead our protagonist there, such a strong boar like him would not even be able to get there, because this was the case from his birth. At the same time, the orc replied that they had already arrived, but there was nothing to be seen. At first, the orc even thought that he had gotten rid of the man, but Hanu immediately realized that something was showing up in the fog. He said that he had never seen such a huge city before. The orc couldn't believe it because how did our protagonist get there in the first place? After all, this was the sacred territory of the orc. But our hero answered only that it was the orc who brought him there, and there will be no problems, because our hero is on the first level. The orc couldn't believe it, but he couldn't finish talking to our Hansoo, because spears were flying at him from the other side. Other orcs said that he couldn't go to the orc city. Too many people came out. But we can understand that the same orc that our hero beat warned his relatives not to attack Hansoo. It can be dangerous. However, our main character only said that they can certainly prevent him, but it will still pass over their heads. At the same time, he rushed straight at his enemies with great speed, while God prayed for the repose of several 100,000 pigs. All the orcs were shouting that they didn't want to die, but of course it was too late. All the orcs in the village were very scared, because more than half of their troops were defeated. They wanted to find Hansoo, who knew that he had already killed too many orcs. The god was actually glad that so many orcs had died, and Hansoo knew that he felt like he was marking time, as if he didn't know any conditions for going any further. As soon as he thought about it, the orcs found him again and gave chase. All the orcs wanted to catch him, but for our protagonist, everything turned into a game. After a few hours, he was already sitting on a mountain of orc corpses. He couldn't believe that they were so weak, and in any case, he had definitely dealt with most of them. It was a good thing that Hansoo had brought Slime with him, who would clean up everything. He decided to look at his status window and noticed that his curse had appeared. It consisted in the fact that now orcs will appear in his dreams, although there is no difference, because he still does not sleep. But I still thought another curse was too much. God pretended that he was sulking, because in reality he was not doing anything. He explained that this wasn't what he meant, because it was strange to receive this kind of curse just for saving people, of whom there were already quite a few in this city of orcs. Of course, he didn't understand a word, so he turned to the orc who was pretending to be dead. He also asked how they were supposed to get out of this place at all. After all, even if Hansoo didn't walk, he couldn't find a way out. The orc in turn confessed that the city actually has many entrances, but there is only one exit, in the very center of the city. At that moment, Hansoo realized what he was doing wrong, because he was always running outside, not in the center. But was this really an exit, or a portal of some sort? As soon as he thought that, a strange green glow appeared in front of him, and a green orc appeared, asking Hansoo if he was the one who destroyed their abode. Our hero understood that this was too spectacular in appearance, and even that orc was definitely stronger. Our protagonist replied that it was him, but it wasn't even his fault at all, because they themselves got in his way. The orc couldn't believe it, because was this really the reason to exterminate 300,000 orcs? Our hero actually didn't even know how many of them there were at the very beginning. He only now understood why it was so long. The green, huge orc became very aggressive and said that he is the guardian of this city, as well as the orcs. He will definitely not let go of a single soul who knows about their city. Hansoo threw off his briefcase, making it clear that if there was a guardian in front of him, there were definitely treasures that need to be protected. They both prepared for battle, but the main character thought that he would collect exactly everything at once, but still realized that the orc in front of him is much stronger than the others. While he was thinking about it, he didn't even notice how his hand just went and got chopped off. The orc thought that this was the end for our main character, but he was surprised because he still managed to avoid his signature fatal blow. While the orc was saying that Hansoo wouldn't be able to manage with just one hand, our protagonist's hand just grew again, which surprised the guardian very much. The orc asked if his opponent's body was immortal. Hansoo replied that it was something similar, and the orc realized that there was always only one way out. He would just ban our main character in this city until he died of old age. Hansoo realized that his opponent didn't really have a choice, but what was he supposed to do? We are once again transported to the dorm where Yubora was sitting, who was glad that she had reached the 7th level. She said that this was not her merit, but the merit of patronage. Of course, her new teammate said that in fact she also had something very interesting. She was the daughter of a duke, so she had the skill aristocracy. It could be considered that she gets experience points for nothing. However, the main condition for obtaining these points was that you had to have vassals that you didn't have. Arya had always thought it was incredibly useless, and her mother had scolded her. Yubora understood what Arya meant, so she thanked her. But Arya changed the subject and wondered if Ohanwoo was okay. Yubora asked if she liked him. They laughed together because it was the most common conversation between girls about boys, but at the same time their fun was interrupted by a knock on the door, which informed them that the saint was going to enter them. The door was already open, and the saint begged to be excused for coming so late. Yubora immediately thought that she had an errand to run, but the saint said that she only wanted to chat, and she even asked Arya to pour them some tea. As soon as they were seated at the table, the saint asked, "Is she really causing any inconvenience?" If not, the saintess was glad that they were all comfortable with the fantasy, talked about how many students were competing against each other at the moment, but was still worried that the competition would have undesirable consequences, and also wanted Yubora to tell her all the background before the heroes they will fall. It was this word that aroused the interest of the two, so the saint said that she meant that soon there will be those who are obsessed with patronage, or temptations, although such people have already made themselves felt. Yubora was wondering, after all, what would happen if the hero fell? But the saint only said that a hero is still a hero, even after this. They have special fighting measures, so they definitely won't be killed. The saint was definitely very serious, because while she was saying all this, her face changed several times. However, she still insisted that to fall is to betray the love of those who believed in them, just like someone who gives the family nothing but trouble. But can it even save the world? Yubora was very excited, which was what the saint noticed. She asked her what she was thinking, but Yubora only said that she was thinking, even though she was thinking about Hansoo. She didn't know if he had returned home. Was his choice correct? It was at this moment that the saint asked about our main character, which surprised Yubaru very much. The saint asked if they were dating, to which Yubora replied that no, they were just classmates. As soon as this was said, the saint asked her to tell her everything. She wanted to hear everything about our main character. It was at this moment that all the gods wanted to hear about a man like Hansoo. It was already night, and the saint couldn't understand how anyone could be called an acquaintance when Yubaru was constantly talking about it. It was Kang Hansoo, the one who refused to be a hero and was sent away by the goddess. If people find out that he couldn't return, it will greatly undermine the hero's trust in the gods. Of course, the problem is solved if he is already dead. It is enough to hide only the evidence. However, what if they are alive? Some goddess took a look at the whole situation. She looked at the things that were lying next to the saint's table. She was extremely displeased, and then left the room altogether. Of course, using the patronage goddess of heroes, you can calculate all the heroes, but even if the goddess could not find Hansoo, then she was definitely hindered by another god. We need to find exactly such a god and wipe him off the face of the earth. This was exactly what the god Asa was watching for, and he found out their plan. The orc defender continued to send our hero flying, saying that there was simply nothing he could do, that he was still wasting his strength. But Hansoo was sure that if he kept trying, he would definitely succeed in one moment. He would be able to kill the orc protector. However, at this moment, as soon as our hero was about to attack the orc defender, the same defender simply took and pushed him away with his weapon. Our main protagonist continued to think about this moment. All the time, he was drawing his plan of action on the ground. He didn't even know how to move against his opponent. But just at that moment, Bruce, the temporary leaders of the group of residents that our main character saved from the clutches of the orcs, approached him from behind. Bruce came up and started to say something, but of course our hero didn't understand anything, so at that moment, Bruce led the woman who bowed to our hero. As soon as she bowed, Bruce got hit on the head, so he started running away at the same time. Hansoo told the woman that she could do whatever she wanted, and then started thinking about his plan to kill the orc protector. As soon as the morning came, he had already finished with his plan. He thought that this should be enough to defeat that very orc. He turned around and noticed the same woman who had come running to him in the middle of the night. He thought that she might freeze, but God noticed this and asked him not to worry about the girl. Our hero also understood that his primary task was to defeat the keeper of the ruins, because in general there was nothing to cling to. He asked the Asa god to look at him carefully, and then entered a strange mode that increased his speed to incredible levels. His movements were honed to perfection. God just couldn't believe it. Of course, Hansoo started to talk about what he had done, because he had been training all day. It was even similar to what that orc keeper did. Our main character, the protagonist, was defeated all day on the flight, until he got tired. But he managed to watch orc fencing. God thought our protagonist was a pervert because he liked it. However, as soon as the status window was opened, Kang Hansoo noticed that he was training not just to understand something, but to get a reward, or rather that his rank ASI had risen from F level to E level. Not only Kang was pleased, but so was God. But even so, his hero's curse was upgraded to level C. The fact that the level of the curse has only just risen suggests that the goddess also noticed that he did not fall from the knolls and managed to survive. So at the same time, he gained strength and offered the god of ASI to go back to that orc and show him what he learned, because they did not have any weapons at all. Time to cool off. Of course, as soon as our main protagonist appeared in front of the orc, he was very surprised, because he thought that Khan just wanted to die, or run away with his tail between his legs. Hansoo was obviously ready to take the fight, so he said he was ready now. The orc was pleased, for would he really believe a man's treacherous words? As soon as the orc noticed that our hero was ready, he asked him to go inside. Our main character suggested that that orc had prepared some traps in the ruins where they were going. These words definitely upset the orc, who considered himself a great warrior. Of course, Hansoo understood that the orc was not allowed to leave the ruin, so he decided to draw him inside and eliminate him. Our hero believed that his opponent was a very smart pig. The orc immediately led him to a place that led to the orc training hall, where most likely the orc heroes were getting excited. But the orc replied that their race was not chosen by God. There were definitely no heroes among them, so humanity drowned in pride and relaxed its vigilance. But the orcs took advantage of this moment and captured the place where they now stand, leaving only ruins filled with patronage to preserve the function of restricting the entry of strongmen. But as long as our main protagonist is alive, their city cannot be restored, which is why the orc was already ready to kill Hansoo. He took up his fighting stance, but our protagonist's eyes just glowed with impatience. He wanted to show everything he had learned. However, it was at this point that Kang decided to ask one thing. Is there any treasure at all where they were currently with the orc? The orc thought about it and said that there were actually weapons prepared specifically for heroes who had barely left the training hall. Our hero was just shocked, because how is it that he will really fight against the goddess with the help of weapons for beginners? This will definitely be a failure. Of course, the orc could no longer tolerate such conversations, so at the same time he began to attack our hero. With a single jump, he reached him and said that he had the hatred of the 300,000 orcs that our Kang had exterminated in his blood. Now he would definitely repay him for their deaths. However, the orc definitely did not go according to plan, because not a single one of his blows could hit Hans. Only our hero could hit his opponent. He liked it all, but the orc simply could not put his mind to it, because how could you get such a level of skill in such a short period of time? However, as soon as our hero turned a little towards one of the pillars, the orc began to behave even more aggressively, which gave our protagonist to understand that he was definitely hiding something. He decided to ask about it, so at the same time, as soon as the orc tried to launch another attack, our protagonist finally realized that he simply could not leave this area. He tripped the same orc and sprinted for the portal that was beginning to appear in the air. Hansoo was glad, because he didn't have to fight the defender, but managed to solve everything in a nervous way, although he didn't expect that he would completely disappear. Even though he didn't get any items, he knew that he was able to level up. As soon as he stepped out of that very arena, the god started pointing to the side, making it clear that there were probably treasures in that direction. Of course, no one could believe that in such a place on the outskirts, there would actually be treasures in the ruined buildings. But as soon as they came, Hans didn't like this picture at first, but God said that in front of them were sacred weapons for newcomers. In front of our hero was a sacred sword. It was simple in appearance, without a single decoration, but its radiance suggests that the weapon is filled with this energy, even though it is intended for beginners. The main thing is that the protagonist was very happy about the find, but I didn't understand why the holy sword was even abandoned in such a place. The god replied that only heroes can use this sword, so at the same time it became incredibly heavy, which made it clear to Hansoo that this sword would be useless, so at the same time he cut it in half. The god was delighted with Asa's sense of justice. So our hero immediately started breaking absolutely all the swords that were around. But as soon as he picked up the last sword, he noticed that it was incredibly light, unlike the others. The god said that this sword was defective, so it didn't react to the curse. It is thanks to this fact that our hero allowed himself to break all the other swords with his new sword. As soon as all the swords were broken, Hansoo said that his sword was no longer defective, because it was now one of a kind. The god laughed, but the status window displayed a new curse: slaughter with holy sword aspiration. It was at this point that our main protagonist received his new curse, the curse of the sacred sword. We are once again transported to a place where there are a lot of heroes. One of them was Kang Min, with whom everyone greeted. Many gods were watching over him at this moment, and he also gained an incredible amount of patronage. Even if he is very tired, he understands that the reward for this will be incredibly huge. Because he is interested in the gods, in just a couple of days, the patronage has increased incredibly much. He knew that at this rate he could easily hold on to victory in the upcoming tournament, and the prize for victory, the sacred sword, would definitely be his. This is what will prove that he is some incredible person. The hero, the demon king, the prince and princess, the knight, the villain, and the tyrant are the most common set of romantic fantasy characters, so the girl thought anyone would do. She understood that the demon king was a bit weak, but it would be interesting to tame him, so why should she be the only one fighting? Many people wanted to calm her down, but she didn't ask anyone, because she dreamed that she would be protected by handsome knights. But in reality, there was a timid and stupid guy in front of her. He was ranked 4th in the overall rating. Then there was a selfish and cheeky asshole who was ranked 5th in the overall rating. And the last one was an obedient cosplayer, ranked 7th in the overall ranking. Of course, she had 3 protectors, and not the only one who could be useful to her. So she decided that she would not be so rude to them. She said that she was guilty in front of everyone. Of course, someone was a little kinder. So the girl started saying that she would like to pass on the secret information that soon they were going to choose heroes who would be sent to school. All the boys became very nervous, because even in this world there were schools. But the girl said only that they would need to get there. After all, the girl thought that her fantasy life would start there. Many gods were watching this, but the goddess of beauty was most interested. The cosplayer immediately bowed his knee and asked if everyone could enter. The girl immediately put on an innocent face and said that the priority will be the heroes with a high rating in the overall ranking, so only 4 will be chosen. Of course, the cosplayer understood that bloodshed would begin, that his queen would definitely pass. As soon as he finished, the other guy asked, "So why did the girl call them?" The girl immediately looked at them and said that it was all because she wanted to enroll with them. The guy immediately started shouting that he did not want to establish her love relationship with the prince on a white horse for free. So the girl replied that this would definitely not happen, because if she broke this promise, she would fulfill his every wish. The guy couldn't believe it, so the girl said that she was already being watched by the gods, so there was no point in lying to her. The guys, hearing this, immediately began to rush forward and say that they were ready to follow that girl to the end of the world. The cosplayer also gave a voice and said that he was also ready for anything. The same bully, although he felt that everything smelled like a trick. The girl said that she was very grateful to you. We flash back to Kang Hansoo, who is still yelling about how it's not fair to curse him for breaking a few blades. However, after reading the description, he noticed a strange thing that it said that there were some blood tears that strengthened all the sacred swords in his surroundings, and also that it would now be more difficult for him to break these swords. Hansoo thought that it was very different from a curse. It was more of a buff, because if the destruction resistance also extended to a defective sword, then the curse didn't make any sense. The god was expressing his sympathy for the blacksmith at this time, but Kang realized that the blacksmith probably didn't expect the hero to break the sacred sword either. After all, among the many sacred balls, there was only one left, the sacred sword that was strengthened by the curse. As soon as he said that, he knew that now was the time to leave because of this place. He came to the very spot where he had fought the orc and realized that the exit was there. but of course it was necessary to open the portal. It was at this moment that he heard that there was an orc behind him that looked different. Hansoo realized that he was probably getting older while he was still outside the ruins gate, so he decided that he shouldn't miss him. Kang just blocked the entrance. The orc began its offensive, but our main protagonist knew that this was the perfect moment to test his sacred sword. He was able to wait for the moment to strike, so at one point the orc's arm was simply chopped off, but at the same time it returned to its original state. He is obliged to take revenge on this person, because of his cunning tricks, he began to lose his youth. He began to attack again, but nothing else helped him, because his head was already blown off his shoulders with one deft blow of our hero. Our hero could not understand, because really the orc could not understand anything for a whole day. With the Holy Ball's attack, the boy was able to chop off the monster's head, thus defeating it. The boy asked if he had learned anything all day, or if he was hoping for a pathetic trick that might have worked if he was weaker than him. God says that this is not the end. The monster was able to grow a head, but our hero dealt him another crushing blow, thinking that it was all over, but his hand was grabbed by some vines. The young man realized that if he threw him out of the barrier, he would die. The monster asked him to stop, admitting defeat. He promised to do everything so that he would not throw him out of the relic. The monster knew that the guy wanted to get out of here. He could temporarily move the entrance and exit of the city to any place where the holy sword is located. Well, since they can only be raised by a hero, the monster will not be able to do this. The guy easily threw the sword on his hand. The evil spirits were surprised, as expected. He really was a hero. Hero A's curse is usually obtained when the hero is killed. Curse of the relic. This is a kind of mission. The owner gets eternal youth and immortality while he is near the relic. The monster has this curse because he is the final strongest opponent to test novice heroes. He is not a guardian of humans, never said so. He is a guardian of orcs and protects their homes, but still lost. The monster burst into tears. Even though the monster said before that he wouldn't let the boy leave, now he wants him to leave as quickly as possible. He doesn't mind, even though he can't trust this orc. But thinking about it won't change anything. Pointing his finger at the people, he asked them to let them leave. The monster agreed. This city absolutely cannot be discovered by people, but it cannot disobey the orders of the hero. He called people to go home, but only 3 of them came. As he opened the teleport, he remembered a familiar sensation. Perhaps it was something dangerous again. A certain god whines that it will be too boring. A young man asks him to check where this exit leads. He grumbles tiresomely in response. He asks to show the young apostle a little mercy. God says that he agrees only this time, because he keeps his nose in the wind. He looked around and said that where they were going was safe. The hero asked the green friend what he needed to do to return here again. If he said this to his sword, then he would hear. It's too unreliable again. But since God said it was safe there, he decided to bring a teleport. Fortunately, it wasn't the heart of a dragon or the bottom of a pond, but where they were was unclear. There were swords and shields hanging on the wall in the room. The boy asked for the gate to be opened immediately and sent the children back. God said that this place is safe. A noble lady with a sacred ball instead of a wall decoration. It must be that she is not just an ordinary noble. A certain god tells him that it is not very safe here at the moment. The guy is angry. Why it is not safe now, why he talks about it later. God agrees that it will be very dangerous here. Since that's the case, the guy should leave as quickly as possible, but he notices the backpack under the table. Why is it here? Meanwhile, in the village of hunters, all the heroes are gathered. They say that the village is in disarray, as it has recently experienced various misfortunes. The princess asked them to be careful so that they do not shock the inhabitants. The children were surprised at what misfortunes had occurred in this village, and the princess asked them to be careful again, so as not to disturb the saint. Meanwhile, the saint was being escorted to a place that had already been cleared. The man was frantically apologizing to her, but there was no need to be so scared. She was just visiting them since she had heard about the unsolved massacre incident. But whether it's true that Elder Celeblis was imprisoned here, it was true, because she knows how important this elder is. She asked the man not to think about it because it would be a problem, regardless of his knowledge. Celeblis Tribal Guardian. Her individual skills aren't that good, but the creatures she looks after are strong, especially the phoenix that gave her the title of Tribal Guardian. Although breaking the harmony between humans and elves, as well as provoking a civil war, is unforgivable, she will not continue. As the victim wants to make things up as they are, the man burst into tears at her generosity. She asked what the stranger looked like, and she would like to reward him as a representative of the people. The man replied that he was already dead, but she asked about his appearance. He described his short black hair and how he looked like the heroes who came today. What name he introduced himself, the man did not know. She turned to the man, asked him to show the village to the heroes. The man next to her said that it seems that he turned out to be a spirit. He does not know how he survived, but there is no doubt that it is him, whether it is possible that he has blessings. Even if that's the case, it's impossible to defeat a Knoll. Even at the first level, she should know, because she's seen one of the heroes. The heroes were quickly completely crushed by two ordinary Knolls alone on the first level. It's impossible. Besides, who would give him the blessing? All the gods were in the temple with them. But if the spirit and the owner of the backpack are the same person, isn't it dangerous for the heroes to be here? It's fine since the heroes are still under their control. A certain arrogant god of benevolence is watching with concern and is very displeased. The saint asked not to worry. They will not be revealed so soon. Those who know his name are dead, and she has the final proof, in the form of a backpack. Back then, it was different for her. It seems that the information of the tournament leaked out. She was already aware, just pretending that she didn't know. The way information is handled is very much a matter of whether the person next to her noticed how pushy Jang Myung's character has become. She's not sure why she wants to get into the academy, but she continues to make an effort until the day of the tournament, and the saint is looking forward to it. Clouds were gathering in the sky, rain was coming down. Jang Myung was complaining, because why did she come all this way and spend so much effort in vain? The boy with her was fascinated and said that if the armor is heavy for her, then he will wear it for her. Choi Kang-min chuckles, because she's acting like her usual self. Even here, Yubaru doesn't seem to have changed at all. Everyone is so carefree like they're out on a picnic, he thinks he shouldn't worry about the tournament. A silhouette came out of the forest. The guy warned everyone, asked them to be careful, and that someone should call the princess. Maybe it was a Knoll. The hero Ohanu came out of the forest. He was very exhausted. He didn't even look like anyone. When he met the guys, he said that this was his victory badge of honor. Is it a victory badge of honor when it looks like this? It's a sign of a real battle that they could never have imagined. The guy couldn't believe that a real battle was probably some ridiculous excuse. If he didn't believe it, then he could approach him. The exhausted guy would show him the true difference between them. He is sure that Choi Kang-min's level is higher, but since he has a new special blessing and revenge, he will never lose. Something was happening. It seems that the guys are going to fight. Miss Arya ran out in front of them. She can't stop the two of them from fighting, but she wants to say that Oh Han-woo is injured. The guy who came back was very happy with the girl, and really the duel should be fair, so that Kang-min does not get criticism in his direction. He thanked the girl, but she did not mean it at all. The guy was angry, but then the saint came out. She noticed that he continued to cause trouble after he left them. She will restore both of them fairly, so they should fight quickly, she said to Choi Kang-min, who agreed. Now they will look at the real abilities in the Battle of Ohanu. The guy was even angrier as he dared to look down on him, someone who overcame all the difficulties. He lost his job a couple of days ago, but he won't let it happen again. Park Han-young took those girls. He remembered the sad eyes when they left and promised to save them no matter what. Then he received the blessing of revenge. This is the strength of the main character who was betrayed by his colleagues. It would be laughable if his target was these guys, the one who might be his nemesis, just like he thought. He's the only one, Choi Kang-min. This is a new beginning, the main character of this world, Ohanu. Then he decided to hunt the slime, but it repelled him, and he received a strange curse while hunting it. After getting it, he couldn't hunt the slime that was so easy to catch before. How he, the main character, could get a curse that interfered with his improvement. He recalled Arya. She had to tell him about similar curses. Well, that's fine as long as it's meant for the main character when he tried to attack the slime again. When he came back, he had improved a lot in the few days since the guys hadn't seen him. Apparently, the guy only scared the opponent so much with fire, but he will have problems if he is already scared. Ohanu is getting on his nerves and will bring him back to Earth. They entered the battle from the big attacks of the enemy. The guy can just dodge with acceleration. But then the second blow came. Then the guy decided to use the fighting spirit and the warrior. Apparently, the enemy decided that they could then divide him just because he dodged. The guy was blazing with fire, but it did not cause any damage to him. The opponent was shocked. Ohanu lost, he told him. When the guy swung the ball at him, he used a special force. They were both thrown away. Other guys blocked the light of the attack. Some gods were having fun, others were not comfortable. The saint asked to clean up everything that happened here. Kang Hansoo finally got out. He couldn't believe that this orc would send him to such a dangerous place. Turning around, he saw the demon that they had previously met, who had planned to leave yesterday, but had missed his chance, as a person that he was not allowed to face had come to town. He assumed it was a saint, but if it was a saint, he would be dead by now. This was the first heir of the country they are in right now, Prince Alsus, the swordmaster of the Night Kingdom. He is the third strongest knight of this kingdom. Prince Prodigy Wizard, a second-generation monster, resembles a young queen summoned by the King of Knights. The lady told him that the prince is looking for a boyfriend. The demon warned him that if he met him, he didn't dare say a word about him. He would immediately know that he was a demon. This is because the prince is a holy knight who has received the blessing of a saint. The saint knight is best avoided, and it's also likely that he has nothing to do with the guy. The demon was furious, somehow thinks that this has nothing to do with him. He said that the prince wants to see him. 2 girls came to them, but the demon did not call them here. Apparently the power made him popular among women. God was angry with the guy back then, but he's sure they came here asking for help in leveling up. The demon said that the guy has a habit of interpreting people's goodwill as something material, so he'll never get married. But that's not what an old bachelor demon should say. The demon burst into tears, as the girl said that she was a little disappointed, thinking that she could not pay for the service, because he left. He got his new curse by hunting, but it's hard to enter the city with it. Rather, he returned after killing a hero or something else. The demon breaks up with him anyway in this city, as he has no doubt that he will die before marriage if he continues to spend time with him. The guy was angry. Why all of a sudden? Who will then translate for him? The demon thought that they could go and find a slave with the blessing of the tongue. Although earlier she said that blessings are so rare, money rules the world. He believes that the guy hunted so much, and he definitely had something accumulated. But the young man was still angry, because all the time he thought only about how break up with him. The girls called him apparently. He does not know exactly why women dress so well to meet a man, the young man thought. Perhaps in order to meet, the demon did not understand where his golden mean was. It seems that the girls wanted to go for a walk. He should go with them. The guy gave the demon a hand looking at the girls. They probably only wanted to be with the guy. Dima said that he was fine, as long as he did not intend to take any risks in Princeward. The hero called him a coward, which made him very angry with the demon. I spent the whole day with the girls in various clothing stores, a sauna, and so on. In the evening, he turned into an elegant man, but he didn't like it. It was damn inconvenient what these women did to him. It seems they came to a noble's house. It turned out that they came to the prince. The guy from the back did not recognize him. The prince was flattered. He was looking for a meeting with the guy, and these people spoke very highly of him. The guy was happy the prince had the blessing of the language. He should be able to speak with all countries and species. This is the same prince that Kogmo was talking about. The prince introduced himself. He was the swordmaster of the Night Kingdom, asked not to feel depressed around him. After all, he hunted the orcs that were the headache of their country, and also saved 2 ladies who are the treasure of the nation. He would like to express his deepest gratitude. It was his duty as a young man, as a resident of fantasy. The prince, however, is very surprised. Because the boy is able to kill so many orcs, he asked if he would like to have a duel with him with swords. It was a very harsh suggestion. Perhaps he was too excited about the guests around. There were delicious dishes on the table. He said they could discuss it over dinner. When he said this is a really charming blessing, he doesn't feel full. Despite the amount of food he ate, he is a little jealous. God was happy with the sincere compliment, but scolded the guy for being more like a prince. The boy apologized for eating everything alone, but the prince replied that it was much better than saving the leftovers. The prince asked how he got the hero's curse, as his first question was expected. The guy answered, maybe they won't believe it, but he punished the hero who sexually harassed an innocent elf. Then the prince asked if he remembered what the hero looked like. He explained that he first hit him in the face, so I'm not sure if the guy wanted to get off the subject as soon as possible. The prince said that it was fine. They would be able to find out right away once they found out about the hero with the injured face. The young man didn't think that would happen. He invited him here because according to the guild's assessment, he was on a huge number of orcs. He helped get rid of the hindrance to the nation. He asked him to think of it as a light-hearted investigation of the reasons. All the orcs that lived on the plains disappeared as if by magic. In fact, they died out. He asked the guy if he accidentally knew about it. It seems that he hunted orcs too fiercely. If it were possible to get rid of these orcs alone, the prince means that he would have done it long ago. According to the lady, the young man is a very charming person, and he wanted to know more about him. Originally, he was going to pay a tribute of gratitude for him sleeping Miss Laisha and Miss Julia. Well, after he saw what was on the first level, he couldn't contain his curiosity and said thank you. Something agreed to spar. He said that this was not unusual, and asked him to just watch, taking out a dagger, that is, the weapon of the elves, which surprised the prince very much. This is just a demonstration. He thinks that he went too far by drawing his weapon, so he did it like this, loaded the attack in his hand. It was a surprise for the prince, such a dangerous technique that he mastered, injuring himself countless times. It was a very high ability despite the first level, so he gives him his spare sword. The guy thanked him. He would allow him to make a move first. The youth wouldn't turn down the opportunity. The prince was the third most powerful knight in the kingdom. Should he test his full strength? He used the outsider and elf skill, launched an attack at the prince, was very strong. He was afraid that he had killed him and ran away, apologizing. The prince was quite slow, but why was the sword he put his power into so sluggish, ridiculous guy? The girls came up to him and asked if everything was all right. The prince got up and said that the world is really huge. The guy also looked shocked and quickly ran away. It seems like he almost framed the kingdom's hero for the murder, since he's still that weakling. The prince wanted to apologize to Mr. Kang Hansoo, asked the girl to help him with this. He probably went to the inn. They ran to call him and asked His Highness to wait. It's just as exciting as his first swordsmanship training from his mother, Her Highness. The saint asked if anyone had entered her room without permission. The servant replied that no one except the usual watchers and the maid. She was sure that there was an uninvited guest, as she noticed footprints on the floor and asked everyone to leave. The servant was worried because there might be a murderer there. She says that the murderer would not have left footprints on her floor, and said that no one should enter until she allowed it. I didn't care about stealing anything else. Everything can be replaced eventually. But the one backpack that can't be replaced, Kang Hansoo's backpack, the one piece of indisputable proof that their god lied, was missing. A certain arrogant god of benevolence asked her what she was worried about, and she said that the backpack had been stolen, that God had no words, that someone had invaded her room and taken it, just him, to be precise. God was angry because you should have destroyed him earlier, and she asked you not to test her faith, because God was extremely uncomfortable. He asked her what she was going to do now. Now she could only leave it to fate. God was not happy with the answer, and asked if there was a way to find the backpack, said that in this case he could just search on his own. God left with an irritated face. She already has a headache about the guy, so this time she was asked if they could enter. She allowed it and asked to send a letter to the prince and the elven kingdom. A servant ran up to him and said that the saint wanted to see him. He even completely forgot to warn her about what had happened, asking her to remove the destroyed fountain and deal with the consequences. He went to her. She asked how the investigation into the mass disappearance of orcs is progressing. Report on it. It seems that it will be difficult to follow the plans for the heroes to hunt the orcs from the plains. At the moment, there is no indication that the sudden decrease in the number of orcs will turn into an increase. After capturing a live wandering orc and interrogating it with the blessing of the tongue, it seems that their habitat has been invaded by demons. The saint was surprised, but this information has not yet been confirmed. She will have to intensively monitor the demons capable of such a thing. The prince had some suggestion. Meanwhile, our hero met with the demon and quickly packed up. He will probably be arrested for killing the prince if caught, so he needs to run as fast as possible. But do not worry, he will succeed in 1 or 2. The demon became agitated. He was worried for himself, as he might be caught with him. The guy asked the orc to open the portal and ran away, since there was no time to explain, asked to come to the north gate of the city, but there he would not be able to wait for the demon for too long. Meanwhile, the saint realized that there was a hero who attacked the elf. His appearance, name is unknown to them. In addition, the face was injured beyond recognition. She assumed it was Ohanu. It wasn't easy to be such a nuisance, so to avoid causing trouble, the prince would want to send an observer. The saint allowed him to do this and asked him to provide a generous compensation to the cursed citizen. The hero's mistake is the responsibility of the saint, although she must take care of it herself. It is difficult, since she urgently needs to go to the elven kingdom. The prince understood and promised to provide compensation, which will not disappoint her. She trusts him. The prince laughed. The compensation he can provide is to make him his knight, but this weapon won't be enough. He looked at the broken sword on the table. Our hero had something itchy in his ear. Maybe someone was talking about him. The guy came back through the teleport. He needed someone who could move all his things. From the side, he saw an orc. From now on, these people will move his things and let him forget about killing. The orc said that this is not his personal warehouse. And also he asked to move these things to the exit with the help of the holy ball. The green friend said nothing. He had been humiliated in all sorts of ways, but he had never felt so offended by the fact that he was weaker than the hero, which he took as a compliment. Meanwhile, the demon was walking through the forest and was afraid. The guy jumped out from behind him, which made him even more scared. He asked to hurry up and run. The demon asked if he wanted to explain. For now, they need to run as far away from the saint as possible. This was due to the hero's curse. They would have to go north so they could part quickly. The north has the biggest slave market in the western continent. He is going to find him a slave with the blessing of the tongue. He didn't understand why the demon was making such faces. He explained that the demon had run away with all his belongings. He couldn't even get a single horse, and the knights would be rushing in soon. They had to hurry. I guess they didn't have a choice. The guy took him in his arms and said that it would be faster. He would carry him carefully, like a princess. The demon cannot believe that he is so easily humiliated by a person. The guy asked him how he could feel hungry in the middle of all this, but don't think he's a monster as much as a hero. Then the guy stopped and pulled out the food from the teleport. When they were full, he threw the plates back. It's certainly not as good as what he ate with the prince, but it was also not bad. No matter how he looks at it, he's never heard of magic that cooks and washes dishes. Since the demon was full, they should hurry up. He asked not to bother him because they were almost there. The guy was surprised, because they could eat after arriving. They were at the site of the largest slave market in the western continent, and everything looked pretty neat. The demon asked me to stop acting like a redneck and follow him. He was approached by some people who were sitting playing cards at the table. He did not understand them, thought it was a security guard, but immediately apologized. There is nothing strange in this. If a city with such a large population turnover is thoroughly inspected, the economy will stop working so smoothly and collapse. As the demon had told him earlier, he wouldn't run away just yet, but he asked for his things to be returned to him. The boy was surprised that he had to do this before he found him a slave with the blessing of the tongue. But he asked for the brown bag back to be returned to him. The demon realized that the connection goes through the sword. He does not think that he himself can learn magic. If it's a magic sword, he asked to take a closer look at it. He doesn't think it has spatial enchantments on it. It looks like an ordinary metal sword. He didn't know that it's a holy sword that is equipped with an anti-theft system. He was very angry that the latter made him touch the holy ball, and he should have known when the latter passed it to him with such ease. Then he asked how the guy could hold the holy sword with such ease. He explained that it was defective. The demon said that as its owner, even the weapon is defective. The guy got very angry and swung his sword at the demon. He asked why the demon looked so tired. Did he think the demon would be fine next to the holy sword? We moved to a certain girl with horns on her head, a chain around her neck. In a huge market, they tried to sell various slaves. He imagined that the hero would feel a strong sense of justice if a merchant mistreated a beautiful slave girl. What nonsense, the demon didn't expect much from someone who almost killed the prince. But the guy isn't capable of coming up with anything normal. It was rude to him. One of the merchants just cruelly treated a fragile girl. The guy asked what it was then. It was a classic trick that causes superficial sympathy. They arranged such a scene, forcing a merciful person to buy slaves. You need to look carefully. Her skin is too light for one who is constantly abused by the owner. The market sold 4 main categories of slaves: humans, elves, dwarfs, and mermaids. The price between species was different, but the level was more important than their appearance or skills. There were some places to go to see the sights, and then they would stop by a few places that specialized in selling elite slaves who were too good to be wasted as ordinary laborers. They went to a certain place and greeted the girls by asking what kind of slaves they were looking for. They were looking for a slave with the blessing of the tongue. She told about a few copies. The rest was not important. As long as there is a blessing, it should be a slave who can go with him on a journey, the guy explained. He asked the girl. It turned out that there was such a thing. The demon was very surprised. He already felt sorry for the slave who would follow him in constant torture. The girl led them upstairs to a room. It seems they gathered all the elite slaves in one place. None of them were able to escape as they have either the blessing or the slave's curse. They began to look at the slaves and their status windows. The girl brought out another slave to them. It was a girl with demon horns. It was surprising or rare to see a demon who decided to be a human slave. The guy laughed, because he probably ordered someone similar to him. Only a demon can cope with such conditions. Dima was angry because he buys a slave, although in fact now he is a beggar. He asked the girl when she became a slave. She loved a man very much, that she felt that she could give him everything, but he doubted her love, and she became a slave to prove it to him. The demon burst into tears. The girl asked her buyer to get rid of this insect that looks at her with pity. She wants to tear out his eyes filled with suffering from the sockets. It was time for them to move out. She asked if he wanted to check if everything was all right. That's how she sees her status window. She leaned over and asked him not to think anything strange. It's all because of the slave's blessing. She looked at Master and asked to order him to bring him. After all, That's the only reason she obeys a lowly person like him to receive orders. The demon looked at the guy and promised that if he tried to order her something strange, he would get him. The girl asked him to order her to kill this demon. He allowed her to do anything she wanted, but only not kill him. The girl attacked him. Now should they look at the other slaves? The guy bought quite a lot. They were really cheap after all. They have low levels, and they all work productively. They picked up his things, and he asked them to enter the teleport one at a time. The demon turned to the guy. He wanted to tell him something. He hadn't left yet, but asked him to go together, as he had already changed his mind. Then an arrow flew into the back of his head. The devil was so eager to do it, it seems that someone got to him before. The guy realized that this is an attack in the middle of the day. This world is amazing, isn't it? He hit some person who attacked his friend. People got scared. It's bad. It seems that panic begins. These guys were stealing slaves, and the slave girl thinks that rumors spread that a first level bought a large number of slaves. The guards ran straight at them. The slave girl asked if he wanted her to kill them. It didn't matter, and the demon was better hidden. He thought they would have to leave the city. Kogmo was still out. He was such a weakling. The demon had woken up. He just let his guard down, because he hadn't been killed before. The slave girl asked him if it was true that he had always relied on his stamina and lived defenseless. He should admit that he was a rag. Buying an enslaved woman for companionship is stupid. The guy is just a piece of dirt, he said. The she-devil tried to attack the guy, but he grabbed and repelled her attack, and with his attack chopped off her arm. The demon was very moved by this, so she asked the guy if he was really on the first level, even if she says that she is going to lose activity, just like the demon. She was angry. He was only human. Since that was the case, he said let him show off her owner's abilities. During the last blow of the guy, she came up with something. Everyone has their own secrets. The slave struck the owner, who injured him. It's a pity, but it's nothing for the demon. Now the master must release her. Then she will immediately cure him. He doesn't think it will suit him. He orders her to stay where she is. Such a wound she inflicted on him is nothing to him. They both have the power of recovery when they can fight until one of them dies. The demon was very angry with the guy. He promised to help the slave. She did not understand what was happening. During all the time they spent together, the boy had thoroughly studied the demon's fighting style, and he had put a sword through the demon's head. The demon said that he knew him well, but he still hadn't seen this coming. The she-devil is really impressed with his abilities in a bad way. It's not easy to be so useless. He tries to look like an angel, but most of all, she hates traitors. But she betrayed the guy. She is undoubtedly a slave, but she never swore to be his slave. They stepped on the attack. Her recovery does not have time to heal wounds. But who is this guy anyway? This is a good excuse, he said. The slave girl told him not to hope for victory. She does not care about herself at all, and can be tougher than others. Then she got wings before she flew away. He wanted to knock her down. He didn't succeed, however. It looks like she exhausted herself a bit by constantly attacking and recovering. Then he used the outsider and elf skill, which means she wasn't that good. She finished with it, and charged the attack in her hand. The guy decided to take advantage of it. It was supposed to be before she's finished. The slave decided to kick on the leg. It was unexpected for the guy. It looks like he just lost. The god was grumbling and confused. He wants the outsider to be brainwashed. Whether he thinks about this loss, it was all in her control. The slave girl said that since the master is getting up, he's going to buy her new clothes. Isn't that right? Why should he? Then the demon jumped up and said that he would give Miss clothes that fit her. She slapped him in the face and said that the owner is obliged to provide his slave with food, shelter, and clothes. The guy did not sign up for this, but took out a dress from the teleport. And in truth, she lost when she's lost the advantage. But in the end, she doesn't know what can happen when she's so exhausted. What will happen if that piece of trash starts controlling her? Moreover, it seems that he lost on purpose, which makes her feel very uncomfortable. The guy asked if she was going to say something like, "I lost" or "I obey." She recognized him, a lower being, as her master, and it wasn't easy anyway. This is a humiliation that she will always be mocked for, so let him treat it as a test. But that was just her version. He's too greedy. What else does he want from her? The demon jumped up and said, "If a guy demands something absurd from Miss, he won't forgive him." The slave girl had stepped on him, and if he couldn't forgive him, was he going to beat him in battle? God notices that this is a very pathetic demon. The guy understands that he is really very stubborn. The girl went up to the guy and hugged him. This time she is trying to bring compensation. This is not what the guy meant. She is tired of Mr. and leaves the rest to him. In the meantime, the prince will take care of a generous compensation for him. This is a big problem. The saint can't believe that the orcs were wiped out from the plains. First the number of gnolls in the forest plummeted, and now the orcs. so the saint came to see Elder Celebals, but it wasn't exactly because of that. She became very curious about the Knoll Forest and how it is doing. Apparently the saint is trying to find the criminal and lost things. It's doable, but it won't be the elder looking for them at all. She asked the little slime buddy for help. She was surprised, but Milan is a special slime. This buddy doesn't shake like the other one. The saint didn't quite understand what the woman was talking about. You said that she would understand when she saw his powers. The room they were in was the scene of the crime. She asked the slime to reveal the identity of the intruder. The saint asked what he was saying. She can't understand him with the blessing of the language. According to his words, the one that the criminal escaped through the holy sword on the wall. The worst thing was that the criminal, the hero. It seems that the saint understood and guessed the identity of the culprit. She thanked for the help and asked if there was anything she could do in return. The woman is planning to head to the Magic Academy and would be grateful for the help. She planned to become a professor at the Magic Academy. At what time was she weaker than the average soldier in that incident and couldn't do anything? She tried to raise her hunting level, but only found out how unsuitable she was for it. Celeblis, thanks to her dislike of war, despite being an elder of the Elven Kingdom and living for 1,000 years, is only level 12. Since she can gain combat experience through the blessing of teaching, this will be the best solution for her. The saint agreed to help her to the best of her ability. Meanwhile, the guy was thinking about a draw with such a level difference. Next time he would crush Choi Kamen. The gods praised him, which made the guy even more excited. The servant brought him the things he had ordered, and there was more to it than he thought. It's a small favor for someone who's going to save the world of this, but it's still too much. But still thanked the man. He decided to ask if there were any poorly explored dungeons nearby, so the man just never found them, as there might not be any dungeons for the hero's development. People gathered in a crowd and went somewhere. The man in any case thanked him and asked him to take care of himself. It turned out that everyone was crowding around the elder. No one knew who she was, probably a noble. She apologized for the commotion and asked not to worry. She wasn't out for revenge. The man turned to her. It was the village chief. The basement remained the same as it was, and asked permission to show her out. The woman followed the man. Then the guy ran up to her and asked if there was anything she should tell him. She didn't understand what he was talking about. He did not understand why this was happening, whether he should receive signals for such events with the heroine. One male god thinks that she may already be engaged, and the other god agrees. Then he asked if she was married, and the girl said that remembering her kiss with Kang Hansoo, it was rude of him. She was not comfortable, so she asked him to stop and went on with the headman. The guy thought that there were no doubt reasons why she couldn't talk, thinking that he was the main character, should help. One god slapped his knees, and the other let out a series of exclamations. There was no need to rush, but first he would look at her to get to know her better. The same night, the heroes stood in front of the prince. He is sure that they know that their goal is to hunt the demon lord. For this you need to use all the exceptions. The same applies to the tournament. Several orcs were released here on the red line. He pointed to the map. The task of this tournament is to hunt orcs. Do not forget to check the identification tags on their ankles. The students were a little scared when they found out that it would be orcs, no matter how they succeeded. The winner would be the one who collected the most tags, and the prize for winning would be the hero's one and only holy sword. Kang Min was focused. He didn't want Ohanu to slow him down. He had to win the tournament. Ohanu was thinking that he couldn't go to the academy since he didn't have hero status. There were two guards talking behind his back. One of them was assigned as a guard in the place where the heroes will be enrolled in the Magic Academy. The elder of the elves also becomes a professor. A student and professor, the guy remembered his love story in the last school. Now it is necessary to decide how to get there. A certain vicious god assures him that everything will work out if the boy is hired. Another water god criticizes the idea as wrong. The guy folded his hands into a fist and said that he would return the status of a hero because he was also going to the academy. That same night at the temple, the prince was very surprised, like everyone else, as he showed up about Hanu and also participated in the tournament. A young man can't compete if he's not a hero, but he's back to prove his abilities, isn't he? Choi Kang-min was very angry. The prince had heard that their final fight with the hero was a draw, but he couldn't doubt his character. His Highness still hadn't forgotten about the incident with the elf. The guy was very scared and said that it was a misunderstanding, but how could he lie so stubbornly? The saint was standing behind him. Was she planning to just watch from afar? The prince didn't understand what she was thinking. Provided that he returns all the money he received and renounces his hero status, then the prince will accept his return. The boy was happy, although he had spent everything on training, but he would get it back soon. His Highness didn't have to worry about it. The prince wasn't happy about the happy face. It's still too early to celebrate. He's just wondering how much he improved his skills after leaving the temple. Charging the attack in his hand, he asked for permission to take a look for himself. The students were shocked by what was happening. He will be surprised, Ohanu answered him. A certain vicious god complains about the lack of popcorn. Another god of war watches with a very peaceful expression. The boys were worried if he was still alive after the prince's attack knocked him into the wall. The check was completed. He warned the participants of the tournament that he was informing them that there was no protection provided for upcoming events, and he asked them to raise their hands in the air. Kangmin, Miyong, and Bora raised their hands, and those who doubt their participation should not regret it later and think about it now. The saint came up to them and said that it was enough. They should respect the choice of heroes, and those who do not participate in the tournament should go back to their rooms and collect their things. They intend to actively support only those who have the courage and determination, and this situation is part of the screening process. Everyone immediately began to raise their hands. True heroes must have true courage. Heroes driven by their own benefits are no different from mercenaries. But after all, the winners have already been determined. They were just realists, but they don't need heroes who face reality and avoid battles either. The remaining players have successfully passed the first stage of the tournament, and may the blessings of the gods be with them in the future stages. We move on to another hero. I never could believe that he and Kogmo would break up in this way. He promised to become a strong man who suits Miss Diroka. Then he will return. God says that he doesn't look like an outsider and offers to leave the demon. The guy asks to calm down. The translator just changed his gender, but God feels more and more uncomfortable. A certain god ran away. The guy couldn't believe it. He called him, but he never came back. The god was spying on the students while the prince was dealing with Ohanu. He looked at the schedule. It was the tournament schedule, and the prize was the Holy Sword, as well as the chance to enter the Soplajui Magic Academy. The god was delighted. In the meantime, the guy was able to put the demon down. She really went to bed. He still had the blessing, so I don't think he gave it up. But when the girl came into the room and started to tell him something, she was very scared when she saw the guys. It was the curse of bloodshed. That's why God is not around, and the blessing is still there. Until now, it was fun, but now it's strange and interesting. The guy believes that you can turn a blind eye to it, because it doesn't show up very often. He must notice that this is finally the perfect time for the slave snatchers to be active, and he must get his revenge before he leaves the city. A certain god came back on tiptoe. The young man didn't expect him to do it so early. The god praises himself for a lonely journey and insists on a compliment. The guy approved of the journey and asked if he wanted to take a walk somewhere. Then God asked if he threw out the demon on the end, at what time her condition did not allow. He did not do this. God found out where the guy was going. He's going to see the bandits who attacked them, and he wants to say a nice goodbye before he leaves. A certain god asked him where he was going after and grumbled because he had to go to the academy. The guy would make that decision after teaching the robbers a lesson. God lay down on the floor and demanded a promise. The young man will think about it if he helps him. He looked suspiciously at the guy, asked him to promise that if he helps, then he will go to the academy with him. The young man replied that he will only think about entering. Help is needed to catch fish, something like bait. The god asked if the guy still needed slaves. He replied that he only needed an interpreter. Everything has benefits. But the daughter of a magician, the son of a knight or nobles, they are all cheap regardless of their occupation. Since they have low levels, the young man feels bad. Nicky Box says that the external level is pathetic. He says that the internal level is important. The guy understands this. He noticed the arrows flying at the slaves and beat them off. The guys laughed at the fact that the first level was guarding a bunch of slaves. They thought it was bingo for them. But when the guy got up and answered that they were too old-fashioned, crumpling the arrows in his hands, there was no doubt that they were in league with the ones who had attacked them before. But when the boss approached these guys, he jumped to the ground, heading for the guy. God is trying to persuade him to go to the academy, but now he is going to start a massacre, so talk to him later. God was extremely displeased. The enraged man wanted to attack the god, urged the guy to hurry up with the slaughter, of course. He charged the blessing of the outsider, the slaughter, and stepped into the attack, being the first. The boss was startled by what was happening, as a first-level guy twisted the head of many people. Crushing people with his bare hands was quite unusual for him. The god danced and demanded that the bloodshed be hastened. The boy got to the boss. He was smart, since he didn't run away. He will save his life. As soon as the man tried to run, the guy broke his spine. Other wars tried to kill him, but he also dealt with them. In the morning, the guards found all these guys tied up. They thanked the guy, giving him a reward, because they had to do all this. Everything else was cleaned up by the slime. But for some reason, she didn't remove the bone. Rather, it was a special bone because slugs don't clean up rare ingredients. God still reminds the guy about the academy, but he doesn't answer, and God complains about being ignored. Nicky Box says that he will understand when he goes there, but the guy doesn't even know what kind of academy it is. A man approaches him from behind, but he doesn't understand a word. God explains that he wants to buy a bone that the young man found and give it to his son at the academy. God mentions the academy again and again, and insists that the outsider read the situation. The guy thought about it and asked the knight for a favor instead of money. Because he also wants to go to the academy, God was very happy. But then he interrupted his joy and began to stomp his feet. The guy thought, maybe we should negotiate, and behind him there was a devil. She put her wound, but lonely, because he is so mean. The man was very scared. The demon took out a sword. She explained that the slave, I'm not stupid to walk around defenseless. He asked them both to be quiet and talk about the academy. The god couldn't wait any longer and ran away again. The man denied everything about the academy. The guy was angry. The ground shook. A huge dragon appeared in the sky above the market. He asked all people for attention. The disaster that is worse than death has returned. This time he will destroy all of them and this heroine on whom they depend so much. He was very scared because he did not understand where he suddenly got the first level. Who dared to do this to him? Our hero chuckled and replied that it was their god. All the people started to run. It was a dragon of such size that she thought it was disaster level. However, she is still quite calm. The demon is not able to defeat it, but can escape. The dragon was very angry. Who dared to make fun of his level? Most likely it was a hero. He charged the attack in his mouth. Just such as a hero is capable of something like this. With his attack, the dragon set fire to a lot of houses. The knight took out his sword and went to protect everyone from it. The god was very pleased that he had become active for such a long time. He asked the guy to show his abilities to this knight. The demon saw the holy sword. The guy was surprised because the other demon only realized this when he took it in his hands, but asked not to put her on the same level with this piece of garbage. Besides, is he a hero? No, it wasn't a hero, it was a defective sword. She didn't know that the gods could make mistakes. The dragon was calling for the hero to come out. If he didn't do it right now, he would turn the city into ashes, the girl said with a dissatisfied face that she was already coming. Meanwhile, the knights defended the city as best they could, throwing arrows at the dragon, but the dragon could only fight back if its level was normal. It would have finished this battle long ago. That male knight blocked the monster's attack. The guy believes that he is not a useless tin can. The demon replied to him that this, of course, was expected from a knight guarding his country. She can easily repeat the similar state of this dragon at the moment. She didn't have time to finish as the guy flew up to the roof. By killing the knights, the level of the dragon increased. The god called to hurry up and get rid of it. The hero realized that he should hurry before he raised his level even more. The demon did not understand who he was constantly talking to. He said that with the one who resurrected this dragon. He needed to prepare, so he asked her to distract this dragon. She flew up in the air. The dragon noticed that she was level 27, but what is such a high-level demon doing in the Western continent? Although it's even better, she will become his HP. But the girl did not plan and launched a charged attack at him. The dragon was very angry. How dare a simple cockroach do such a thing? Today at his hands, the king of red dragons, everyone will be burned alive. Meanwhile, God scolded the outsider who asked him to be quiet because he was gathering his power, and he needed silence. God covered his mouth with both hands and later asked if this was enough. He didn't know what he was talking about, but he had already charged the attack, and it didn't matter. It was definitely enough for a fight. He flew up in the air and headed towards the dragon. As he flew up, he asked the demon to move away and dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Everyone was startled. A certain god was praising the outsider very much. He couldn't believe that he lost to a person with the first level. How can he speak with his neck cut? Besides, he was also only recently at the first level. A demon approached him. He used her as bait for the dragon. It's a pity on his part. But the difference in size between him and this lizard is to blame. It seems that the girl just wanted to praise. The same knight came out to them. Does a man still doubt when he saw everything with his own eyes? Maybe it's worth pulling out these useless eyeballs, the girl asked. The guy denied. The dragon could still speak. Its red dragon king was killed by a human, not even a hero. It's all right, the boy answered. It happens and you shouldn't be embarrassed. The dragon swore on his soul and said that the young man gave him a humiliation worse than defeat. He curses him. The boy did not understand anything. He had the curse of the king's wrath. The demon explained that dragons are very proud creatures who sometimes curse their opponents instead of accepting defeat. and this is also the first time she has seen this with her own eyes. The guy was angry and shouted that the lizard was resurrected and took the curse back. The god happily spun around and said that the guy did everything right, but he did not believe that he just killed a monster that threatens the inhabitants of fantasy, and in return received another curse. The curse of the king's wrath was that the rage of the dragon he killed would provoke dragons nearby, and when his life was in danger, the enraged dragons would attack him. He looked at the girl. She was happy. Is she happy because her master got a curse? No, she got a new blessing. Days like this come only because of her perseverance and perseverance. The blessing of the wrath of the king was that as a dragon slayer, she exerts pressure on the dragons. In the area, an enraged dragon will protect her when her life is in danger. The hero was shocked by her blessing. He couldn't believe that the knight was also blessed, and he was cursed. A certain god was praising the outsider with a bright smile. It seems that the slime is able to separate the ingredients. It's nice, moreover, the slime went through and sorted everything. It seems that only the most valuable things are left. Unfortunately, the guy cannot take it, as he can be caught by the kingdom and the evil goddess if he takes them. The crowd cheered as the knight and dragon on the wagon followed, and the two boys stood at the back of the crowd. The knight was still in debt to the guy. God reminded them that they just needed to go to the academy. But the guy asked the demon to tell him to use his share of the trophy to restore the city, as well as to support the family of the deceased. She said that it was an honor for the knight to still be alive thanks to her and her master. They don't need this pathetic trash, so he should use it for himself and other people. The guy suspected her tone, but she asked him not to invent it, because she translated everything word for word. Some clouds appeared in the sky above them. It turned out to be dragon rage. A white dragon appeared above them, completely made up of bones. It was definitely smaller than the previous one. It seems that the dragon's soul harboring anger towards him has taken on a physical form, as fantastic and expected. But the young man easily slaughtered a living dragon. Who does the skeleton think it is, since it looks down on it? Meanwhile, the students gathered on the platform. The sky was very clear, and today there were brave heroes who were trying to kill the demon lord. I wonder who among the legendary heroes will be the greatest, the host said. This will be revealed at the Tournament of Heroes. The saint said that the support of people was a great help in the development of heroes. She believes that this tournament will prove that she did not go unnoticed. The two men were discussing the rumor that hero Kang Min was the strongest. Some people didn't agree because they heard that it was Young Myung. Arya was snuggling up to Euboria. Her mom was looking at her from the noble's seat. Well, then she should be confident. Her mom might be disappointed if she hides behind her back. The girl said that her friend is a strong hero, and she will also try her best. She decided to ask another question. What is she going to do if another hero is in danger at the tournament? The girl replied that she would help him. Without hesitation, she was really very strong. The girl blushed. She just thought that he would have given the same answer. Arya did not understand who she was talking about, and the girl quickly refused. The saint has officially declared the tournament open. The guys ran into battle. The guy prepared a cart in advance and offered everyone to get into it. Knowledge is power. They can run as fast as they can, because the one who will capture all the orcs will be him. Others did not approve of this behavior, considering it a scam. Jang Mi-young noticed that they had already left, and she thought that she would be the fastest. So she asked the guys to hurry so that they would not be left behind. They obeyed her due to the blessing of charm. The saint was informed that the Red Dragon King, Alcazar, appeared in the northern city of the Night Kingdom last night. She asked them again if they were sure of this information. The physique and the number of horns, and the color of the scales all fit his description in the literature. This is definitely the Red Dragon King that she hunted a century ago. She hunted him with heroes, and still remembers it very clearly. The saint was sure that she confirmed his death, whether it was possible that he was revived, but she doesn't think so. There is no time for this while the tournament is going on. The gods do not do this without a reason. Perhaps the god made a mistake in the venue of the tournament and revived the dragon. So far, I don't need to make an incident in the absence of the hero, that's right. All the heroes are participating in the tournament, but the hero Kang Hansoo, there is a god next to him blocking the goddess' surveillance, if that god is the culprit. The saint asked why she wasn't informed about this right away. She had to check everything herself to make sure there was no threat of much damage. But she was told that the Red Dragon King had already been hanged and killed. She was confused as to who was able to stop it, but they didn't get any more information. But they say that the dragon's life was ended by a single night. Then she is sure that the information is false. It is impossible to stop the attack of the Red Dragon King alone. There is no reason to succumb to the influence of misinformation, and they will discuss this issue later. Now they should concentrate on the tournament. Some man shouted at another that riding in his carriage for free is only in his dreams. Hanu didn't understand what was going on. Isn't it the duty of a resident to help a real hero? God asked if he would stop there. Of course, he will not give up on this. But then the hero froze. A girl looked at him with a look through. He is not able to peek even in the absence of physical barriers, and the probability that his secrets will be revealed significantly increases. The guy was very angry. Maybe she's a knight. He can't see anything because of the curse. But for the main character, this is quite a common situation. He used the blessing of the special one. The girl suggested that he ride together. Although, it might be uncomfortable since there is only one horse. The guy sat down. She asked him to stay tight and not too close. She would take him there as quickly as possible. Even a long ride would suit the young man. He put his arm around her waist. Being with a lady knight is much better than riding with a sweaty man. Maybe we should invite her to join the team, he thought. Meanwhile, the knight, the demon, and the young man were not going very well. Everything was on fire, and the monsters were unstoppable. What did the hero get into again? Everything was fine until the guy killed the skeleton dragon. After killing it, there were bone dragons. They all wanted to kill. The status window of our hero was buggy, and more dragons appeared who wanted to kill people. Even the boss of the group appeared. But at the moment when the wounded knight was in danger, his blessing of the king's wrath summoned good dragons that protected the people and their families. As a result, evil dragons began to fight against good dragons. While none of them stopped appearing, the guy did not understand what was happening. The demon was very annoyed. She tried to kill at least one dragon. She succeeded, but she was already at the limit. Right in front of her in the sky, a dragon was fighting for her life, and another one was trying to kill her. She couldn't even move. They fell right at her from the sky. There was a strong impact. The monster that was protecting her promised to save her. The hero thought that such a place would soon turn into ruins, so he felt that it was worth it to finish it all in one blow. It was all over. The slime was doing its job. The demon didn't understand the mess, had never heard of it before. The king's wrath curse bestowed by a dragon shouldn't be activated so thoughtlessly. Any ideas about what happened? She asked. The young man had an idea, however, that he has the cheat blessing of an outsider, unlike the gnolls, who get their powers from stuffing their guts. Its source is the duration of his life. As it continues to burn and is constantly reset, his low lifespan becomes the trigger in activating the curse of the wrath of the king. He is sure that this curse has limitations on activation, but in his case, even it will probably restart. It annoys him that you need to monitor the amount of power used. He was approached by the slime. They can't remove all these bones. They are certainly smaller than the red dragon, but they are still dragon bones. Then he asked the demon to remove the whole mountain of useless bones. It feels like she's being handed useless garbage, and these are elite ingredients that cost more than her body. Before he left, the knight asked. He didn't understand him, so the girl translated that he wanted him to go to the academy with his little son. A certain god was very excited and delighted with the perfect plan. This tin at least has a conscience, suggesting that he is inviting him to visit to thank him for his significant contribution in getting rid of the dragon. The guy did not know whether to agree or not, because it was his fault that the city was destroyed. He shook hands with the knight because he can't refuse. The knight's pride won't allow him to leave the guy without a reward. Some of the people saw the remains of bones. There would be chaos if more people gathered. The girl was happy, because it means it's time to leave. The young man did not understand what she was so happy about. She replied that he was coming up with something again. They came to the knight's house. It looked quite modest. The guy did not expect this from the outskirts of the city. The hero didn't understand why the girl thinks it's modest. He thinks knights are better than mercenaries. He didn't understand why the girl was still following him. Wasn't he afraid of making a mistake again in the absence of an interpreter? The guy felt contempt. He said that the meeting with the prince went smoothly. The demon, of course, agreed with him. Not considering his brand of a criminal, a certain guy was watching them through the window. They were sitting at a large table and eating, so they are asking to go to the academy with the first son instead of the younger one. The demon explained that the younger one already has a companion and the first one dropped out of school, but can return. In general, the knight asks him to take care of this blockhead. The guy thinks that they are making a minor character out of him. The knight said that he wants such a strong and reliable person to become a friend for his son, explained the girls. The guy was very angry because a couple of minutes ago she said something completely different. After learning this, he of course agreed. God raised both hands up wide. I said they weren't going to tame him with money. The guy was angry that she was changing the meaning of the text. She just removed unnecessary details. It was a distortion of the facts, he said. The girl says that her master wants to see the face of an unworthy son, who hides when there are guests in the house. The guy didn't know what the girl was saying or why his parents were suddenly crying. It was an excellent demonic translation, but why would she make his parents cry? The guy was lying in his room. His translator was too selfish. He was exhausted. As he tried to bring the couple to their senses, he asked if the girl knew anything about the academy. She said that this is one of the 4 academies that humans use to fight monsters. They mostly teach you how to steal, but humanity remains weak despite all its efforts. So the academy has become a place to find companions. A guy ran into their room with a sword in his hands, whether she should translate something like this. The guy said that everything is fine. He understands the general meaning. Therefore, he can't turn a blind eye to the request of this guy's father. He is a good son who knows how to make the kid become a good student at the academy. He needs to be taught a little lesson. The guy came up to the boy and hit him in the face, which flew away. His father is trying so hard to make his child succeed. So he should at least pretend to be a decent son. He hit him again. The hero was flooded with memories. He remembered saying that a person who makes his family worry can't save the world. He immediately ran up to the boy and asked if he was still alive. It seems that the guy was happy to bully the weakling of the 13th level, said the demon. Is it him? Do they think such an attack could kill the guy? He explained that it was a misunderstanding of his level below, and that it was she who looked the most enthusiastic. The boy tried to run away, but the demon stopped him, and the boy fell to the ground. And what should they do with him now? She asked if she could separate the head from the body so that they would not recognize him. The guy said that he forbids it. If the girl still has the dragon bones, they will give them to the poor guy, and those expensive ones are definitely expensive. This will suit him, although they are not even sure that he will be able to stand up. When the guy was cured, he woke up and rushed at our hero. It seems that he has not yet learned. The guy activated the wrath of the king. A bone dragon appeared from his mouth. Our hero got out and said that now they can become good friends. The saint has entered the room. They can no longer do without voluntary sponsorship. The temple is not able to support the heroes alone. As expected, time does not change anything. Falling on the bed, someone addressed her, the director of the academy, Snotlout. He has been waiting to meet her since the morning. She thought that the hero's attendance at the academy was already approved, but the fact is, there were additional issues that needed her to consider. Now she has no choice. But the good news is that the incident with the mutant supposed to be the Red Dragon King has been successfully resolved. There was some damage to the city, but there weren't many fatalities, which is great news, and she suggests we discuss the details later, and get in touch with the director first. The headmistress asked how she was doing. It wasn't very good because she got a call from someone who knew about her employment. She's sure that everyone is living in peace, and thanks to the active work of the human shield, the headmistress said. If there was nothing else important, the saint would switch off. The headmistress said that it was somehow rude. She was more irritable than usual today. So she got straight to the point. There are a lot of first-year students this year who she has high hopes for and is thinking about opening up underground relics for hero training. She means the labyrinth if she asks for such a thing. Then she finally broke the divine seal. That's exactly how it was. It's great that she has a slime that can even take care of the god seal. The labyrinth, a place where the gods abused their powers, appeared in the period of myths. This is not a typical building. All the relics found in the maze had abnormal strength with abnormal danger. The kingdom, as if receiving a sign from above, urgently calls her to open the maze. She cannot resist their will for long. It seems that there is a coveted treasure trove for heroes who have nothing to hunt, since the headmistress will send them to the saint when the tournament is over. The connection was interrupted. The saint said that she was being disconnected. The headmistress threatened her that she could only try not to follow the instructions. Could she survive in such a large number of heroes? Meanwhile, in the forest, Ohanu was sitting by a campfire, while Julia translated for her friend Laisha. The guy was very happy that he has 2 such girls next to him, but the one with the most orc tags wins. The blessing of magic depends on genes or training, and has nothing to do with intelligence. She replied to how the guy praised her, and said that she was very smart. The girl thanked her friend for giving her the chance to meet the legendary hero. He has so much blessing just at the 6th level. That's what it means to be chosen. Isn't the real hero amazing? The girl would be more surprised if it happened before meeting him. It was very strange because they did not see any orcs. The girl found someone's tracks, apparently. Someone was here before them. They took a shortcut to get here. There seems to be someone faster than them, and it took them a while to bring Laisha back. Given that the slime was still cleaning up, this person was not far away, the girl guessed. In the bushes, they found a cut and burned orc. It seems that both Swordsman and Mac were in that group. When they ran over, they saw the girls fighting a large number of orcs. It was the class leader. They fought in different ways, dealt strong blows to monsters. The girl used weapons. Her body will be a powerful weapon in all situations, and all the weapons that she has will be restored as well as her body. They were able to defeat the last orc. The guy had arrived here with his team much earlier than the prefect had expected, but how could he keep quiet when such a quiet girl was so strong? She didn't understand what he was talking about, class leader. There was always a student with the best average grades, just like here. Not excluding the fact that everything happens in the fantasy world, a good study here does not pump up strength, but it was also the best in physical training. She does not understand what he is dissatisfied with. Nikki, the male god, shook his head while the other pressed the button, found out, agree. The girl told her friend that it was not worth wasting time with this guy. They were going to go in that direction so they wouldn't get in each other's way. He shouted at her that he wanted her to take second place, but that was exactly what it would be great if she got that position, because then he could take first place. The guy thought that she was rooting for him. He was the main character, and she was the main female character, and actually in love with him. Orcs came up behind them. One of them felt a fresh woman. They told the guy to leave the women and get lost if he didn't want to die. He couldn't do this, and asked the girls to move back, and also swung his sword with an attack on the monster. It didn't work. The guy was surprised. The orc promised to crush him and also swung various attacks, because of which the guy even flew several meters away. Girls believe that each hero is unique, not to compare him with someone. This someone was just special. He was able to cut down orcs of the 6th level, while being on the 1st. They hope to meet this guy again. If he comes to the academy, then it will be possible. The girls attacked the orcs and defeated them together. Even taking into account the impact of the curse, there will be no problems with their levels, but they had completely different difficulties what to do with the unconscious hero Ohan. The girl suggested that her friend carry him on her back, but they both had hip pain, so there was nothing left. The gods were laughing a lot with this situation. Meanwhile, Kang Min watched Myung arrive, and she thanked all the men for helping her get there quickly. The guy was angry at her, because it was very dirty to use his power in such intentions, but he was the first to use the carriage, so there's nothing to say about it. The young man said that getting rid of the girl if she gets in his way. The girl said that this is a very cute threat from the strongest hero of the kid. The girl went with her team on the road. The guy also did not lag behind. They almost immediately met one of the orcs and the whole team easily defeated him. The guy is not sure that the first place will be his. The girl's team also fought back, but there were too many monsters. The guys told her to run away as quickly as possible, but everyone was moving towards her for some reason. All this was due to the blessing of charm. The boys tried to save her, but something did not work out. The gods were disappointed or watched on the contrary with interest. Someone from the team said that they were all here because of her, and she could sacrifice herself for the team. The girl did not understand. The guy explained that they can't die here. Everyone can survive if she becomes bait. The saint will support them anyway. She won't let her die. The guys apologized. They are very sorry. They asked for forgiveness. The girl was very angry and started crying. How can they do this if they said they would do anything, she asked. If she knew this would happen, she would just go back to Earth like Kang Hansoo. The girl took it upon herself. She told everyone to run while she distracted them. Only one guy was still trying to save her. After saying goodbye to her mom and dad, she closed her eyes, finding herself in the clutches of the monsters. The girl woke up. A guy was standing in front of her and said that everything was fine. Everything was finally over. It was Beck Illman. He killed all the orcs to save the girl. It really touched the gods. The first one had tears in his eyes. The other one said that it was very cool. The third one was glad to be so impulsive in engagement. The couple was walking. The girl didn't see a single orc. The guy joked that maybe it's all because they already have one. The girl got angry, explained that the guys who got there first must have already caught everyone. A girl came out to them and said that it was true that all the orcs in this area were killed, like she was in Choi Kang-min's team. Also, this is what was expected of a class leader in this world. She is the same as in their home world. The class leader is the first one in the fantasy world as well. The guys will have to sit back and watch the headman take the first place again. If they don't want it, then they should help. The guy asked what they were up to. Meanwhile, the saint did not expect such an outcome. Maybe it's because of cultural differences. If everything went according to plan, Yu Bora would definitely be the winner. That's problematic. They said that maybe they should tell hero Kang Min about the backpack and ask for cooperation. But can't they trust a hero who instigates his own friends? So they will trust the decision of the gods and fate. The only thing waiting for them is the award ceremony for the participants of the tournament. They should finish at this point. Everyone gathered in the square. The saint came out to the participants, thanked them for waiting. Since everyone is here, they begin to announce the winners of the Tournament of Heroes. Some student pressed his hand to his face and couldn't believe that he was now doing it again. So even in the form of a commoner, our main protagonist can't believe it either, because really his neighbor doesn't want to go to school so much. Instead, Hansoo should be outraged. The servant of our main protagonist said that her level is too high, she will definitely not be able to enter. Our main character, in turn, said that the slaves were treated like things, so you could bring her with you, just like a thing. He couldn't even believe that he was being persecuted by the royal family and suddenly turned out to be a student. The god of Asi confidently stated that everything was fine, and also assured him once again. Of course, Hansoo couldn't understand how anyone could be so sure. Could they really trust him like that? Or he'll tell you anyway. God was confused, but our main protagonist continued to say that he couldn't understand the reasons for being sent to the academy, and he wouldn't run away if he didn't like it. The god of Asi once again stated that as soon as he arrived, he would immediately understand everything. Of course, our main character knew how to get some god of Asa to talk, so he started blackmailing us by saying that the god of Asa didn't get any picture books for the next 2 days. Of course, the god of Asa immediately began to criticize the decision of our protagonist, even threatening to cry. The carriage had already arrived at the school, so our hero turned to Diaroka, because what was written on the bridge. But Diaroka said it said Hogwarts. Many knights greeted students. They asked to show access, or rather admission passes. The students who were traveling were very different, because some did not want to, some on the contrary waited with impatience, and some did not care at all. Even our main protagonist said that most likely it all looks like a military town, rather than an academy. Hansoo's neighbor started talking about how there were a lot of looks in the academy, so our hero realized that he was asking to call our main character whatever he wanted. Hansoo sat there and realized that he was entering the academy as a servant, under the guise of a partner of the son of an aristocrat. Salona, the girl who was sitting next to her, was very grateful to the company. She was an aristocrat. As soon as our hero got out of the carriage, Diaroka began to say that such a school uniform suits him very well. But even considering this fact, our character will still be ignored because of his first level. She even advised to repaint his clothes in red. As soon as they got a little comfortable and went inside, they began to go one by one to the admissions office. Just like Diaroka said, everyone was surprised that our protagonist was only level 1, but he passed all the physical tests with flying colors. Does our Hans even know about the elves? Of course, this was a common question for students at the entrance exam, but it still put him in a very awkward position, because he is familiar with them so much that he even got an arrow. As soon as the headmaster looked at him, he realized that Kang probably even competed with them. Although he has a curse, he allowed him to join, and also said that this year a certain elf will join the teaching staff of Hegevart. He wished all the best to our hero, so Kang shook hands and said he would do his best. The director also reminded that, even if you have any questions, you can always contact him. As soon as the commission was passed, our protagonist went to explore the rest of his new building to study, should he not return to the dorm at all. But God said that they would have to look at the statue that stands in front of them. The god of Asi was so pleased that he wrapped his legs around the main character's neck and turned right in the direction of the statue, which was exactly to his liking. Now, as soon as he reached the statue, the 2 men came up behind him and asked if he was interested in learning about the great warrior Phaedonicus. They said it was outstanding. He was the companion of a hero who was summoned in the distant past, and was also a graduate of the academy where they are now. Hansoo realized that he probably had the status of a rather interesting person in front of him, but he would still wait until he was alone and search for information about him personally. Just then, another person stood behind them and also asked them to put up posters. The elder couldn't believe his words, because how could our hero not know what was written on the posters? There was a greeting to the new heroes. At the same time, the aristocrat began to shout with joy, because that's what heroes who enter the academy means. Hansoo immediately turned to the god, who didn't show any signs of excitement. So Kang decided that he might even run away rather than just stand around waiting for the remaining heroes to arrive. Kang said that if heroes came to the academy now, then he wouldn't be an Asa anymore. Is God sure that everything will be fine at all? God immediately said that everything would be fine, because Kang wouldn't even have his friends around. Yes, and if our protagonist's classmates appear there, it means that we will have to face that goddess and other gods. But our main character should not allow this. But still, he decided to trust the god of Asi, who was very touched by the fact that Hansoo trusted him. The god once again pointed at the statue and once again pointed at the statue, which was truly magnificent. Hansoo, on the other hand, couldn't understand, because did God want to say something but just couldn't? He looked at the statue again, but was again distracted by a high school student who asked him to stop muttering to himself. But our hero just smiled and said that he simply did not understand what the elder was talking about. The elder was very angry and took our hero by the scruff of the neck, saying that now he will immediately understand. Hansoo continued to agree with everything, so at that moment he was just taken away and taken away. The aristocrat was frightened by this situation, but the former aristocrat said that everything will definitely be fine. As Hansoo was being led around various corners, he noticed a certain girl continuing to beat up another girl. The high school student also pushed our character against the wall and said that he now does not understand what place he was in, that even teachers avoid this place. But as soon as these words were spoken, the high school student was grabbed by the throat. Our hero realized that if no one knows about this place, then he can do anything there, and it was at this moment that he began to threaten with his magic. He took out his hammer and started threatening the upperclassmen again, saying that they were in the academy so they couldn't kill each other. So the high school student was thrown to the floor and was also knocked out with a single deft flick of his hand. Everyone was shocked by this picture, so Kang took his hammer and asked the seniors not to embarrass him with their views. The high school girl was shocked, because such a person of the first level simply cannot achieve and do this. But it was at this moment that our protagonist lost his temper. He said they'd probably forgotten that no one would be able to see them here. The girl thought that nothing would happen to her, but in a second she soared into the air thanks to the hand of our hero. The girl who was being bullied was shocked by the picture, and Kang asked that girl to step aside, because he wants to talk to the seniors himself. He lifted two of them into the air and said that now he would give them a welcome party himself. He would definitely take care of them. It was already evening, so Hansoo had already returned to his room. He didn't realize that it was possible to get into trouble already on the first day of his admission. And where would he sleep anyway, since Diaroka had taken over his bed? Diaroka, in turn, said only that she simply did not allow the human female to take a place near the window, so she took this place. Our hero was struck by this, because will he really have a neighbor? Is this Salona? How did you put a girl and a guy in the same dorm? But Diaroka said they were both escorts, and no one would treat them like important people. Hansoo understood, so he asked, where would Diaroka live anyway? But Diaroka just smiled and said that slaves usually sleep on the bare floor with only one blanket, but she is a special occasion, so she will sleep with our hero. Our hero screamed, so Diaroka offered to kick the human female out of his room. Hansoo knew it wouldn't do, so Diaroka asked, is our protagonist going to change it for a comfortable bedroom? After all, if he decided so, then she will not stop him, but she cannot guarantee that the female will not die during the night. Kang realized that there was nothing he could do, so he told Diaroka to follow him. The slave girl was very pleased, but where were they going? It was at this point that our hero replied that it was midnight at the academy. It's already evening, and we can see that many people are out on the street, just like our hero Diaroka. He went to a certain bar, but many people immediately started laughing, because why is he a beginner with level 1, but with a girl with horns? How did such a rookie come to them in the first place? Hansoo immediately apologized, but he heard from the elders that there were experts in the field that he was interested in, so he came. Many drunks wondered who had sent him there in the first place. Our main protagonist said that he found some acquaintances today who told him about this place, but he can't share the details. He immediately took out a bag of gold and started talking about getting the person in front of him to teach him how to stay out of sight. The drunkard started talking about how he shouldn't talk about it now. Should Hansoo tell him about the girl standing next to him? Hansoo immediately replied that she was his bodyguard, a level 27 demon. Many drunkards felt that such a high-level demon would definitely not guard a first-level suffocator. Hansoo started whispering in Diaroka's ear that he was telling the truth, but they didn't believe him. The demon immediately said that some level 13 guy didn't dare to disbelieve them. Should she kill that drunk? Our protagonist asked us to sort things out, but the demon just laughed. Of course, the drunk didn't like it. He hit the table and started talking about our hero leaving, but left his juicy bodyguard because if the drunk is happy with everything, he easily asks our protagonist. Just as he was about to tell him to keep the money too, Diaroka's heel landed squarely on his face. Everyone immediately realized that this was inappropriate behavior, so they jumped up from their seats and talked about how our characters were dead. Hansoo started to say that he didn't want to do this, but everyone started to step on him. But as soon as they tried to attack him, Diaroka dealt with them all with her strong legs. This time it was not white, but dark black, which is exactly the color of the underpants that Diarok was wearing. Kang thought that it was necessary to stop everything, because everyone was afraid of this picture. It was evening. A certain girl was walking along a dark alley, but our main protagonist was nearby. He attacked her and took off her cloak, but still realized that it would be very difficult for him to immobilize people like this without killing them. Diaroka couldn't understand why they'd come there in the middle of the night, but all our main character said was that he had something to do with the statue in front of him. When he jumped over the fence, Diaroka told him that all she knew was that Phedonicus was the hero's companion, but in fact he was exiled after setting his eyes on the hero himself. Enraged, Phedonicus swore allegiance to the Night Queen and turned into a vampire. Eventually, he managed to steal the female. Hansoo was allowed Diarok for being very knowledgeable, so he then looked at the statue and said that his god said there was a clue on it. At the same time, Diaroka realized that she must have noticed something. She said there was no path between Phedonicus and the archer he had stolen. But isn't it strange that the statues aren't separated by a single obstacle? Besides, Phedonicus is looking at the swordswoman, but the swordswoman's gaze is turned in a different direction. It looks like a puzzle. But why do you even need to follow the eyes of a kidnapped swordswoman? As soon as the two of them went in the direction the swordswoman was looking, they came to a very strange place where there was a map on the floor. Diaroka immediately said that this area covers a vast territory, so it is simply impossible to completely bypass it. She spread her hands, and then said that there was another legend, that once upon a time there was a freshwater fish in the lake. She had been waiting for Phedonicus for so long that she turned to Stone Hansoo thought that they should not believe the nonsense, but Diaroka said that they should trust the legend and turn around to face the statue of Phedonicus. It was at this moment that they noticed the mermaid statue. Diaroka decided to destroy it, which our protagonist didn't like very much. Diaroka didn't understand our protagonist's train of thought, but he was too preoccupied with his own thoughts to respond to his companion. He didn't even understand why she should be sad. At first, he thought that he should look where the mermaid herself was looking, but he didn't notice anything. He thought it was all gone, but at the same time, the ring on his hand glowed. The demon said it was a typical way for magicians to declare their love. It was at this point that our hero received the patronage of forgiveness. The description said that as soon as you see his face full of compassion, you will immediately have a desire to repent of all your sins, and as soon as you see his offended face, you will immediately have a desire to stop doing evil. The god of Asa was not happy that he missed the moment. He insisted that our protagonist renounce everything, but he was too happy, because he finally received not a curse, but patronage. The god of Asa was kicking his legs out of sheer indignation, but of course our main character didn't care. As soon as he stopped cheering, he noticed some knights around him who were telling him that they were undergoing an efficiency assessment, and our protagonist should have been told that no outsiders were allowed to enter. Was it really Kang Hansoo in front of them? And how did such a person have a high-ranked demon? It was at this point that he raised his hands in the air, telling him not to move. He remembered the description of his new patronage, so at the same time he made such a face that everyone stopped swearing at him. Everyone started talking about turning a blind eye to this first time. At this point, Diaroka said that Tom should not use this patronage on her, because she would already forgive him. But at this point, our protagonist just turned around and said that he would still use it, because he was guilty of something. He couldn't exactly tell her that he'd seen the color of her underpants, because he'd definitely seen them. As soon as morning came, all the students still had a different range of emotions. Everyone was glad that they had entered Hogwarts. It was definitely the best morning of their lives. As soon as everyone had finished complaining and rejoicing, the announcement began that all of them were being congratulated on the start of the school year. The old man said that first they would introduce themselves to the entire teaching staff, and then they would give the floor to the director of the academy himself. Our main protagonist remarked that the teachers were very well received, so Diaroka replied that given that there were strong representatives of the human race gathered here, they were probably well known among humans. As soon as she finished saying that, our hero could not make sense, because what was Diaroka doing next to him? There in turn she replied that it was very boring to hang around in the hostel, so she went out to look around a little. But does this uniform suit her? As soon as they finished chatting, the old man continued to talk about how he wanted to introduce the new professor, the fire teacher, and the Elven Kingdom's elder, Lady Silver. Cerebrett talked about how she hoped they would get along in the future, but our Hansoo recalled the best moment in his life, where there was a similar phoenix. As soon as he remembered that, he noticed that it seemed like he and Phoenix had crossed eyes, or was it just his imagination? Everyone was delighted with this teacher, because they will be able to learn from the Keeper of Fire. Everyone saw this as a plus. But is this really such an outstanding elf? By this point, the old man had already started talking about how it was time to give the floor to the headmaster of the academy himself. As soon as he said that, a certain woman with green hair came out to the students. She said that this year is very important because an incredible person has arrived at their academy, and soon the academy is planning to leave. Everyone started complaining, so the director silenced everyone. She raised her voice very much, which caused the eardrums in the students' ears to burst. Everyone started covering their ears so they wouldn't get hurt, but not our protagonist. The only thing he realized was that their new director had a really hot temper. As soon as he finished looking at his new headmistress, the headmistress said that it was now possible to start assigning advanced and lagging classes. The rules were very simple. They would have to fight until half of them fell. It was at this moment that the real carnage began. No one could believe that it would all start so quickly. Kang even said that sometimes it was nice to plunge into this primeval wilderness, and the god of Asa enjoyed this noisy environment. As soon as our hero flexed his fingers, he realized that now that he has a new patronage, he will be forgiven, even if he absorbs everyone. He began to take absolutely everyone by the scruff of the neck. He forced everyone to get into the lagging class, in his eyes read rage. Only the god of Asi prayed for the repose of more than a group of people. Everyone thought that it was better to calm down a little, stop fighting, and just survive, because no one knew how much adversity they would have to go through in a class for advanced students once they got to the right class. As soon as they graduated, many people said that this year's class was very different in level, but it was necessary to remember that at any time someone can go to the middle class if they slide in their studies. And there were a few other points, because first of all, there are only two disciplines directions, knights and mages. It was up to the students to make a choice according to their abilities. Second, the senior advanced class was assigned Prince Rachel. He looked at everyone and made it clear that he really wanted to get along with everyone, but our hero didn't care. He only cared about the location of her. At this point, we can see that the winners of the tournament, Choi Kang-min's hero, were announced, and the audience just screamed with delight. The saint said that she sincerely congratulated him in the tournament, and also awarded him a sacred sword that was kept in the temple. She said that this is a symbol of a hero who will greatly influence his development in the future, and she asked him to take it and say loudly that he wants to become stronger. Kang-min stepped forward and shouted that he wanted to become stronger, but at the same time a portal formed and sucked him in. Of course, the hero could not understand where he was, so at the same time a certain man without a hand greeted him. He said that he had fallen into the Orkrola. It was at this moment that an orc appeared in front of him. He introduced himself as the defender of the city of orcs, and since he is a hero, you need to start training. We flash back to our protagonist, who is yelled at by a certain man who says that Kang Hansoo doesn't cook in class. He said that for a knight, fencing is the foundation of the basics. He can't attend his lessons without the patronage of a warrior, so at the same time, he kicked him out of the door. Hansoo was very upset by this behavior. He realized that he needed to calm down and think about it, because the patronage of a warrior, the same patronage that almost everyone he met has, he just did not have. The coach thought that everything was fine, since he kicked out such a student. But as if not so, because at the same moment the door was broken thanks to the blow of our main character. He said that the fencing that the same mentor teaches is simply useless compared to what our main character can use. The mentor noticed that Kang would not just give up, so at the same time he asked our main protagonist to go to his lesson, and I don't understand how it was possible to practice fencing at all without the protection of warriors. Of course, Hansoo was very upset, because he heard from his acquaintances that you got the warrior's protection through medicine without even lifting a finger. Of course, it turns out that patronage can also be obtained with the help of medicine. But while he was thinking about this, his headman approached him, who said that our main protagonist showed himself in an incredible way at the entrance ceremony. He even suggested that Tom offer this medicine. But Kang Hansoo only told the headman to and the headman was very upset and angry. Well, our main protagonist used his patronage, so Elif forgave him absolutely everything at the same time. The god who ate popcorn was sure that Kang was in the prefect's taste. He was looking forward to further developments, but our hero asked not to say such things anymore. At the same time, the mentor took off his hand and said that it would be boring to devote the entire first lesson to theory alone, so he prepared something interesting for them in a special order. At the same time, he took out a certain fang, which he got from the recently defeated dragon. He spent his 10-year savings on it. Our main character was happy with such a picture because he did not think that he would see it again here. How small the world is, after all. As soon as the lesson was over, many students discussed the fact that the teacher spent several hours of the lesson just bragging. However, if you do not take this into account, Then the lesson was incredibly good. Many do not even know that the rest did not like it. The prince also thought it was a good thing. He even spoke to our hero, who didn't really understand why he was treating him like this. The god of Asa gave a thumbs up and said that you just need to accept and go with the flow. But as soon as our hero showed that he did not like this plan, other students approached him from behind, whom he sent to classes for laggards. Hansoo knew what they wanted because he missed them, so he went after them. As soon as he arrived at the place, he noticed that many people were waiting for him all together. They were holding a disciple, saying that it was Hansoo's boyfriend, that they had all dealt with him, even though he wasn't a bad kid. They said that if our main protagonist hadn't sent them to the laggard class, then none of this would have happened. Now he would pay for the shame they suffered because of him. Well, as soon as they showed a little aggression, our hero only said that you were stupid. He went up to the very guy who was lying on the ground and told him that it would not be easier if he pretended and got into the lagging class. He asked him to rest a little, because they turned the guy into a mess, which the tin can uncle asked me to take care of. Our protagonist at the same time took out a bone from the portal and said that now, as an apology, he will take responsibility and take revenge. Everyone thought that he could not do anything to them with an ordinary bone. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the face by this bone. Everyone was shocked by this picture, so Hansoo said that he had another lesson for them. He asked everyone to attack him at the same time. The high school student was shocked by this, after all. The prince of the mercenary kingdom suppressing the opponent with excellent swordsmanship, based on great power and weight class. He, facing it head-on, even he, the genius of the Night Kingdom, can't guarantee victory. It's the same with the princess of the Lake Kingdom. Fluent in soft swordsmanship, she whose advantage is her body. Flexible as a river eel, it was able to easily evade any attack, but they were now all sprawled out on the floor. What the hell is this all about? Our hero stood up with his bone and said that even there, in the distance, he could hear the bones of his enemies trembling. Of course, that boy immediately charged at our hero, who was already ready to accept the fight. But as soon as the boy started to approach our protagonist, Hansoo immediately began to give off a very sinister aura. This aura scared the light boy incredibly much. He tried to drive away these creatures, but his other allies were now suffering from this massacre skill. Our hero, in turn, also did not understand why his skill was suddenly activated, because first the massacre was activated, and then the extermination. God Assi also didn't know the reason. He thought it was a glitch, but all the other students who attacked our protagonist were already lying on the floor, cursing him along the way, calling him a monster. Of course, Hansoo didn't care about it all, but was the guy who was lying on the floor still conscious? The boy raised his head, so our main character said that they should pretend that it was he who beat up these very students. After all, would other people believe that the first level owner, that is Kang, was able to defeat the scions of the royal families? In addition, one such as his nominal master is responsible for all his actions. Of course, the boy said that our hero is a demon. By this point, the bully was already awake, so Hansoo told him that he had to hurry to class to see if the bully would take care of everyone on Earth, because if so, he was very happy that he had resolved all their misunderstandings. The god of Asai immediately looked suspiciously at our hero, asked about his conscience, but Hansoo only said that everything was fair, because it was self-defense. He didn't even specify what the bones were for. But he sent the bone that he needed. Is that orc really spying on them? Because when he took the bone in his hand, and there was blood on it. Of course, God was interested in the thoughts of our protagonist, but then he only said that the orc would not send a bone to someone who had already been beaten, because this simply cannot be. Our hero told him not to touch the locals. We are once again transported to the same field, where the heroes continue to train together with the orc defenders. The orc only thought that it is very difficult to control the power. When there is nothing in his hand, he even wished that he liked the way that thing was in the palm of his hand. But nothing can be done, he asked the hero, whom he just threw to the ground by the way, and also to return to battle again. The hero understood that it is very difficult to fight, so much so that yesterday's orcs seem like newborn babies. But this training is needed to become stronger, because if this is a hero from Legends, then he would definitely have coped. He definitely won. The orc, in turn, understood that the humans had no other choice, because the equipment of the ancient training hall was destroyed, he had to train the hero personally, so he would not be able to leave this place until he defeated the orc himself. The orc was pleased, because he was much stronger than the hero. He took him by the shoulders and began to squeeze him hard. He was sure that the most effective way would be to learn through the beatings that he would inflict at this moment. You cannot fall into unconsciousness. The organ began to throw up the hero, again striking blows after blows, so most likely a fairly large amount of time has already passed. Moss, who had been thinking about Deerok all the time, appeared in front of us again, and he couldn't understand why she went along with our main protagonist in the first place. Moss, in turn, returned to the mountain, where he was met by the little goblins, who were happy to see him, calling him king. However, Moss noticed one important thing. He began to feel an incredibly intimidating aura, the aura of a saint. Of course, many goblins began to attack, or rather defend their territories. Many students went to fight them, but fell into traps. The saint couldn't understand why there was such a rush at all. But the girl said that orcs, that goblins, she hated them all. They were all green creatures. She continued to activate ability after ability to burn them. Of course, she wasn't the only one fighting. Her other classmates also continued to work with swords. The princess, in turn, understood that they had barely even entered the goblin lair. But they had already suffered such losses, which made things incredibly difficult, because now they know that goblins can use traps, as well as baits. Everyone understood that it was impossible to let their guard down just like that, because goblins move in groups. And besides, all the new recruits, armor was made from dragon bones, which was much more provoking for the goblins. The princess thought for a while and decided that they were all supposed to go alone initially, but they would accompany them instead of the eliminated group members. Everyone shouted that they didn't agree to this, because while waiting for Kang Min to return from training, they volunteered to join the clearing of the Magic Kingdom, and also opened a goblin hunt. It is worth admitting that it is very difficult to cope only on your own, and the girl, as the headman, must become even stronger in order to be able to protect her group. As soon as all the students were a little amused, the princess decided to tell everyone that it was time to teach the stupid goblins a lesson. It was already evening, and many students continued to make their way through the hordes of traps, even though most of them were sloppy. But there were also some that were extremely dangerous. Many people realized that they didn't even have enough time to raise their level, so they would rather go back to the academy. The nose said that it was actually worth finishing up, and also preparing for the night, because the night always comes faster than you expect. As soon as everyone started to prepare the tent for sleeping, the commander approached the prince and said that they found traces of shoes, and nearby there were also signs that the dismantled traps had been restored. Of course, the principal knew that this was very strange, because for a demon, such work was too clumsy, so they decided to completely figure it out by morning. After a short time passed, the students also continued to train while fighting against the goblins. When the students failed, either the prince or the princess intervened. Everyone understood that running events occur almost every night, and students should definitely learn to withstand them. Of course, training was very important, but you also had to think about safety. At this point, we are again transported to our Mos, who is informed that the situation outside was a little deplorable. He realized that everything was really bad, because due to the fact that our protagonist had slaughtered all the orcs in the forest, the princess and her squad reached the very outskirts in search of new game. Moss knew that he couldn't handle the princess. His opponents were yellow-faced youths. He definitely had a chance of winning. He smiled and immediately ordered all of his goblins that it was their turn to attack. It was already deep into the night, and the goblins continued to attack the students' supplies. Of course, everyone was very scared because if they were left without food, as well as without sleeping places, they would have to sleep on the bare ground. How many more goblins would attack? Of course, the heroes could not cope with them in any way. The goblins constantly took out their brains, but at the same time, a goblin appeared that was different from other goblins. He started shouting, so after that, all the goblins started acting together. Everyone realized that this goblin was the leader. They couldn't let him go. The chase began immediately, and Moss was glad that they were buying it. He is glad that all his efforts did not go in vain, because for the sake of physical strengthening of the body, he spent day and night researching with the slaves, and finally, everything worked out. The goblin opened its mouth and started making a very loud sound that startled absolutely everyone in the area. It was at this moment that huge numbers of goblins began to appear from the forest. By morning, as soon as the invasion calmed down, the heroes realized that there was almost no food left. They did not even know how long it would continue, because the goblins did not give them a breath. Almost every member of their team had bags under their eyes. The prince, in turn, understood that at that time the number of goblins was comparable to the results of last year, but suddenly there were species with blue skin. They behaved atypically during the attack. They had to understand the situation. Of course, the prince was incredibly worried, but there was nothing he could do about it. So at the same time, the princess ran out, who said that there was a demon behind everything, who was hiding behind the mountain, and he was the head. At the same time, we realize that there was a saint standing on the mountain who conveyed all these words to the prince and princess. She understood that it was impossible to bear losses, because their goal was to promote the progress of the hero, but still they suffered losses in the form of one knight that they can't find. Of course, the saint's heart ached, but this will be a great experience for the heroes. She also asked to pay more attention to the safety of heroes. Everyone understood that all of this could cause some problems, which would definitely cause problems. The saint at the same time activated her powers and made the flowers grow. She said that now all this will help solve the problems with provisions. She also asked for heroes to be trained to help eliminate the instigator of the demon. Moss, on the other hand, knew that things had not gone according to his plan, as they had been able to restore their provisions with ease. Moss was just furious, because everything happened only because of our hero, and now the saint has no conscience at all, and she interferes with his plans. Of course, there is another way that he can offer. Many of the slaves began to ask what it was, but it was obvious that Moss was in a bad mood, and he immediately started telling them to shut up, because it was definitely none of their business. Moss knew they would all end up dead, but he still had to save the people behind him. He smiled and thought that he, who had always put his own safety first, now cared about the lives of others. At the same time, Moss became very serious and said that it was he who would give the next order. We are again transported to the settlement of heroes, where the girl is very happy because she got the 13th level, but then she realized that it was time to return. She turned around and then saw a huge crowd of goblins, but they definitely didn't pose any threat to her. We again see our hero in front of us who leaves the very bully. He asked him to try to fulfill his request. God was rushing our protagonist to start exploring as quickly as possible, so Hansoo even suggested that we skip classes tomorrow. Of course, Hansoo didn't miss the opportunity to use his ring, which kept pointing somewhere, but they didn't even know where. They thought that their ring was broken, because at one point it just stopped working, or they reached the place where they needed to go. Kang also knew that the whole place looked very suspicious, but he still didn't have a single idea. God warned that something was coming, but Hansoo didn't think much of it. So after a moment, spells were thrown at him, and a very strange person started shouting at him, saying that Hansoo didn't even know where he was in the first place. Sure enough, Hansoo activated his new skill again, so the man immediately forgave him and said that they were currently at a magic shooting range. Our main character was upset because they could have hung a sign. As soon as he walked a little further, a strange group of people who recognized him came out to meet him. Hansoo didn't understand who they were, of course, so they had to be reminded of themselves. The girl introduced herself that they had known each other for a long time, because she was Lisha, but of course our main character made a mistake and called her by that name, for which he most likely got into a big mess. After he noticed, they had a very long conversation. Most of the time, Lisha said words that Khan still hadn't learned, but she noticed that Khan had pulled up his tongue after all. He was very happy, because at least he understood something. He began to boast that he had tried very hard and studied diligently. Lisha also started saying that she heard that he came to the shooting range, so doesn't that mean that he wants to learn magic? Of course, our hero understood that he was more interested in the secret that was hidden on the shooting range, but then he heard that the girl offered him to learn magic. She was very excited about this idea, because all the basics were very easy to learn. She even said that you need to prepare for a meeting with a magician. She told him that she would be waiting in the same place. She said goodbye to him, and all her friends were wondering if her lover was sitting there. Of course, as soon as Lisha left, our protagonist fell into thought, because what did God think about this? He only thought that the woman's actions looked rather suspicious. However, Kang was referring to the shooting range where they were trying to find treasures, but Yo was only trying to pretend that he knew what was there. As soon as our protagonist got up from the bench, he noticed that his headman was walking towards him. He looked very shabby, and also said that he was searched by our hero. But what does that guy need from our protagonist anyway? Kang thought that he would just use his new skill and pass by, but the headman said that it wouldn't work anymore, so he continued to talk about his plan. Of course, to prevent our hero's skill from working, he read his description and also said that if they join forces, they will definitely become the strongest in school. Hansoo thought seriously about all this because this school has paired tasks, and it would be better to team up with a classmate. So at the same time, he agreed to the service of the prefect. God was not happy with this decision, but there was nothing to be done. He even wanted to ask Diaroka to teach him how to hide his status, but Diaroka didn't want to say everything just like that. She asked him to order her, because she is his slave. She began to say that to see the status window, you need a certain patronage, and of course to resist it, you also need patronage. Kang thought about it. He started to build huge chains, clogging up his brain. But at the same moment, his neighbor came out, saying that although the curse was a dangerous joke, it could also work. At the same time, our hero realized that patronage that opens the status can be blocked with a curse. This subterfuge made Diaroka very angry, and she lost her temper. She began to talk about how our hero only needs one curse, the curse of greed, which allows you to subdue everything you own, including the status window, and the price for this is life. Hansoo accepted the offer without hesitation. God thought that Kang was smiling suspiciously, but he asked him to stop. He didn't even understand what they were talking about. Once again, our protagonist went to the mercenary guild, where he decided to enroll Diaroka in them. He, in turn, replied that she herself said that to get the curse of greed, having just a lot of slaves. He decided that if it became very strong, it would be difficult for even him to deal with it, so he would get the hunter's curse. The girl was very scared because she understood that this curse is so strong that it can strengthen an orc to the level of an ogre. But our character understood that if you looked at him, he could get an A rank, but because of the curse, it was only a D rank. From now on, they will start to improve as mercenaries. But just how strong are ogres? Was it really so much that it was comparable to the knight they had met recently? After all, if so, he would try, even though Diaroki said that he would regret his decision. But Hansoo said that there was no need to worry, because their target is goblins and gnolls. He asked him to trust him. By this time, both of them were already on the street. They went out to the back, where the girl coped with her task perfectly. However, at one point, because of the curse, all the monsters became much stronger. She couldn't deal a decisive blow to them. Hansoo realized that his slave girl was already failing, so he stepped forward. The gnolls laughed at him, thinking that he would be an easy prey. But just as they thought that they would have already taken off Khan's head, but Khan in turn took out his holy sword and cut them in half. Diaroka couldn't believe her eyes, but then she just laughed. She asked our hero to give her orders more harshly, but Kang shouted that she should collect the goods as quickly as possible before they were picked up by the slimes. As soon as he got back to school, the same boy with pink hair yelled at him, saying that because of our protagonist, Tom would have to clean toilets for half a month. Our hero was laughing at him, but they were interrupted again by Lisha, who has been eager to teach our protagonist magic since morning. As soon as she showed up, the same guy who will clean the thrusts was very angry, because how could our hero even know her? Lisha, in turn, became very nice and said that she also really wanted to practice magic with them in the morning. Of course, our hero could have suggested that she skip classes and not meet after them, but it was too late. Lisha was too correct. She shouted at the whole hall to make our protagonist promise her, which caused everyone to be shocked. Khan realized that Lisha must be very popular. Kang had already finished, so at the same time, he took the same guy by the scruff of the neck and led him to the building for lagging students. As soon as he entered, we were able to see familiar faces. They also started to introduce themselves. The first of them, and most likely the leader, was Alpis, the prince of the Night Kingdom. They all knelt down in front of him and said that they all considered this situation unthinkable, but they still wanted to make a truce between them and Hansoo. God immediately began to show signs that he was against it, but of course, our main protagonist began to listen to everything that they said to him. He realized that if they didn't get into the advanced class next year, they would lose the patronage of the aristocracy, as well as receive a curse. Of course, all of this raised some unanswered questions, but Kang decided that he wouldn't interfere with them. All the students were happy and shocked that our Hansoo forgave them, but God protested because this was not typical of Asa, saying that trust was undermined. Kang said that he was innocent because all the guys themselves got down on one knee in front of him. Now because of this, everyone looks at him askance. Lisha, on the other hand, was laughing a lot because she thought that our protagonist was amazing because he gets involved in such stories all the time, and they are now going to a place where no one will interfere with them. The god of Asa, as well as our protagonist, were shocked, but decided not to say anything. She said that it was better for them because she used to suffer for a long time accompanying the hero. This surprised Khan, so Lisha said that if he was interested in them, he would tell them that she had accompanied Ohanu. She complained about him a little, but it was enough for Kang to understand that even with him, it was easier, because if you think about it, then in school that guy also constantly read novels and comics. He was very familiar with the world in which he was. The god of Asa bowed his head at Asa's thoughts, and also laughed as they arrived at a certain fenced field. They sat down on the grass, so Lisha said it was time to start their lesson. She began to say that magic is something very similar to the relationship between mom and dad. All these words made our hero feel something that could not be felt, that the god of Asi forbade him to feel. He tried to cover his face with his hand, so Lisha could see the ring and also think she was too late. Our protagonist didn't understand anything, which Lisha was happy about. However, as soon as our character felt that something was flowing through his body, then at the same time all the energy disappeared somewhere, and a notification about the asset popped up. The god of Asa laughed out loud, and also enjoyed the sight. Our hero checked the Asa's patronage and noticed that it had increased, so at the same time he began to feel that the frequency of rollbacks had accelerated, even though he had previously controlled the balance. He realized that now he needed to put some energy somewhere, so he raised his hand up and shot out all the accumulated energy. Only Lisha didn't understand what had just happened, but Khan felt like he'd been reborn again. Lisha couldn't understand, because how could our character even use magic without realizing it? Of course, Hansoo knew that he was imitating swordsmanship by using the power of gnolls, so why not do the same with magic? He started repeating the action over and over again so that Lisha was thrilled, but someone noticed it from the street. He walked in and started shouting about not using magic on the academy grounds. Of course, everyone was scared of the teacher, and the teacher was incredibly angry. His muscles became several times faster. The patronage of our protagonist also did not work. The teacher only asked the student to show everything that he can do. But as soon as the teacher was over our character, he immediately received a charge of magic directly from Khan. No one expected this. We have a new audience in which our main protagonist is sitting. He is very upset because he was not going to sit in class. He definitely did not want to go to them. But because of the situation when he defeated the teacher, he is now obliged to regularly attend a new lesson. And also remembered that rudeness, as well as poppies, you imitate them by forbidding them. Of course, he still didn't understand, because what was the use of a lesson on growing and killing a monster? Why did everyone have a pair, but not him? Of course, he noticed one Mulpus sitting there, who also didn't have steam in this lesson, and he immediately sat down next to him. Of course, Mulpus made it clear that she doesn't go to these classes to listen, he wants to be alone. But the expression on our main protagonist's face made it clear that he definitely can't be alone. After all, does the latter reject his kind offer, and also want to continue to hang out in the lagging class? Mulpus had no choice but to take our main character's suggestion with her. It was at this moment that their new teacher came out to him, who greeted the young scientists on whose shoulders the entire future of humanity is laid. She once again introduced herself. Her name was Cerebrit, and she really hoped that she would get along with everyone. Of course, as soon as Tam started talking, her phoenix also flew up to our hero. He could not understand why this bird is constantly only to him. Did he do something wrong? But the teacher replied that since she needed to explore the area and find out why the creatures were so fearful lately, the lessons would only be held once every 2 weeks for the time being. Of course, this news could not help but please Hansoo, who was happy that he would only have 2 lessons a month. Our hero turned to his neighbor, calling him once again Mulpus. But as you can understand, the same student was called differently. He shouted that his name was Alphys. The teacher was very strict. She said that they were interrupting the lesson, but at the same time noticed our main character, while blushing. As soon as she saw it, she immediately finished this lesson. But starting tomorrow, the lesson will be held every day at this time. As soon as she said that, it was our hero who was incredible, because it was all because of Mulpus. Kang was not happy, because everywhere wherever he was, she was such a price for such shots. We are again transported to the aforementioned Moss, who stole one of the heroes to his abode. The girl couldn't figure out who was in front of him, so Moss had to introduce himself as the Demon King's 14th son. At the same time, the girl was incredibly surprised, also amazed, but as soon as she looked closely, she realized that the most real handsome man was sitting in the Ancient One. Of course, Cogmos didn't understand what she was talking about, but the girl was actually delighted, because after all, this was a prince, even if it was a demon kingdom. She knew that this was a chance to fulfill her long-held dream, so she used charm, which of course didn't work. It was at this moment that Cogmos used some dark arrows that pierced the girl. Cogmos couldn't believe that the girl would sneak up on him, but then he realized that he had made a mistake, because he had killed the hero while having a curse that reduces the amount of experience points. He knew that if he continued at this rate, you wouldn't be able to save Hansoo Diaroka from Pal, and he needed to find a way around the level limit like our protagonist. It was at this moment, just as he was thinking about it, that his doors opened. Another girl entered his cave, who saw a terrifying picture in front of her. She saw Mien dead, but Cogmos said that she fell into his trap, having thought to follow the tracks left by the goblins. Cogmos welcomed Eubora to his abode. He started shouting about Eubora Fearless coming into his domain alone. He was incredibly happy. But it was at this moment that the outline of the prince appeared behind Eubora. who knew that there was definitely a demon in this building that commanded this mountain. Kogmos had no choice but to admit that he was the ruler of the mountain goblins, as well as the demon who had killed the hero. One by one, the heroes began to enter the abode of Moss. The princess said that the traps were really cruel, that they only had to deal with Kogmos. Kogmos, in order to maintain a serious appearance, continued to strike fear into the hearts of all the heroes, but the prince immediately rushed into battle. He was not so scared, most likely just excited, but at the same moment he saw that a stone was hanging over Mian, which at the behest of Kogmos began to fall. Everyone wanted to save the girl who was lying on the floor, but they just couldn't do it. Kogmos did not want to lose such a valuable bait as the hero's corpse, so at the same time he pulled the same body to himself. The Eubora that Mian wanted to save was in extreme danger, so the prince had no choice but to sacrifice himself by pushing her out of the stone's reach. Of course, Eubora didn't understand, but when she turned around, she noticed that the princess had assured her that everything would be fine. The prince was very badly hurt, but Moss continued his countless attacks on his enemies. As soon as things got really bad for the heroes, the prince had no choice but to become very Certesny, and also sacrifice himself once again. Of course, the princess couldn't believe the sight, and she immediately began to cast spells at Moz, who was already holding the prince's body in his hands like a human shield. Kogmos asked the princess to be a little more careful, or else she would just burn the body for resurrection. The princess stopped, after which more shots were fired through the prince's body at the princess, which finished them off. Moss was pleased that he had succeeded, but Eubora did not see anything wrong in it, because Mos was a real coward. Mos didn't understand what he was talking about, because the hero who led an entire order of knights to capture only goblins was talking about cowardice, because even at the 22nd level, everything within the level surpasses her, while significantly inferior in terms of patronage. He said that if it hadn't been for their carelessness, he would have been the one who was dead. He gave Eubora one piece of advice. He said that they are enemies, so if you put your life on the line, you should not be afraid to use all available methods. While he was saying this, Eubora was about to strike a blow that Moz could definitely sense, even though he could see her strange patronage, but he still knew that she was no match for Hansoo. He took off his coat and immediately threw it over Eubora, asking if she knew anything about black magic. After all, as Tom knows, people are only capable of using white. He began to choke her, leaving her breathless. He thought that she would be a tool in negotiations, but at the same moment the ceiling in his abode broke. A saint appeared, who only said that Kogmos had already crossed the line that could not be crossed. At this moment, the Hero Academy appeared in front of us again, where the director and the person from the admissions committee were sitting inside. The director was constantly interested, because how everything is going at their school, the lessons that were held during the holidays did not give any results. The old man said that lessons for building trusting relationships are just needed to make students and teachers become much closer. There will be no rewards for this, so it will be very difficult for the headmaster to surpass the result last year. The headmaster was very upset after all. Doesn't she have any good news? After all, previously she could get any warriors she wanted, but just as she was getting desperate, the old man served her tea, also telling her that there was still some good news. At first, the headmaster thought that they had finally found the hidden maze here, but the old man only drank his tea and said that there is a freshman who has the patronage of a C-rank fairy. He will definitely bring good results together with the other, a student. We are again transported to a place where our protagonist is not very comfortable. We are transported to the lesson of that very elf. Our Hansoo was incredibly formal with Cerebret, but Cerebret asked her not to call her teacher, when it was just the two of them. Of course, Kang knew that things didn't work out the way he wanted them to, because he'd done too well in their first lesson. It was then that they tried to establish ties with the slimes. Our hero took out a bone, so that all the slimes began to jump to him. The teacher was impressed by all this, because our protagonist was able to attract the attention of the slimes with just one thing. She did not expect to see such a smart student at her place, so she gave him special lessons. So Hansoo had no choice but to greet the silver in front of him. Since they had special lessons, she will show our protagonist how to handle her monster. She said that today Kang will be in the form of a slime. She sat down near a tree, and also asked to lie down on her lap. Of course, he knew that if it wasn't for his Asa curse, he would have lost his temper long ago. He still wasn't sure what kind of classes they were going to have today. The god who was nearby looked at our hero with very suspicious eyes. He considered him incredibly suspicious. But our protagonist could not understand one thing, because is it really so crazy, or is absolutely the whole world just as crazy? It's already evening, and we're looking at a certain graveyard where Diaroka fights the gnolls. Everyone thought she was incredibly weak, But as soon as you tried to attack her, she just went and tore off the arm of one of the gnolls with just a wave of her hand. As soon as she did, she threw that hand back to his kin and also blew them up. She couldn't believe that such pathetic opponents could lay a hand on her. As soon as she was done with that, she decided to see where our hero was. However, when she looked to the side, she noticed that he was actually having fun too, chasing after the gnoll while holding a bone in his hands. As soon as Kang finished beating the gnoll with a bone, he said that the entrance is much more interesting than studying at the academy, so that at the same time they decided to see how Diaroka's leveling is progressing. Opening her status window, he noticed that her level had increased from 27th to 31st. It still wasn't enough to get the greed curse. Diaroka had told him it wasn't as easy as it might seem, but all Khan had said was that it didn't matter now, since they'd already had a great harvest from this hunt. We, on the other hand, understand that the people in the guild simply can't accept the gnoll's ears anymore, because if they continue to bring such proof, they can't even consider it proper submission, so the bank of their city will definitely not be able to live long. Diaroka, in turn, turned her head away and said that if they have so many problems, then they definitely need to change the conditions of the request, and he, in turn, will make sure that he fulfills everything that is written in the request. The man in the guild was very scared, but our protagonist couldn't understand why they couldn't bring the gnoll ears back as proof that they had taken them down. The god was also nodding, which meant that he was supporting our Hansoo's train of thought. So the guild man compressed the new task and said that he had a job for such brave souls as our heroes. He gave them an S-rank task, but of course he didn't say what it would be, because now we were looking at the picture of Kang continuing to dig the ground with a shovel, which he wasn't so very happy. Of course, he hoped that the S-rank quest would be much more interesting. He didn't even think that he would have to dig so much. He was like some robber who plundered tombs now, but Diaroka supported him, saying that it was much more interesting than sitting in the academy. But our protagonist was angry. He told Diaroka to come over and help him, but of course she pretended to be very tired. Our hero did not like all this, but God made it clear that he was acting just like a real Asa. Of course, our protagonist had no choice but to continue digging. He understood that this could take a very long time and whether he needed to finish everything in one go. But Diaroka said that he could find a lot of secrets, and if his investigation ended up just destroying all the ruins, it would be considered a failure. Our hero asked, after all, does he really say that he has no choice? Of course, he realized that he didn't have enough hands, so, at the same time, many of the residents started to come out of the portal that led out of the orc world. Diaroka thought it was beautiful to look at the magic created by the orcs, but our hero said that Kogmo says the same thing. Once he and Diaroka were seated, the rest of the people continued to work tirelessly. Of course, Bon wasn't like that, since Asa is supposed to do the opposite, but Kang replied that as long as others work, and he doesn't do anything, it means that he is Asa. God again realized that there was something in it, but our protagonist noticed that the number of people had already increased once again. While he was thinking about this, a girl came up to him and offered to eat a sandwich. She also said that many people were waiting for the time to get out of the portal, because they wanted to become stronger, because the guest was still training when even they came out. Of course, our hero was afraid of the fact that all this is creepy, because he can be caught by the goddess, so he should avoid visiting the warehouse a little. He let out a little breath and immediately got to his feet. He said that he was leaving for class, so while he was gone, he asked Diaroka to keep an eye on all the employees, who were already not happy with her. As soon as morning came, our hero was already on his way to class. He was thinking about how he still didn't understand what they were doing in the monster class, because day after day they were just looking at each other. Is it all because of the patronage that he has? He asked God this question, but he just felt uncomfortable, and also said that the reputation of our protagonist is slowly falling down. As soon as he was at the entrance to the academy, Kang was met by a teacher who said that they should talk about exams, and he was in an advanced class. She said that all services don't go without a reason, so if he doesn't pass the exam, he will be sent to a class for laggards. Our protagonist couldn't understand how a teacher could say such important information before the exam itself. But the teacher himself was very excited, because a lot depends on this exam. For example, the reputation of the school, as well as the fact that Sarah Brett will most likely be hired instead of the head of their school. Our hero thought about it. He was very concerned about the fact that he has the patronage of such a god simply make him unable. But still he will try to achieve great results. He decided to help and pass the exam. As soon as the meeting with the teacher was over, he went back to the excavation site. At the same time, Diaroka approached our hero and said that he smelled very strongly of some female individual, and Kang also asked her to move away with him. Diaroka and our hero were already sitting on the hill, and our Hansoo was saying that they would try to catch a very strong monster. This all upset his companion because she thought that she was missing him, but the hero only said that he was doing it for the test. God, in turn, continued to annoy our protagonist by saying that they should train a huge dragon. Of course, a creature like a dragon would suit Khan, but how could he possibly find something like that in a place like this? Diaroka, in turn, reflected and said that there is such a monster like a dragon, which should fit perfectly. Kang was already overjoyed, so he asked her to name this monster, but the demoness only replied that this monster's name was exactly like hers. This made Khan very angry. Our main character understood that on Earth, it was even impossible to imagine the existence of monsters. But in this world, all monsters are incredibly different. Many eat, many do not eat slime. But it was at this moment that a monster appeared that attracted the attention of our protagonist. He first called him an elephant, and he ate slime, but Diaroka, she said it was Lambortson. She said that only thanks to this beast, many knights made their way through the torso of enemies. These animals were called flowers of battle. Kang thought that he would pass the test if he got this animal. The god was still not happy with everything, but there was nothing left but to go and perform the test. But another creature immediately appeared, which the Lamborghini wrapped its tail around, and then threw it to the ground. In front of us was a Lamia that I noticed in one guy like our character. She thought that meeting a guy like him would be quite difficult, much less handsome. Diaroka noticed that she wanted our hero, so she went to fight Lamia. Diaroka, of course, took the Lamia's tail, and was several times stronger. She wanted to get rid of that creature in one hit, but changed her mind and asked not to go where she was not asked anymore. She wanted to kill it, but Kang stopped her, telling her that it would be perfect for the test. The Lamia who took the chance just started running away, saying that they would meet again soon, but her happiness didn't last very long, because at the same time, she was eaten by a small dragon that appeared out of nowhere. Of course, the dragon was in many ways different from what everyone imagined in their heads. The dragon, of course, wanted to kill our hero because of the hunter's curse, which amused Kang very much. He repelled the dragon's attack with one deft movement, and also swung his sword so strongly and menacingly that the dragon was ready to meet death. But Hansoo attacked only nearby, so that the dragon was not injured. Khan, on the other hand, made it clear that the dragon was now his property. The sun was already in the sky. Kang continued to watch the dragon all this time and eventually realized that it was quite cute. So what can you take with you that such dragons even eat? However, Diaroka only said that they can eat absolutely anything they can find. It will even be very convenient to raise such a pet. As soon as the dragon opened its eyes, it noticed that Kang was standing next to it, and also asked to go with them. Hansoo even wanted to name this dragon Cogmos II. So now that they were able to negotiate, our protagonist asked the dragon to take them to the academy. At this point, we are again transported to the wayward hero, who continues to run errands for the guild, and also dreams that he will soon have to enter the academy. He constantly asked for pretty cool requests from the guild, but not always the people working there were allowed to do this because the level of that was very small. They said that they couldn't do anything even if a legendary hero was standing in front of them. The guy was already very upset, but behind him stood a girl who could help. It was Cassandra, the daughter of the dragon. She said that their mercenary ranks are being sent to that very academy. Does the guy want to join them? The guy's joy knew no bounds. He agreed without hesitation. But of course, he could not believe that his new company would not have any girls at all. Everyone was constantly dripping on his brains, so he even wished he had gone alone. While they were all having fun, they noticed a very strange noise. Everyone started to feel the trolls coming. All the warriors immediately changed their faces. They became very serious, because the enemy was level 19. They started to attack the trolls, but they didn't give in to the attacks. They simply nailed the mercenaries to the ground with deft movements, not giving them a chance to counterattack. No one was afraid of them. They were eager to fight the trolls, but our unlucky hero could not move, because how should he even resist such a strong opponent? But as soon as Cassandra collapsed next to him, he realized that he was the only one who could fight. All the warriors started to calm the guy down, because they didn't need a mage anymore, because all they had to do was keep an eye on Cassandra. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about, but at the same time a certain dragon appeared in the sky, which was Cassandra's dragon. At the same time, he attacked the orcs, pinning them to the ground, turning them into a flat cake. Everyone started saying that their leader was the most beautiful woman. They started praising her, leaving the guy who wanted nothing more than to get back to the academy as soon as possible. By morning, as soon as our hero finished with his business, he brought the dragon to school. No one could believe this picture, but Kang only said that he found this dragon by accident, But now he plans to raise it. He even used forgiveness on the teachers, so that they would definitely allow him to keep the dragon. A few moments later, they and Kogmos too were training together. Now Kang could show that his dragon obeyed him very well, which was exactly what Cerebre noticed. But of course, we can understand that the teacher devotes too much time only to our protagonist, rather than to other students. She asks everyone to move away from her, and also not to distract, because she will not ask twice, even if the students think that they are special. Khan thought that if this was the case, he might even be able to skip class. But at the same time, we see that his plan has failed, and he also realized that Silver is not at all surprised by the sight of the dragon, most likely due to the fact that she already has a phoenix, as well as a slime. Kang began to listen to the lesson, where the teacher explained that they were going to study black magic today, and also asked them what they knew about it. She said that black magic is not something evil, all this prejudice because of the demons who lived with them for too long and used this type of magic. But by this time, many of the students were already asleep. As soon as night fell and Kang came to Diaroka, he asked if the elves could use black magic. At the same time, she replied that the lesser elves couldn't use it for long, just like the angels or demons, and all because they didn't use it enough. They also stretched out their lives. Diaroka also started saying that for a wound that a person has healed, it will pass within a day. She also said that the demons will pass everything faster, because their life energy is used, and since the demons have more of it, then the black magic is stronger. They simply cannot be compared, even at night. Of course, our hero was too innocent to take her words in the wrong direction, so he ignored her words. As soon as he thought about it, the people who were working behind him started shouting that they had finally done everything. They had dug out a certain hole. Diaroka immediately wanted to jump there, so our protagonist supported her, so at the same time they went straight to the bottom. As soon as they fell to the bottom, they noticed that there was something strange inside, because Kang hit. As soon as they turned on the light with magic, Kang noticed that a strange pudding-like creature was standing behind them. This made it clear to Diaroka that he didn't even know about trolls. Of course, Khan didn't think it would do them any harm, so at the same time, he cut the troll in two. He continued to cut them apart for a very long time, so that at one point, as soon as the troll was defeated, Hansoo was completely in their guts. Of course, our hero was upset that he got dirty, but by that time the ring was lit up, which immediately amused him. He told Diaroka that a treasure hunt was about to begin. It took quite a long time. They went very far ahead, cutting down not a small number of orcs. Diaroka couldn't understand because does our protagonist really not want to solve the secrets of this dungeon? But Kang only says that you will need to take care of everything only after you subdue everything. Diaroka was drunk. She said that our protagonist didn't even notice that the walls were changing. And she also said that although he wasn't popular with humans, he would definitely be popular with demons. As soon as they walked a little further, they came to the dead end that the ring led to. Could this really be their destination? Diaroka thought that there would probably be even more room behind this wall, as air was seeping through some cracks in the wall. He realized that it was necessary to break down the wall next to him as soon as possible, so as soon as the wall was destroyed, he noticed a room with very strange and old furniture. They thought that there was no one alive, so they tried to call out to someone. But as soon as they stepped a little into that domain, then a man raised his hand up. Diaroka realized that this is the owner of this place. He could not understand, because how people got to him in a prison that can only be opened with the help of a witch. Our hero was very worried about this person, but at the same time noticed how that person just vomits and throws up, saying that he lost his mind. As soon as they said that, the old man started shouting and asking them to answer his questions. The old man began to rush around the room and try to hurt our heroes, constantly talking about the witch. Our hero laughed at him, saying that the old man himself destroyed the room in which he lived. Kang began his assault on the master, continuing to use his new holy sword. Diaroka was delighted with her master, so the old man's case was split into two parts, but the old man's regeneration was at the level of an orc. He leapt back to Diaroka, who he told that he had dealt with everything before it got boring. Kang thought it was fine, since Diaroka could see for herself. But Diaroka looked ahead and noticed that that old man was still alive. He was rapidly approaching them, so our protagonist had no choice but to order Diaroka to stop the old man. Diaroka couldn't believe that she had to perform this kind of task. She just threw the old man into the ceiling with her feet so that he was already stuck. Our hero wanted to talk to Diaroka, but she was already offended by him. We again find ourselves in a certain prison, where Kogmos himself is sitting. Eubora approached him, who asked about the guy he mentioned to Rana. Who was he talking about? Yubora also told him that all of his subjects had been released, but even after the time had passed, they still had a curse hanging on them, so they continued to pursue Kogmos. But after they heard that he would be dead, they left quietly. Kogmos smiled, but Yubora couldn't understand why Kogmos didn't behave like other demons. Mosu didn't like it, of course, and asked him to stop talking like that and just kill him. But Yubora just apologized and said that wasn't what she wanted to say. Moss wanted to say something, but at the same time he thought better of it and said that recently. And why did Yubora spare him at all? He had already given her advice in the cave. Yubora, in turn, said that his actions were quite understandable because it was self-defense, and if he wasn't a demon, they would just be invaders. So at the same time she asked him again about that guy. Moss immediately began to say that he did not know how to fight against such a person at all, because he did not know defeat, for that level is just numbers, because absolutely all the traps that even Kogmos prepared against such a person would not work. Nothing works for him at all, neither poison nor fatigue. No goblins who work all day can even compare to him. The more Moss talked about it at all, the more ignorant he felt. Yubora asked if there was any more information about him at all. He immediately said that this person will not be discussed. They will not hear anything about him at all. Yubora smiled and asked what Mo would do next, but the demon only said that all his plans had been resolved, with the help of the saints, so he couldn't think of anything else. But at this point, Yubora replied that it was all a huge relief, because will Kogmos be her companion? The shackles on his arm fell off, and Moss also asked if she wanted to tell him that he should go over to the human side. Yubora was pleased with herself. After all, this was exactly what she had asked for. Of course, Kogmos knew that as long as the saint was around, he had no choice. Even if he managed to escape, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape with such a body. So he still held out his hand, making it clear that he was willing to accept Yubora's offer. As soon as their hands touched, Yubora said that she would introduce him to the rest of the cast later. It was already evening, and we were back at the same academy, where the prince was still teaching the students. Many people were listening to him, many were sleeping, and he was answering all their questions. But Maz was annoyed because he didn't like that many people were just crying about not being able to get a level higher than 10, and they cry about it. He, thanks to his gaze, looked at the status windows of everyone present there and said that he was actually weak. But the only good warrior standing in front of him was Yubora, who noticed his gaze. She asked him if he would like to meet her friends, but he only said that it was all tiring, and he asked to call him when he needed to see him. By this time, all the residents who came from the orc world went back to their homes. Our hero expressed gratitude to them for everything, and also asked Diaroka how much longer she would sit on that very old man. She said that she simply had nothing to do, because she just heard that many female warriors so forced men stay with them. Our hero could not believe it, but Diaroka said that this is what the legends say, and also that most likely the owner of these ruins was a very strong witch, that this witch was comparable to the gods in strength. The Asa god couldn't believe it. However, the old man started talking about how he was actually caught by her, and also couldn't meet his child because of this. The old man even said that he couldn't do anything about it right now, because his body is very heavy. As soon as our hero listened to his story, he told him that he would give him a gift before leaving, as a sign of masculinity. The hero opened a portal, so at the same time, some things began to fall on the old man. These were things that could not be done without. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.